We were kind of in the middle of something. Uh, Definitely two of us were. The other two were hanging out at home. And the other two of you are in a fight to what will probably be the death with what seems to be a frenzying Deva kindred, uh, quite large, and yet young looking, as we've established. Uh, and now I think I would say that while he had been dancing and stuff and doing his thing, he had looked pretty humanistic, um, and like believably like a person. And now that he is ripping a woman's throat open and kind of peeling off part of her face with his fingernails, and drinking blood out of her throat, it seems you would notice, I think, that his blush of life has worn off because now his skin is kind of ashen and gray, instead of nice and smooth and white, and it is very tight to all of the parts of his skull and throat, and you can sort of see his tendons and jugular twanging as he drinks. Um, and yeah, all of the kind of fat and padding tissue seems to have melted away with the blood that was filling him. And his eyes are tinged red all around the sides and even seem to reflect the light a little bit red in the center. And his fangs are very large and gnarly. Uh, and just everywhere his like cheeks are sunken in, and his fingers are long and spindly, and nails are sharper than they should be, and overall it just seems like, based on what you guys know about how deteriorating humanity works, like how when Jean-Baptiste and Magni lost their humanity points, they became subtly more gray and pale. This guy is highly, highly inhuman. And what you're looking at, even though he's Deva, just looks like skin stretched over bone. This guy is very, very inhumane and fucked up looking. And he's doing some stuff to prove it. So, he's laid waste to the dance floor. There's three mortal men laid out with nasty looking injuries. It might actually be four.
I
I
thought it was three,
Well,
but I could be
the
wrong.
one guy got hit with a pint glass in
Yeah.
the start of the fight, and then was there three guys that tried to take him down?
Yeah.
Okay, then it would be four, and then the woman. So there are five mortals strewn around the room. Because I was struggling to remember as well, but I think that it was they tried to
Yeah.
3v1 him, and he
Yeah, I
had.
was gonna say I think the pint glass got thrown right before J-Bat came in.
Oh, true. Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
then the three guys tried to fight him.
Yeah. So there's dudes strewn everywhere. There's currently no mortals remaining that weren't at some point part of the melee. But now uh, we're, really in the midst of it. Magni still hasn't taken damage, it looked like, on your sheet. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just been a lot of grappling. And
Yeah,
then,
I grappled him and then he grappled me and
yeah.
then
And then Miss Lizzie in her crazy disco jumpsuit has also been fighting, but currently the situation is that she kind of got chucked off. Jean-Baptiste has been unable to get a hit off recently with his knife, and currently the guy has the woman who he has basically killed and is drinking from, and then Magni grabbed him and bit him, I believe, and was the last thing that you
Yeah.
had dealt 2 to him with your
Yeah.
wound.
The last thing that had happened was I bit him, and you were, I think, deciding whether or not, or how much I could drink or something like that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out.
Something about the
Would you believe that there's only 2 instances of the phrase drink blood in the source book? So, right now, you you had 2 successes, which is going to get you the maximum vitae that you could ingest in one action, which is 2, because your blood potency is 2. So you go up to 7.
Okay, so like each turn I can consume 2.
Each time you successfully beat him and get another bite off, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you've pulled 2 blood out of him. And he had been drinking out of her, so yes, in effect, you're using him as a straw and drinking this dying dead woman's blood. And
but to Magni it tastes even better because it's now vitae.
It's like a straw that's like lined with cocaine.
One of those cereal straws.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're eating Choco flavored fucking vitae right now. Okay, so all in all, you're coming out of this exchange positive. The other kindred is neutral because he is also gaining blood from this woman at a relatively similar rate, and she is losing. Now, that was your turn, and my handy-dandy initiative order tells me that it's Jean-Baptiste's turn.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna stab this guy.
Okay. There is something that... Well, I'll say that something happens before, and it just might affect your decision, but not necessarily. Oh, never mind. I forgot how this building works in my own head. Go ahead. Nothing happens.
Okay. It's kind of foreboding.
Yeah. Something might happen, J-Bat feels.
I'll
J-Bat
roll my...
stops thinking something might happen and then continues.
Alright, rolling my 4 dice.
He does have his defense going.
Okay, well, it's no successes anyways, so I'll just say I did not succeed.
Do you want to take the chance die? Just for fun?
Why not?
Okay.
See if I can get a dramatic failure. Yeah. Stab Magni a few times.
10 or a 1.
Oh, maybe. I got a success. Not a 10, though.
Oh, then it's not a success on a chance die?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, yes. So, again, I'm gonna basically flavor him using his defense in this grapple, mostly as he... Actually, I'll say, for the sake of argument, that Magni grabbing him and you trying to stab him forces him to drop the woman. So you did accomplish something, because it's basically like either the melee is too severe for you to find an in, or, he has to let go. But I feel like we used the excuse of it's hard to get a target a couple times now, so I think it's reasonable that he just sort of chucks her across the dance floor and leaves a bright red smear on the floor, and she quickly starts just gushing into a puddle on the ground. And then he is struggling to get upright, but yeah, he is going to deflect the shot, if more or less, or deflect the stab attempt. Okay, and then Miss Lizzie, she's going to take advantage of your guys' reductions of his defense, and she's going to try to basically hit him barehanded, but I'm going to flavor it as she's trying to, stab him with her fingers, donutting style, and see what she can do with some enhanced strength and stuff. So I think, Jean-Baptiste, you would sort of watch as the proprietress of the club steps in, and you watch her skin sort of pull tight a little bit, making her look a little more skeletal and vampiric as she spends blood to try and increase her pool here. Okay. And his defense takes her down. And she does tap him. She's like trying to stab him in the neck with her fingers, but it just sort of goes and grazes his throat, and you watch as her pinky finger sort of penetrates the external skin of his neck, on the opposite side where I imagine Magni is biting, because she's basically trying to decapitate him. And like sticks her pinky in his neck and like pulls it out and deals another instance of damage to him. And then top of the order is your guys's fight. So it's your strength plus brawl, which I believe is 9 for you.
Yes. Double check. And yeah, because this isn't pugilism. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Or 9.
Okay.
Okay. I got 3 successes.
Okay, I also did. Let's go again.
Okay.
So you guys struggle for a moment.
I got 3 successes again.
Okay. I got a 9, a 9, an 8, an 8, an 8, and a 9. So he's gonna succeed. Yeah. I recalculated what, like, basically I was kind of playing with like a blob stat block before where it was very bare bones, and I fully fleshed out the stat block, and I realized that I was kind of applying something wrong, so he's actually rolling 13 dice in this state. But it's worth noting that if he wasn't frenzying, you would technically generally be stronger than him. So
what you're saying is I need to frenzy you.
Yeah. It's not so simple, but yes. Now, let's see. He's going to try and break out of this grapple, I think. The grapple is so action efficient, it's so good. Which, you know, as it is in real life, grabbing someone and not letting them move. Although actually breaking out does let him do a thing afterwards. I forgot that is good. He's going to... So you got 3, which...
yeah, I got 3 successes.
Yeah, I think brings his successes down to 3.
Okay.
So he is going to damage you by dealing bashing damage equal to his rolled successes. And that is basically going to be flavored as he leans forward and then stiffens up and bashes you in the face with the back of his skull. And you feel your nose break and take 3 bashing. And then he sort of wrestles you into a neutral position to reflect the fact that you guys are now neutral kind of in the grapple. Okay, so that is your guys' combined thing, which means now it's Jean-Baptiste's turn again, and you can shoot for that big 10 if you'd like, or do something else.
What I'm wondering right now is, does Magni have his gun on him?
I think I do. But I think Magni, what I found out is Magni is more efficient with his hands because I have no dots and firearms.
Yeah, I buy that. You are, after all, a professional fighter.
Yeah.
But I think he means for him, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can snag that from the melee.
Okay.
Yeah, we could do basically a dexterity.
Whoa.
contest. I think what we could do to make it interesting is that Jean-Baptiste could, what I'll say is you could basically do a check to see if you get it, and if you succeed the check, you get the gun and can act with it this turn, and if you fail, you'll get it, but it'll kind of be like, it'll take a second, and you'll essentially not get it up this turn to use. It'll take till the next one. Or Magni can basically deliberately fail the next grapple check to get you an opening to get the gun.
No, I think I'll just grab it without saying anything or really indicating to Magni even to keep this guy clueless.
Okay, so that's going to be...
Yeah, I was picturing it as Magni gets headbutted, stumbles back, and J-Bat just runs up and takes the gun from his waistband.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah,
That's how I
I'll take
picture
that.
it.
So let's do dexterity plus, I guess this would explicitly be larceny. Do you have
I
points
have
in that?
no,
Okay, what?
so 2 dice.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. You can have +1 for the fact that it's a big ass gun, honestly.
Okay.
And that I'm stunned. So
Yeah,
I
you're
just don't
And I
even-
know where it is, probably. So
Yeah,
Magni
true.
can stick it in his pants. Ah, a 6 and a 7, but no success.
You didn't roll 3 dice?
Jeez.
Oh, the other was a 2.
Oh, okay.
Not even worth mentioning, that loser.
Well, then what that means is that, like I said, basically you sort of spend this turn trying to get at it, and eventually you do grab it, but by then the melee has kind of moved into a new phase, and you are right out of options to use it this turn. But eventually you get the gun, because, you know... Or unless you want to dramatically fail, but I don't know.
No,
He
it's
shoots my dick off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just fucking pop the safety and shoot him in the asshole.
a little too close of a fight for a dramatic fail right now.
Yeah, trolling. This game has infinite throw potential.
Oh yeah, truly.
Alright, the phone rings at the house.
And nobody's there to pick it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. I guess I'll probably be the one to pick it up. I got it.
Okay.
Hello, this is Dent.
I'm trying to think. I know that this is happening, but I'm trying to think of... I think this is how it would go. It's Frank.
Hey, Frank. How's it going?
Shitty. There's a real situation down at the disco thing. It's not looking super good from what we can tell. We had some people outside. We're gonna send a car. There's gonna be a woman, female kindred, Dottie. You're gonna go there.
Hold on. What's this disco thing? What is going on?
It's like a dancing bar where they play records or whatever, and you know, it's black people shit. But look, it's where we have the moots. It's Elysium. You're not allowed to fight there, and sources say big fucking fight there right now, and it's gonna need a cleanup crew.
Ooh, wait. Who's involved in this fight?
Your fucking roommates, man.
I could have figured. Magni?
One of them, yeah.
Big dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, Viking looking. Okay.
Look.
All right. I don't know how much we can really do, but I guess we can head down there if you...
Well, I don't know what it's gonna look like, but like I said, they're probably gonna need body haulers, so you'll do as good as anyone, kid. Bring the other one.
Yeah, whatever you say, Frank. I gotcha.
Click.
And the other one.
I owe him one. God damn it.
All right.
Yeah, so I'll just recount that to Laszlo.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can haul bodies. I just did that.
Listen, let's just make sure we hang back a bit, because the last time Magni went off, I don't know, it's pretty scary. I don't want him to come after us, okay?
All right, so you guys hang around, get your shoes on, coats on. If I remember correctly, the night is still fairly young. I would say it's probably
Yeah.
11 now. Or it'll be 11 by the time that you guys get picked up.
Gotcha.
Basically, at a certain point, there's a little beep beep out in the driveway.
Yep. Well, definitely head out. Make sure I got my gun
Okay,
concealed.
yeah, bringing it. All right.
Maybe there's some extra ammo.
Laszlo, anything in particular you're bringing, or are you just bringing yourself?
I'm bringing myself. I don't know what I could bring.
Yeah. Okay, so the words of Frankenstein rattling around in your head. You head downstairs and see a fairly unassuming, not like insanely nice, but decent consumer car. Pretty well cleaned. And inside of it is a... okay, that's exactly what I was thinking of. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I was going to say that you see a young woman, although you obviously don't know how old she is. White, smooth complexion. Her hair is in like a sort of small ponytail. It seems like she has relatively short hair, and I was going to say that she's wearing a pinafore. I was like, I think that's the right word. And it is. It's basically a dress like this and turtleneck.
Oh,
I think the dress
okay.
and turtleneck combo is pretty much perfectly accurate.
Oh yeah.
And she looks at you with the intensity of a certified Ventru, certified in Ventru, Vent Victus, as it were, and says, Dent.
Yeah, that's me. Let's go.
All right.
This is Laszlo, by the way.
I gathered.
Hello.
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 She has both of you get in the back seat. If either of you try to get in the front,
I'm
she
not
goes,
surprised.
no. And she looks back and says, I'm Dottie. We're going to the club, and not for fun.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it's going to be very fun at all.
She sort of reaches around and opens up the median of her car and pulls out a box of surgical gloves and goes, we might need these, and then puts them back on top of the median and takes off pretty quickly away from the driveway. Now back in the room, it is Miss Wendy's turn.
Miss Wendy.
Sorry, Miss Lizzie. Too similar.
When did she get
4,
here?
5, 6. Yeah.
That would be enough to make Magni stop fighting.
Yeah, right.
He would be baffled.
Level 3 blood bonds be like. Alright. Ooh. She's gonna hit again. This time, just a nice, solid punch to the chest. Deva are good at fighting, bro. Let me just say. And then, top of the order, it's time for the big grapple.
Are we still grappling?
Yeah. Cause
I thought he had broken out.
No, he used the damage move in the grapple. So you guys basically went back to neutral. It's like fucking fireball damage every time this dude tries to punch somebody. Like dice, damage dice. Alright, I'm showing 5 with 2 10s to try and convert. 1 converts. It converts again.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the other one does not. So I'm showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I had 6.
Alright. He got you.
Yeah. Just barely.
I think what he's gonna do is shove you away and retain action priority. So then what he does is you watch as a couple of the wounds in his chest, mostly from the knives, are going to close up. Okay, so yeah, you watch him exert some vitae, and I'm gonna say that a lot of it is fixing up actually your bite wound and then maybe one of the stab wounds. And so I would say that he still looks fucked up, but it's more like he only has a couple of major stab and, bite-looking wounds versus his sort of general tableau of being completely torn up. But he did have to use vitae for that, and you did take vitae from him. So it's not all looking so rosy for him. And then that's his turn, and because grapples happen on the higher of the two characters' initiatives, now it's your turn.
Okay.
And you guys are all just sort of relatively equidistant on the dance floor now that the grapple's been broken. Because every time Miss Lizzie gets a strike in, she kind of steps back for a little ways and prepares to go again.
Okay. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna punch him.
Okay.
Thinking for a long second there about it, whether or not to grapple him again.
Yeah.
Gets away, and I just get back here.
Come on, motherfucker. Here you can have pugilism, so it's 10 dice minus 7 defense for a total of 3.
Okay. Okay, I got 2 successes.
Okay, nice.
I gotta love the 10 agains.
Yeah. Okay, so I imagine it as he throws you off, absorbs some blood, and, like, puts up his dukes, but because he's, like, frenzying and insane, he, like, just has flat hands up and is kind of, like, snarling at you, and then you just, like, sprint in and clock him with a haymaker, like, just right past his guard, like he's not even fucking paying attention, because you're better at fighting than he is, and he goes, because he doesn't like wasting blood and having his heals reversed. And unless you're going somewhere specific, that's the turn.
Yeah, then
Alright.
I think I'm staying pretty close.
Jean-Baptiste, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna see if I can figure out this gun here.
Alright. It's huge. It is like the size of your forearm. But I would say it looks enough like a flintlock pistol that you're like, alright, I got it.
Yeah.
Plus, it's
Hammer,
easier to fire
trigger.
than one, technically.
Yeah, easy enough to fire that a child could figure it out.
And they do.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to shoot this guy. Is it just dex and firearms?
Yeah, so ranged combat, you are inside its range. Do you want to aim for anything specific?
No, because I would definitely miss.
Yeah, he also doesn't get to subtract defense, because he can't block it. So, yeah, dex plus firearms.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
I am aiming for not Magni. No success.
What was the pool?
2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you hold it up, and then boom! It would be fucking deafening in the sort of somewhat low-ceilinged enclosure of the discotheque, and the shot goes pretty wide. Your wrist, like, cranks 90 degrees. You're like, oh, that would have hurt if I was mortal. That shit almost flew out of my hand. But luckily, your cold, dead hands keep a grip on it, and the bullet embeds itself in the dance floor. Yeah.
You better stop or I'll get you with the next one.
I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna do it again.
I'm gonna keep shooting till I hit you.
Why is there no GIF that says active shooter in the building? Because, like, there's that meme that's like, you need to stop yelling active shooter in the building when you make a free throw in Rec Basket. Yeah. Miss Lizzie. She kind of looks at you like, dude, what the fuck? You're shooting guns in my thing. But then, you know, realizes the gravity of the situation and is like, all right. I think she would say knife to you, Jean-Baptiste, and like hold her hand out.
Oh, yeah, I'll give her the knife.
Okay.
For a second, I thought she was commanding me to use my knife, and I'm like, how rude.
No, I just got this gun.
Yeah, see how big and loud it is? This has got to be better.
It's really cool. Also, I haven't hit him with the knife for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, I've been trying that, Lizzie. No, her with the knife, though, that I can trust.
Let's see. Okay. She's gonna spend another point of blood here. And she's gonna get some dice reductions. Oh, one less because Magni punched him. I don't think that you shooting a gun at him takes a point of defense away, since he doesn't use defense to defend against it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just a gunshot goes off.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, she got a hit. Okay. I was gonna say Lizzie, but she did it. So, another point of damage sinks home, and you guys are starting to think, okay, well, this guy looks almost as bad as he did before he healed, so that's got to count for something. And then it goes top of the order.
Yeah. He healed, and then we immediately beat the shit out of him again.
Hey, that's how it goes. At this point, I think what's gonna happen is that he's gonna try and reach out and smack. I'm gonna roll for it. Because you and Lizzie are both in his face, Magni. You want to be odds or evens?
Evens.
Okay.
I always like the roll for targets.
Yeah, it tends to make a lot of sense. Bad news bears is that he got an 8, so he's coming for you. Let's see. What's your defense?
My defense is 6.
Okay. This guy is going to go sicko mode and spend a point of vitae, which he is getting low on. You can tell he looks dry. To add 3 more dice to this attack with his kindred strength. So you watch as his hand and arm get extra fucking jacked looking. I'm sorry, one more time, how much defense? 6?
Oh, I'm here.
I'm looking for Magni.
Okay. Well, I'm not here then.
No.
Sorry, I unplugged my mic.
Okay, no problem. I figured it was something like that, because I was like, well, he was just here, so... how much
The
defense
lightning
again?
strike struck me.
Yeah.
I have 6 defense.
Okay, cool. So you're going to pull 6 dice out of his 16 dice attack pool. And
Jesus Christ.
He's coming to... he's going to try and donut you, basically, as well. Honestly, it could have been worse. It's going to be 3 bashing damage, so not quite a donutting.
Okay.
This is what I mean
Yeah,
by that, by the
definitely
way.
could have been worse.
Anyway, so this dude settles for smashing you in the stomach with a punch that feels like it could break a 2x4 in half against a wall, like with no leverage. And you feel it smash a rib or two to smithereens, but they're smithereens you can probably heal later, so Yep, another 3 bashing
Whoa.
to Magni.
Okay.
And
I thought this dude was much closer to death.
y'all wish.
Well, he is already dead.
True. Let's have Magni. Let's have the player characters' turns, and then we'll go to the car.
Okay.
Also, worth noting that in Frenzy, vampires don't get wound penalties, so this guy's fighting like he's in top condition and will be until his boxes are full of lethal, so... Which is to say, he seems less hurt than he is.
Yeah, I'm gonna grapple him.
Okay.
I'm tackling him again.
Alright.
Or just bear hugging.
Now, yeah, back at it with the grapple duel. Right? Oh no, you attack him with this, and then you lose 7 dice on your pool, so roll 2, right?
Yes, I think so.
Would you like to spend a point of blood to get 3 more dice by gaining strength like he did?
Sure.
Okay, so you use your kindred strength. It has an even cooler name that I'm forgetting. And infuse your muscles. No. That's the... Everyone can do what you just did.
Okay.
And takes you back down to 6 vitae. And yep, now you can roll 5 dice to get this guy, and 1 success will do it.
Oh, and I got 1 success.
Nice. All right. Yeah. How do you take him down this time from neutral?
I'm gonna flavor it as like he punches me in the stomach, and as he pulls his hand back, I'm running toward, like, rushing him to grab him.
Right. You're... Yeah.
Like I'm almost like I accepted the punch to get the bear hug.
Yeah. Sounds good. Except you don't let go at any point. Yeah, but similarly, I think that he kind of just takes it at that point. You grab him and he's like, oh fuck, he's grabbing me, and then you boom bring him to the ground. And that, I believe, is your turn, because
Okay.
now you're in it, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, okay.
He's in it to win it.
Because it wasn't exceptional, just regular. J-Bat, they're hugging again. You can still try and shoot him.
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I think I'll kind of take a second and sort of step side to side, get a little closer, and just like trying to find my angle with this massive ass gun. And let's see what I can do with 2 dice. Still no success. So I'm just like, blasting.
It's awesome.
Blasting fucking holes in the wall.
Yeah, that one almost hits a chandelier. Okay, then how about we're in the car again?
Okay.
At this point, Miss Lizzie is carrying this fight with her steady chip damage. Hey, it happens. Okay. So, do either of you have any questions for Dottie as she's driving?
Yeah. Dottie, have any kindred, met their final death or anything, or what's the situation?
We're hoping so. Apparently, the details are kind of fuzzy because we don't have anyone on the inside, but the people watching the entrance said that the only kindred that went in were your 2 guys and a regular named Roy Castor. He's
Okay.
cult affiliated, Circle of the Crone. type of guy. Normally, he's apparently one of the best customers. I don't usually get down to their Elysium. Well, once in a blue, but the point is that apparently whatever happened inside sent a torrent of kind streaming out into the streets, screaming their head off about, you know, all kinds of stuff. So, the police are being delayed by Prince Ed as much as possible, but we need to get there and clean the place up before it gets raided or something of that nature. So
Magni seems to cause those kinds of situations.
Poor Magni, he didn't even do anything this time. He's genuinely trying to help.
But Dent's just it was fucking guy. Cleared out another fucking bar.
Yeah, so she kind of gives her spiel, you know, these guys seem to have caused some kind of major disturbance in Elysium, which, notably, the number one thing that you're not supposed to do in any Elysium, because that's an established thing in Requiem, is fight in them. You're not allowed to do that. So whoever this Roy guy is, he is completely dispensed with social niceties at this point. And Dottie would look at you at a certain point as you guys are getting close to the area of downtown that it's in and say, "Do I know you from somewhere?"
Me? I don't think so.
Okay. You weren't ever in Olympia, were you?
Yeah, I used to live out there back before.
He was a teacher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I taught at the college there.
Okay, well, the college thing isn't ringing a bell, but no, I don't know. I just feel like we've crossed paths or something. Something is, I don't know. It's probably nothing.
No, it's a small world.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you now, anyway.
Right. And she would kind of look at Laszlo in the rearview mirror like, I don't know where the fuck you're from. I don't recognize your ass, bro. I don't know what your problem is. Laszlo, do you have any questions or any input? You've kind of been getting shafted the last two sessions, story-wise.
How are we gonna most efficiently clean everything up?
It's my understanding that this place keeps some kind of crematorium on site, so hopefully, or a morgue or something. So Google, how do you prepare a body for cremation? Okay, that's actually fine. That's fucking insane. They cremate you in your clothes?
Why?
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
If
Might
they
as well.
did, they would have to pay a guy to strip dead bodies naked.
Well, they do worse
Yeah.
than that. They embalm the shit out of them if you're doing anything else, but I guess you're right.
Yeah, but it's like,
Yeah.
might as
Well,
well burn some clothes into the atmosphere.
yeah. That's
That'll be
interesting. I read this one thing that was like, this is just a total detour. Actually, I'm going to say this is something that Dottie says. So she explains to Laszlo they're going to probably burn whatever bodies they need to burn, and then it's mostly going to be up to me and whatever other Ventru are there to get people away and mind wipe people and make it like it never happened. The top level officials are dealing with the cop shop stuff, so hopefully we'll have a couple of flunkies walk the place and declare it clean. But, you know, the reason that these people are able to establish themselves as Elysium in this city is because they have the resources to deal with small breaches like this. We just have to move what they tell us to move and mind wipe who they tell us to mind wipe.
Right, that makes sense.
And then she says, I read in the paper recently about a funeral home. It was a phony funeral home where they were taking the people's bodies of their loved ones and they were giving them back ashes from a charcoal grill in urns and things like that. And they just kept the bodies in a room in the back of the quote-unquote crematorium and just let them decompose in the room.
Insane.
And the neighbors found out because of the smell. And
who would do that?
And she looks at you dead in the eyes and says, mortals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it hits Laszlo really hard there.
Yeah.
Just, damn, mortals can do that shit.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta take the good with the bad, you know?
And she says, we would have at least had the decency to eat them first.
I'm sure that's not always true.
Well, I hate to see good blood go to waste, Dent. That's all I can say.
I could say the same.
And then this young woman who looks for all the world like she's 20 years old, but carries herself with the air of a person who's at least 50 or 60 in her confidence and prowess at driving, is going to bring the car to a halt outside of La Discotheque. And then inside, I think we're time shifted
Pulls
here.
up and hears gunshots. Oh,
Potentially,
not,
yeah, but
Okay.
it's possible. But I think that unless you guys want to get in on this fight, I'm gonna say we're time shifted mostly.
Nah, we can time shift. I'm not a fighter.
All right.
We're not the fighters.
Sounds good. Okay, back inside, it's Miss Lizzie's turn, and she's gonna make another attempt on this guy. That one's a miss. She had been so consistent. She is unfortunately going to miss in the heat of the grapple and not be able to stab. And then it's your guys' collective grapple turn.
Okay, the contest.
All right, here it goes. 9 for you.
I got 6 successes.
Okay, I'm showing 5 with 2 10s. 1 converts, the other doesn't. So that's also 6, so let's go again.
Okay.
You struggle for a moment. This one's a lot less good.
I'm showing 4 with 2 10s.
Okay, I got 3 total.
And 1 converts, so I got 5.
Okay, so you succeed with 2 over him. What do you want to do here?
Bite him.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah, let's see. Yep, so you would sink your teeth in, and you're going to take 2... or you deal 2 bashing to him, and you remove 2 vitae from him as well. And this dude seems to be deconstituting. He is not looking well.
It's dissolving.
Yeah, he's not feeling good. So that brings you back up to 8. And again, more of this vitae is coursing through you, and there's a moment where you're just like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, everything makes sense when you're drinking violently from another vampire.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this guy is not melting, but he's getting fucked up. Let's see. Now it's J-Bat's.
Yeah, eventually one of these bullets is gonna hit this guy. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna roll different dice. These ones haven't been doing well. Ooh, good thing I did. Because that's 2 successes.
Damn. All right. So that's pretty good. You shoot this guy. Where do you want to hit him? Chest? Seems fair.
Yeah, I think I'm just going for, like, center of mass.
I feel like you basically run over to them when they're prone and Magni's drinking from him again, and you're just like, boom! Like, you just, like, almost point blank him. Like, there's no way I'm missing this. And the bullet...
Yeah, I imagine the first 2 he's kind of figuring out the gun too, and then this one he's like, okay, I'm just gonna put this close enough that I can't miss.
Yeah, and then it does indeed smash into his chest next to another large knife wound that he already had, and bursts in, and, you know, a mortal, this would be a devastating, lethal, killing blow, or in many cases would be something like that, but here... You know, this guy's pretty hardy, so it just sinks into his body and blows out like a couple chunks of meat and blood. But he just barely has enough to keep squirming. And then it's going to be Miss Lizzie's turn. Let's see what she can make happen. Now you guys are truly dogpiling him. This is it at its finest. Okay. And that's going to be enough. She follows up and basically just slashes across his throat with the blade now that he's gripped, and almost cuts your face, Magni. And then you basically feel him rictus up and stop fighting. And yeah, he just kind of goes stiff in your arms, but he's not... Do you let go of him to observe this?
No.
Okay.
Because I think Magni thinks he's still alive.
Sure. Basically, he just
He
sort
thinks
of...
death is ashes.
Yeah, fair enough. This guy stiffens out and basically becomes like a human corpse, so a bunch of blood starts oozing out of all of his wounds, which, when a kindred bleeds, it's not vitinated blood. Like, you can only lose you only lose vitae through wounds that are like aggravated damage, and only that is in rare cases where like so much of your body is getting chewed up that there's nowhere for the basically strong vitinated pigmented blood to sink away to. But here he starts losing a lot of just juice, filler blood all over the floor from his various wounds. And Lizzie says, he's in torpor. We got to cut his head off.
I think I'm going to try to do what I did with the last guy and just rip his head off with my hands.
Okay.
I will use vigor to do that if I'm able to.
Use the blood thing.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, you pay a vitae and you add 3 dice to the pool, and you can pretty much do that whenever. There's some restrictions, but yeah. So that's going to be strength plus athletics plus 3, and that's going to be contested by some of his stats. What's your pool?
11.
Okay. I think what makes sense to me... Oh, it would almost certainly be contested by his stamina, because that's like his physical resistance skill. So,
okay.
You said 11?
Yeah.
Lose 3 dice, go to 8, and roll.
Okay. I got 4 successes.
Okay. I'm realizing that I probably did that wrong, and what I should have done was let you roll your full pool and had a target number of successes be his stamina, so that you needed to get 3 successes, but even with the chopped pool, you got it. So, another burst of strength fills you, and I imagine you kind of just like, I almost imagine it like you get your feet up onto his shoulders and sink your fingers into his neck and just like try and crank on it and rip it off.
Yeah.
And it happens. The guy's head separates from his body messily and a lot more difficult, I would say, than it was to get a Khan's head off for whatever reason. And another spurt of blood sprays on you.
Yay.
I think Magni would attribute that to almost like an adrenaline rush when he was fighting the first time.
Well, you were frenzying,
like,
so that's explicitly
true.
true.
I'm saying that's where, that's what he imagines it as, is like, oh, I'm not as pissed this time, so it's
totally
harder.
And basically, where you would have expected him to disintegrate into ashes, he instead rots away like a corpse that has been dead for like 3 years. Because that is how this works, where you only become ashes. When you experience final death, your body atrophies to the state of decay it would have gotten if you died when you actually died. So a pretty significant amount of his skin dries up and sloughs off, and his meat is kind of turning into goo in some places, but you mostly have a pretty meaty, clothes covered skeletal guy in your hands with a lot of dried flesh and muscle still on him, and his face kind of withers and rots away until it's a necrolitized skull with a bunch of hair and meat hanging off of it. And Miss Lizzie says, I had a knife right here, but that also is fine. You are just covered in blood. She doesn't make that observation, but it's true. So once again, the fight ends and Magni is head to toe drenched in blood and vitae. And now there is 6 dead or dying bodies around this room.
6, holy shit.
Something like that.
It's rookie numbers.
So outside, well, actually, okay, one more thing inside, which is that Carla rematerializes the Nosferatu, and she sort of walks up next to you guys and tells Miss Lizzie, there's 2 survivors. I moved them into the back room. And you can see that there is, in fact, only 3 mortal bodies lying on the floor. So I explicitly lied when I said 6 just then. 2 of the dudes are going to make it, and 2 of them are dead where they stand. One because the pint glass basically just brained him right there, and the other one because after he got his arm ripped out of his socket, he got thrown and broke his neck on the ground. And the other 2 were unconscious and are in the back room, it seems.
And the woman?
Oh, dead as fuck, dude. She had a lot of her face ripped off, and her throat was torn out, and her arms were cut off, and her legs were cut off, and her eyeballs were plucked out as it goes.
You said 4 humans died?
No. 3, 2 survived, and I was counting Roy, the vampire.
Okay.
Yeah. So all in all, comme ci, comme ça. I think Miss Lizzie would help you up. Try and take the head out of your hands. And then she would... Well, now we'll go outside. Then you guys stop in the parking lot of this place. There's a couple people kind of nervously milling around. It looks like they might be waiting for people that are still inside, but they're afraid to be let in, / the doors are now closed to the entrance. And then the front door of the car that you guys are in opened seemingly of its own accord with no one there. And then it shuts, and then Spencer materializes in the front seat.
Oh my god.
And he isn't using face in the crowd right now. And so you can see for the first time what he actually looks like, which is a white guy with like towhead blonde hair, you know what I mean? Like platinum blonde hair. Sort of slicked back. He has like an old-fashioned face, very like 30s, 40s looking type of guy. And he's wearing his like nondescript kind of large black pea coat, greatcoat thing, and sunglasses. And he looks back at you guys and sort of grins. And even though he now looks normal, relatively speaking, he still sounds like this. Evening, boys.
Have you been there the whole fucking time?
No, you just saw the door open.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Just here to do some cleaning. Watched it all go down. You ready?
Oh god.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll follow you.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, and you guys follow his lead as he leads you out of the car and goes up to the front door, and the receptionist or whoever buzzes it open for him, and he pushes through. And she doesn't even protest. She kind of knows what this means, or knows who these guys are. And then you go up into the club, up a sort of little back and forth stairwell with a lot of posters for local, jazz acts and different, special nights at bars and community performances pasted up in the stairwell until you reach a large, metal reinforced front door that is closed. There's no guard in sight at the moment. I'm going to revise that. The guard is there, and he's just sort of standing there, very freaked out. Just a guy. Also, clearly Gould, though, probably. And he looks like he's going to protest, and then Spencer just reaches past him and knocks loudly on the door, and then you guys inside hear that. And then I think Carlo would go answer the door, and you guys see that it is your boys and 2 other vampires who Jean-Baptiste would recognize both of, because Dottie was one of the people that was in the Space Needle. She was the one that I described as sort of Great Plains looking, wearing like a picnic dress kind of thing. The female one that wasn't Sarah that was there.
Yes. I have Invictus Lady 25 brunette braids written down.
Yeah, exactly. And so now you guys are united, and you see that Magni seems to have killed another kindred. How does this all go down?
I think my first reaction is going to be to bow to the lady and then just start explaining exactly what happened from when I started seeing it.
Okay, which would be that you saw them mid-fight kind of thing, or that you saw...
Basically just start explaining that this dude was going absolutely mad. He was just trying to kill everyone, it seemed, and then we stopped him. Sort of give him a rundown of, 3 dead people and 2 living ones and all that stuff.
I think Spencer would say, "Thank you for your candor. What has befallen your best customer, Miss Lizzie?" And she would say, "Looks like he was a Draugr at the end of the day. I don't know how long. He'd been hiding it pretty well. He must have been blushing every time he came in here for months and months, because I never noticed anything weird at all. But once he got busy, I mean, you can kind of see now, but he was all skeletal. He looked like he had totally lost the plot." So she's suggesting that this guy hit 0 humanity and became a Draugr, which is basically just a relentless, constant frenzy killing machine in some cases. Sometimes they act more like serial killers, where they can sort of pretend to be normal, but this guy, the brakes fell off and he just went nuts, is sort of her assertion.
Gotcha.
And then he's going to say, "Well, ladies, if you would, I would appreciate you allowing the conspiracy of silence to work its magic." And he kind of gestures to the 2 Ventru, and says, "Show them to the live ones." And then the other ones, he looks at Laszlo, Magni, and Dent, and says, "Clean this place up." And
Roger, boss.
when he says it to Magni, it's almost like, "Clean you up." You gotta fucking take care of that crap.
Clean up your mess.
I think he would actually specifically say, "You're responsible for the cremation of the kindred." And then basically, I think Carla would lead Dottie and J-Bat to a door at the back of the room that is going to lead you to the survivors. And then Miss Lizzie will take the others of you to the crematorium, basically.
Gotcha.
So if you don't mind, J-Bat, I think maybe we do the crematorium scene first.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there
Generally,
anything else?
what am I gonna be doing so I can think of stuff?
There's going to be 2 injured men that you have to, Men in Black style, convince that what they know happened didn't happen, or happened in a way that, reduces the damage to the masquerade, essentially.
Okay.
And
I already kind of had an idea, so
yeah,
I'll be
He's had practice.
Yeah, and I think that also he basically would fill everyone in and say, like, don't worry about the official story. The police are being dealt with in this instance. Like, we've got that one covered. And yep, so that is what we're gonna do. Guys, there's some bodies. Who wants to do what? There's eventually going to be someone cleaning the floors, I'm sure, although there is a bartender ghoul who is still here and can help you guys, because this place seems to employ roughly 3 ghouls, some of which might be thralls rather than full-fledged ghouls.
Yeah. I would say I'd go up to one of them and ask for like something to wrap these bodies up in, so we can throw them in the car.
I'll be right behind Dent.
The car?
Yeah.
He says,
the
crematorium's upstairs, sir.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, I'll get some
We
sheets.
just gotta grab
But he... what's up?
I think Magni, I'm just gonna grab the Roy by the shirt and drag him.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna hold his head in one hand and his shirt with the other, and drag his body.
Sounds good. Dent, eventually this guy shows up with a bunch of linens, some sheets and towels and stuff. Kind of starts throwing towels on the puddles of blood, and also gets out like an insane industrial-sized tub of like oxygen-destroying bleach.
Yeah,
And a
I'll just
mop.
grab Laszlo and we can start
Yeah.
hauling fucking bodies together.
Sounds good. It would take you guys a couple minutes to sort of bind them up, and then Miss Lizzie would sort of say, I think she would say, I appreciate your stoicism, Magni, but I would like you to stop trailing his blood all over my floor. If we could perhaps get one layer of sheet, and then you can carry him.
I'm just gonna pick him up and put him over my shoulder so it's not dragging.
She would basically just kind of follow you at this point. Not like... I think when you do that, she makes a weird face, but it's not like disgust. It's almost like she thinks that's funny, but like a little bit sad or something. She makes a face that you're having trouble placing and then just follows you. Or, well, she would go, okay, well, the door's this way then. And the other guys, are binding things up. Can I have let's have a strength check from... Strength plus athletics for both Laszlo and Dent.
Oh god.
How strong is Laszlo?
Quite.
Okay. Well,
Yep,
I'll
I'm
be
a
fine with
3.
Oh, that is quite strong.
Okay, 5
that.
dice
I mean,
for me.
I think it would be a chance die for me.
There's no
I have
fucking way.
I have 1 strength and no athletics.
Holy. Okay, essentially what that
I'm like
means,
a
you can roll
slightly
it.
overweight teacher.
Well, you can roll it, but what that means is there's very little chance of you being able to haul a human body upstairs by yourself.
Yeah, no.
Which is impressive.
I wasn't planning
Alright,
to
2
do that in the
successes.
first place.
Alright, so Laszlo can do 1 by himself.
Okay.
Dent, want to roll a chance die?
Yeah, I did not. I got a 4.
Okay. Want to make that an exceptional? I'm not even fucking... You can't slow
No.
this down. I was going to say, what it
that
would
would just be annoying.
is that... Yeah, it would be. You just drop... You try and pick one up on your own, and then you just drop him head first off the stairs, and he just... but anyway, no, so you have to team lift with a ghoul, and so this whole process is basically going to take a little longer than it otherwise would, because Laszlo gets a body that he can fireman carry, and then the two of you, I mean, they're big dudes mostly, are team lifting the other guy, and the woman is sort of being wrapped up by Miss Lizzie for a moment, and she leads you guys up another stairwell, through a locked door into a stairwell, and then you guys go up and you're sort of in a hallway with a couple of branching doors off of it, and she goes down to one, takes another key off of her key ring, which was tucked somewhere in the lining of her jumpsuit, and opens it up, and shows you guys into a room that basically consists of like 2 steel gurneys and a giant oven that you can slap the bodies in to burn them. And it looks like Carla or someone took the liberty of turning the oven on while the fight was going on, because it is almost to temperature, she says. And then she looks over at you and... or Laszlo and Dent, and says, I'm not sure we've met. I'm Miss Lizzie. I run this bar, and usually it's a safe place.
Mm-hmm. I'm Laszlo.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Carrying a body. Mhm.
What can you do? I'm like out of breath.
What are what are you gonna do?
What can you do? It's just how it works sometimes, you know. Nothing you can do about a Draugr. That's crazy.
Yeah. Let's see.
2 out of 3 bars Laszlo's been in have been the sites of murders.
Hey, common
make it a hat.
denominator.
Good old bar fight.
Yeah.
It's a trope for a reason.
Yeah, and one that I gleefully engage in. And Magni, she lets you sort of throw the body of Roy in there first. Do you just chuck the head in as well?
Yeah.
Okay, and the kiln is fired up, and she says, it has room for one more. Let's slide him in as well, and takes the wrapped up bleeding bundle off of Laszlo's shoulders, and Laszlo, you watch as what was, 20 minutes ago, a human being with hopes and dreams, wants and needs, desires, fears, and loved ones, be slid across a sort of gritty stone, basically tabletop, and pushed up to the mouth of a place where flames will engulf it and destroy it completely. And then Miss Lizzie looks at you, Magni, and she says, this might sound strange, but I kind of think we're related.
Didn't you
so?
already have that scene?
Yes. Do you know a Miss Wendy?
Yeah. That's my, what,
Sire.
guess you could
Mom.
well, I think Maggie's
Oh.
gonna guess you could call her my mom.
Well, I guess you could call her my daughter.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
God.
Okay, the other way.
That's what Magni says. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
And she says, I suspected it when I first saw you, but the sympathy has finally clicked. I can tell 100% and you've confirmed it, but I am your Avis, as they call it, Magni. And you've met Delilah, I believe I've heard through the grapevine, although she didn't tell me who you were, because listen, you've met the extent of my little family, what was once my coterie, my beautiful coven. Happy to have you. You're my first grandchild, as it were. And the room begins to sort of smell like burning hair extremely strongly, and the industrial fan switches on and begins to blow the ashes out of a nondescript sort of chimney at the top of the large building that this place is housed in.
Might be really useful in the future.
I'm gonna laugh a little bit and be like, well, Grandma, you don't have to have a change of clothes, do you? As I look down at my
She looks at you in
blood-covered
fucking
clothes.
disgust.
Yeah. She would say, I'm sure we can rustle something up for you. Your size might be a little bit of a restrictive factor. What size pants are you, George? She says to the ghoul, and you guys compare pant sizes, and it's too small. And she says, go down to the coat room. Here, take off your shirt and pants, and I'll burn them.
Okay.
And then go to the coat room. There's often some spare changes of clothes in there. And then you guys sort of take you leave the other body and then go downstairs to get the woman's body, I assume. Unless Dent or Laszlo wants to have a conversation with Miss Lizzie while the others do their thing.
No, I would say I would just try to keep busy. I really want to get this shit over with.
Okay. She, I think, would eventually bug you guys while you're doing this, sort of on the way back up with the last body, and say, and now that she is sort of healed up, she looks a little hungry, but still looks very good. The kind of battle little specks of blood on her face and stuff just make her look even more fascinating. The book explicitly says that it's basically impossible for a Deva to look bad. They just look as cool as you can with whatever is going on with them. And
I remember that from the Goodwill conversation.
Yeah. And she says, does this mean that you two are Vickies as well? Invictus?
Thank you. We're a part of the organization, I guess.
We
Who's
haven't.
she asking this to?
We're
Not Magni. Magni's changing clothes.
we're trying to get a spot for ourselves here, you know.
Jean-Baptiste got sworn in all fancy. We didn't.
I understand. This is often the way of things. I assume he acts as a de facto leader for you of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a little off considering when he's from, but he's a good guy.
She, I think she would just sort of, your team lifting the body with her, Dent, the woman's, and she just sort of thoughtlessly takes it out of your hands and carries it like a baby. Like she didn't need you to be doing it the whole time.
Yeah.
And almost as though she's talking to the woman beneath the shroud, she says, these patterns, we see them all throughout time. They echo down and down and down. You know, the Ventru at the top of the little coterie. It's nothing new under the sun, or moon, I suppose. Jean-Baptiste, the Ventru at the head of the little coterie. You are ushered into a room. There is a man who looks like he has a pretty bad head wound, not bleeding necessarily, but he's sort of clutching his head, and then his wrist is like swollen and stiff. And it's worth noting that this entire place stinks to high heaven of blood the entire time. And you can hear these two men's heart beating quickly, boom, 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 as you're in here from the fear of not knowing what's going on, and you know, just generally what will become of them. And they're two guys. One of them is the guy that was trying to pick up one of the girls that you ended up with. You know what I mean? Not the guy that was clearly established as being in a relationship, but another one. And then the other guy you don't recognize. They're both sort of slender, youngish looking white guys. And they're kind of looking at you fearfully. And the other guy clearly has something very wrong with his leg. It looks broken.
I think I'll go to the guy I recognize.
Okay.
And I'm thinking my plan is gonna be to sort of introduce the idea that this was someone going crazy with a hammer to them. Because I feel like getting, you know, these injuries from an unarmed guy is just crazy talk, and essentially I'm gonna try to frame it as, no, you must be remembering wrong. Surely he didn't hurt you this bad without a weapon. Like, what are you, made of porcelain? Like, he had a hammer, it happened real quick, you're probably just not remembering things, right? Just try to basically gaslight and shame them into going, yeah, there was either believing the hammer or going, yeah, I should say there was a hammer.
Okay, so let's start with Dottie walks in with you and asks them, what happened here? And then the guy you recognize says, that guy went nuts. He was trying to stomp on that woman. He was trying to kill her. And then we ran at him, but he just threw us. I don't know what happened. I kind of hit my head, and passed out. And then the other guy says he was ripping them apart, just sort of quietly, and has like a faraway look in his eye.
Yeah, maybe I'll leave PTSD guy to her.
Okay. So do you suggest that to her? Like, do you want to just convene with her for a moment?
Yeah, I think so. Just sort of run my plan by her and be like, I think I could, even without mind control, get these guys to say there was a hammer, and then maybe I'll just sort of finish off the interrogation interview with that. With, like, dominate.
She says, fine by me, I'll take this one then. And then, since her guy can't move, she, like, gestures for you to take your guy out of earshot.
Yeah, I'll take him to the coat closet or something.
Yeah, you could just take him to the other end of the room. Maybe it's, like, a decent-sized little area. And then she begins quietly conversing with that guy, and you can feel momentary flares of what you assume to be dominate over there as her aura sort of grows and convulses a little bit, and tries to worm its way into this guy's mind. And then this guy looks at you and says, wait a second, you were at my table. You were hitting on the girls. Why are you here? Who are you?
Oh, there was the commotion, and I came back in to find this place in, well, the state it is now, and, I heard that you had been injured, or I saw you, and decided it might be a good idea to converse with you. It was no doubt a frightening event.
Well, right, but why did you come in while everyone was running? What if there was a fire? Are you a cop? What? I don't understand what's happening.
That's nothing you need to concern yourself with. I think what's more important is understanding what happened with you.
Well, I got thrown and I hit my head. I mean, he was a big guy. Can I go to the hospital?
That's not for me to decide, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Well, is there an ambulance coming? I think I have a concussion.
I'm
Can you
sure
turn the
all
light
the
off?
arrangements are being made. Yeah, I'll turn the lights off too much, probably.
Yeah, he's like, he would just kind of sigh and ask if you have a cigarette.
No, I do not have a cigarette.
He would say, after a second in the dark, kind of quietly, why would he have had a hammer?
Why would he have gone mad in the manner he did? The man was clearly a lunatic. Yes?
Well, sure. He did all that. Is everyone okay? Where's the rest of the people?
Some people have been hurt to varying degrees. There's the ambulances and other proper authorities will take care of it all.
Do you work here? I'm confused.
Okay, at this point, J-Bat's just gonna get frustrated and mesmerize him.
Okay. I would say at a certain point during that, you would have felt something slide and tap against your foot, and it's you could see in the gloom that it's a pack of cigarettes that Dottie threw at you.
Oh. Yeah, I think I'll try to mesmerize him by saying, take this cigarette, then.
Okay. You have to see his eyes, so might I suggest lighting the cigarette and doing it while you do that?
Oh, that is a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So you say, "Oh, well, here's a cigarette for you. I do have one." And then you light the end of it, and in the flare of the lighter's flame, yeah, let's go for mesmerize. So you need.
So versus his resolve and blood potency.
So do you? It's a subtraction, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Or no, it's versus.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Cool. Sounds good. He got one success. What do you got?
Okay, let's see. Ooh, one success.
All right. Again.
Well, the odds are in my favor at least.
Truly. I'm showing one.
No successes. How?
Okay.
That is 6 dice.
That is fucking brutal. Would you like to take a dramatic failure?
It's a good question. You know, I think I will. J-Bats was not expecting this morning.
Yeah.
Or
Evening.
this nightfall.
Yeah. He looks at you and let me see. Steadfast condition. He says, or what were you going to say as your mesmerize command?
Take this cigarette.
Okay. He looks at you and just sort of smokes it, and then in the dark again, you can see that no shine is on his eyes, and that it's failed. And he says, I don't know what this is, but I'm getting out of here. And then he goes to push himself up to his feet with his good arm. And he stands up, and unless you physically restrain him, he's going to walk out of the room, and you can't attempt to mesmerize him again in this scene.
I'm making myself laugh, but as he's getting up and walking away, I'm just gonna kind of take out Magni's gun and look at the, what's her name?
Dottie.
Dottie, yes. Just kind of look at her like, do you want to deal with this? I kind of messed up. I can just shoot him.
All right, let me roll for how she's doing on hers. That's what I have to do now.
Yeah, hopefully she's not getting a dramatic failure.
Yeah, what are the things that she gets? Blood potency plus dominate plus
Intelligence, expression plus dominate versus resolve.
Okay. She loudly says to her guy, "What happened here tonight?" in your own words. And he says, that man, he went insane with a claw hammer he had concealed in his pants. He hurt people. He tried to kill people. He almost killed me. And then she says, "What else happened?" And he says, "I saw them fighting. It seemed as though they were tearing each other apart, but it was a trick of the light, an illusion. Some people were seriously hurt, though." And she says, "Let's get you to the exit here." And then she's going to pick up her guy effortlessly like he's made of cotton candy. And then is going to push your guy in the chest. And then it's basically like get him away from the door so that she can walk out of it. And then she's going to look at you and say, "If it's a lost cause, it's a lost cause," and close the door. And then your guy is going to try and get out again and say, like sort of loudly after the other guy, "Nobody had a fucking hammer."
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to wordlessly hit him with a "look at the rabbits, George."
Okay, you want to shoot him with the gun.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna say that Dottie like sees you hefting it and sort of like hustles away from the door, like, oh fuck, this guy's gonna hear a gunshot.
This gun the size of my arm.
Yeah. Okay. Uh,
Feels the power.
do you hit him with a like hold on or anything like that to keep him still, or do you just stick it against his head and blow?
Yeah, I think I might do just like a wait, and then when he kind of pauses and starts to turn, go for it.
Okay, yeah. I see no way that this would go wrong. You're in a completely dark room, which appears like dim light to you, essentially. He has a major head wound, a broken, radius. He's in absolutely no condition to defend himself, and you are point blank with a revolver. So no rolls. You put it to his temple essentially as he's turning, or a little lower than that, and blow his head apart like a watermelon.
God.
You hear the trigger click, and the cylinder rotates, and the hammer hits home, and the gunpowder explodes, jerking your arm upright, and essentially the top half of his face is just liquefied, and chunks of his head are sort of spattering against the walls, and then his knees buckle, and he hits the floor. And you gotta make a humanity check.
Okay. What am I rolling?
Let me see. First of all, take a beat. Again, farming.
Oh yeah. So beat for the dramatic failure.
And for this, because when you test humanity...
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you get 2.
Cool beat farmer.
Yeah. I'm looking for if... So, Magni is also gonna get a breaking point for impassioned violence. Okay, yeah. Because I'm gonna say mostly because you ripped that guy's head off.
Okay.
Everything else, I mean, impassioned violence is a lot of things, but the kind of gritty, egregious, like, severe gushing violence that you were getting into is really what I'm concerned with Magni checking for. Like, beating someone down, just fists, no biting, probably wouldn't even trigger that because you're a boxer, but that was impassioned violence. And it's even impassioned killing, but the humanity 3 pool is the same as humanity 4. But J-Bat, that was that was also would you argue that was impassioned killing? You didn't premeditatively do that, essentially.
I don't know. It doesn't really feel impassioned. It's sort of a cold, clinical thing more than anything.
Yeah, you didn't do it. Doing it out of, like, in defense... I'm going to say categorically killing in defense of the masquerade goes under the premeditated killing, rather than impassioned killing. So
yeah, that sounds right.
Magni
decided to kill him and then did it because it's best for the masquerade.
Yeah, Magni check for humanity with 2 dice, and you do not have an active touchstone. So you are going to lose those 2 dice and go chance die. So only a 10 succeeds here. And then J-Bat, you get 1 dice, but because you have an active touchstone in Mary, it goes up 2, and you roll 3. One sec. -1 to all humanity degen checks because of having a Bane, so 2 dice.
Okay. Ooh, an 8.
Oh, I rolled a 9.
Okay, so that means that J-Bat passes, and maybe we could construe this as like this is somehow for Mary. Like you're the masquerade. Honestly, I think killing in defense of the masquerade as an inventru victim as a victus, fuck. It's inseparable. You get the idea.
I should not have had two
Invictus,
V words
Invictus.
for them.
Yes.
It's tough.
Killing in defense of the masquerade as one of the double purples is basically second nature, and you can kind of justify it to yourself like as much as you want, even to the point of going, this shit is humane. I'm doing this for humans. This is a human thing to do to save the world in this way that I've done now. So you get the beat and do not degenerate. Magni, you basically look at yourself and go, well, that's the second time in a week that I've pulled a man's head off, and the third time in a week that I've killed a living being. Something's fucking wrong with me. And because it was not a 10, which is the only thing that succeeds on a chance die, you go down to humanity 5. The good news is you no longer have to check humanity from falling into torpor, feeding from a child, reading your own obituary, or experiencing immense physical trauma.
New to-do list.
Yeah. Did you take that beat, by the way?
No, I have not taken a beat.
All right, I'll do it for you, and it brings you to 1 XP.
Was that for the humanity?
Yes.
Okay.
And then additionally, I know it's a lot of sort of fiddly bits we're doing right now. Would you like to cauterize impassioned killing so that you never have to check for humanity against it again?
Yes.
And take a bane.
With your track record, might be useful.
Yeah.
Notably, this still leaves you open to checking for impassioned violence and accidental killing and premeditated killing. So what's kind of interesting there is basically if you're hurting someone really bad, you psychologically will be better off killing them as long as you're doing it in the heat of the moment. Because
oh gosh, this guy's hurt. I should just rip his head off.
Yeah, because I feel like for Magni, yeah, you're gonna have to lean really heavily on like the mercy kill angle. Like, you know, look, I don't have another option, and I've gotten used to this whole killing and passion thing, so let's just do it type of thing.
Yeah.
So, let's get you a bane. Also, Dent and J-Bat, or actually, yeah, J-Bat, do you want to alert Dent that you've done this, and do you guys want to feed? How are you going to tell people that this happened, J-Bat?
Fucking corpse.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna come out dragging a partially headless body and then kind of direct Dent or Laszlo to the direction of the mess. So yeah, there's more to clean up that way.
I'll go clean up all the blood and such with
Why the fuck did you do that?
stuff provided.
I'm just gonna not even answer Dent.
Why do you think I did it, bro? He knew too much.
What the fuck?
He pissed me off. I couldn't mind control him.
Yeah, bro didn't fail the mind control check, so I murdered him. What do you think happened?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
passed everyone so far.
Should I do a quick strength roll to see if I can drag it fine or if I need help?
No, I think that since it's just the one body, we'll be okay here. And you have
I'll
Dent.
just roll to see how shitty I'm doing.
Yeah, let's. Why not?
5 and a 6, so probably just taking a long ass time.
Yeah. Okay. So when kindred hit certain points in their detachment, they can turn their monstrosity inward, growing spiritual scars over their emotional wounds. I fucking love that sentence every time I read it. When losing humanity, a character can take a bane and a beat. If he does so, he becomes unable to lose humanity from that particular breaking point again. However, each bane causes a -1 die penalty to further detachment rolls. So, Magni, you get another beat.
Yeah.
And we get to pick a bane for you from the list.
Magni checked the box that said, "I do plan on killing people brutally again."
Oh yeah. This will not be the last time.
Go to page 108 and we can look at the list.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Dent, you got, or how many vitae do you have, J-Bat?
I think it was pretty high. Let me see.
Looks like
I
7.
always forget it's on the thing. Yeah.
Okay,
7, right?
and then you have the visibly wounded tag, and you have 2 bashing damage. Do you want to heal and then start drinking from this yucky boy, or do you want to just let this guy's blood go cool because you don't eat chumps like this?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that guy's blood.
Okay, sounds good. Do you want to heal now or wait till the cleansing?
I think I'll wait.
Okay. Then Dent, you have 6, and you are starting to feel it, especially around all of this blood, which has the very cognitive dissonancy effect of, all right, I'm walking into this crime scene. Oh man, it smells like a fucking steakhouse in here. God damn it. There's like dead bodies
tasty
and brain matter everywhere. And even the room that J-Bat just committed a brutal fucking headshot kill in, when he opens the door, it like produces the same sensation in your salivary glands as when you like step into a pizza restaurant. You're like, holy shit, it's fucking reeks in here so good. Do you think... what I'm trying to say is that your beast is like, blood. You love free blood. Get some. Take it.
Talk about an easy meal.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about
I would
a nice
say
suit.
I would feel kind of disgusted by that and try and like rein it in with my beast. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I don't want to feed on a fucking guy with his head blown off. That's just like sad. Especially with all these people around, I still feel kind of awkward about it.
True. It feels a little bit like jerking off to you. You're like, oh, right here? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's more like eating a fucking steak that is off like on the ground covered in fucking dirt and shit.
Yeah.
And I just like pick it up off the ground and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's still good, bro. Trust me,
It's still good. Oh,
J-Bat
it's so
doesn't
good.
even
I'm
want
not
it.
like that fucking hungry, man.
All right. Well, let's look at a frenzy check, because I just want to see what your modifiers would be. And you are pretty well fed, you're right. But I just want to see what we would be looking at.
No, we can roll. That's always fun.
Okay.
Dramatic failure.
Would you say that you are surprised by this provocation, because you hear J-Bat's gonna take care of the survivors, and then J-Bat stumbles out with a bleeding corpse, and you're like, well, that's surprising. So
Yeah.
okay. So what's your resolve plus composure?
6.
Okay. You suffer a -2 from seeing a massive open wound and surprised by the provocation. And I'm calling for this because you're in, like I've said, an abattoir here, and you're getting hungry, and mostly because you haven't fed in like properly in several days.
Okay, so just 4 dice.
So with willpower, you can basically spend a willpower to leave the scene and add a +1 to the roll. Like you keep it under wraps for one more turn if this was like a combat scenario, or like a tense negotiation, and then you add 1. Do you want to do any willpower, or do you want to roll 4 dice?
No, I just rolled it.
Oh, okay. What do you got?
Yeah, I got 2 successes, actually, a 9 and a 10.
Okay.
So we're good.
Yeah. So you are
Oh, yeah.
set. You look at the guy, and your beast is like, seriously, fucking eat it, dude. Like, I'm dead ass. You need to eat that bullshit now. And you're just like, nope, I don't care.
Yeah.
Maybe pull out a cigarette or something, but other than that, you're set.
Yeah.
I
definitely pull out a cigarette.
And then instead, you wrap up the body and help Jean-Baptiste, and you guys are cremating the last of it. And Laszlo, we haven't actually checked in with Magni in a second. You are trying on pants and stuff in the coat room with George the ghoul. And
I like how the ghoul's still there.
yeah, he's like, here, try these. These came from I think some kind of obese man, if I remember correctly. Maybe these will work for you. And you put them on, and they actually fit pretty okay. You kind of have to cinch them up with your belt pretty good, though.
Okay.
Yeah, Magni grind set. Step 1, brutally murder a fellow kindred. Step 2, get new clothes. It never fails, bro. And then as far as shirts go, it's a while that you guys are sort of searching around, and the best you can find is a t-shirt that you literally have to like rip the sleeves off of to be able to wear, and then a suit coat that when you button it up looks like pretty normal. So mostly you're just wearing a suit coat over like a little skin of fabric.
Okay.
And he says, and what'd that guy ever do to you, man?
Hey, I was just helping your guys' business.
I'm just playing with you. I appreciate it, honestly. I didn't feel like having my head ripped off of my body tonight, so glad to see that burden passed on to someone else. Right. You're related to Miss Lizzie then, or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, you know, I'm not, but I get a little of her blood now and then, so pretty sweet deal. Want to go back out there?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
All right. Let me just close this place up. And he locks up the coat room. And yeah, you guys all sort of convene, burning some more bodies. And then the only person who's still working is Laszlo, who's currently using a rag to scrub gray matter and hair off of wall, and a pool of blood that's outside the door. What do you think this is making you feel? It's okay if it's like nothing. Also, like if he's just not on that wave yet. But I am curious, like how this would sort of resonate with him, like the way that these vampires have sort of come through and basically shattered 4 lives.
4, you say? Sounds like a familiar number.
And oh, sure, yeah, indeed, the 4 of you. Oh, you're 4. Correct.
Yes.
And this time they didn't even get a Laszlo out of it. Yeah, what do you think Laszlo thinks about human death? How does this strike you?
This is probably the most he's seen human death. It's just
I almost feel like
Just a
to
bit
him it
offensive.
would be like, this is how many people died to create me. Like it's
Yeah.
now he's seeing it in real life.
Sure.
Yeah, seeing these brains and it's like, oh, this is kind of what happened for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I'm picturing.
and it's actually a perfect distribution. So I'll say when you were wrapping them up, you get a good look at the woman and you get a good look at a man and your brain says Eric Taylor, and then you get a good look at the woman and your brain says Janine Anthony, and you get a another good look at the other guy that died, and your brain I'm not going to be able to pull up the notes of the other two's names fast enough. Your brain says
It's
Logan
Stephen
Miller
Wan.
and then Stephen Wan, yeah, for the guy that got his fucking head blown off here because he also died that way. And then somehow, you don't know how you access this, but you're like,
yeah.
oh yeah, that one of those people did get shot in the head. So this is interesting. But yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, I have to be knowing the supernatural because I only got one of their brains.
Yeah. And how about what's your intelligence plus occult plus good brain?
If you add all of those up, it's 8.
Yeah,
But if you seems one from good brain, it's 7.
why would it be more than one? What do you mean?
Yeah, so it's 7.
Oh, without the one from good brain?
I just don't understand how the dots correspond to what it means.
I'm just giving.
Yeah, I think it's 7 then.
Okay. Then roll 5 dice, please.
1 success.
When you were the girl, Baby Nod killed you,
Ugh.
and that's all that you get. You sort of remember like a flash, a really like you're having to struggle to hold on to the memory, but you're like, oh yeah, I got fucking killed by Nod. Shit. Or she did. I think your brain would sort of, or you would rush to correct yourself, like, that wasn't me. It's not the same thing, you know? But yeah, there's that. It's a beat session. I want everybody to take a beat for killing another one of the 4 kindred and progressing the main story.
Yeah, I was involved.
Including Laszlo. And then Laszlo for a vitriol beat and a minor milestone. This would be based on a minor instinctual. The fucking names for them are so impossible. Yeah, a minor instinctual. Tell me what you've learned comparing these 4 deaths to the 4 that created you. And you can take your time to sort of form a cogent sort of conclusion that Laszlo has come to regarding these acts of violence.
I think they are both acts of passion in a sense. This guy's passion to just murder people, and Lord Conrad's passion to make a new life, regardless of what it took.
So you would consider your creation to be an act sort of on par with a string of second-degree murders, I believe it would be? Or is it third degree, and then manslaughter is, like, no intention? Let me look it up.
Maybe a step more intense than what you just said.
Well, because the thing is that,
Right.
and so I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, second degree, that you would consider what he did to be a crime of passion akin to what Roy was doing.
Yeah, sort of a different kind of passion. Like, yeah. Hard
Okay.
to describe.
How does that affect your relationship to your existence? Does this make you feel sort of more or less sorry that you were born, comparing it to this other act? You can
Probably about the same, like maybe a little worse.
Okay, you can have a vitriol beat for all of that then.
Roleplay.
Yay. And regardless, you are cleaning up anyway. Other guys, anything else you guys need to do at the scene? I think at a certain point, Spencer would say, it looks like our work is more or less done here. Thank you for your cooperation.
Anytime, Spence.
I also don't think he even makes a point of... I don't think anybody says anything to J-Bat about, like, wow, you had to kill that guy, pussy. Like, I think everyone's just like, yeah, that was a completely reasonable outcome. It's impressive that that even one guy sort of made it out.
Yeah.
So that is one thing.
I think one thing I want to do is making sure Magni doesn't notice is... Oh, I can't think of her name right now, Miss...
Lizzie.
Yeah, Lizzie. Basically, I'm gonna run the idea by her of more or less giving Magni credit for killing this guy. And sort of, as I'm doing that, make it really clear. It's like, listen, I know you were doing a lot of the work there, but... You know, Magni would be really happy to stroke his ego a little bit and just sort of see how she would feel about being more or less discounted from the fight.
She looks at you. I think she sort of had like a decent sense of humor about this whole thing. Like, oh, great. My best customer turned out to be a Draugr. What a freaking day. And she looks at you kind of very seriously and narrows her eyes and says, Monsieur Jean-Baptiste, a killing in Elysium is nothing to be proud of. I don't think anyone should be trying to take credit for what we did here tonight. I did my part in protecting the peace. If Magni needs to think of this in some way to make him happy, that's his problem, but I'm personally going to try and forget that it happened, and will do my best to make sure that it never happens again.
Of course, I understand and agree completely. It's just, Magni is a rather interesting fellow. He does tend to take pride where perhaps he shouldn't, but...
Before you sort of like, huh, and turn away, like she would sort of catch you as you're like, okay, well, and she says, is he deeply unwell? Stressing the word deeply.
I do not believe so. The situations he's been put in have not helped him. I think under normal circumstances he would be a respectable individual. It's just an adjusting period for him.
He does seem young. And then she sort of thinks and says, so was that Roy fella. I think he was 19 when he was turned. It was 3 years ago. I remember it. Fucking crazy. And then basically things sort of just dissolve from there. Magni, you feel a bane coming on. Did you ever pick which one you think you want to do?
Yeah, I was thinking open wounds.
Ooh.
It's wounds do not heal. Or like they don't close. You can heal the damage from them, but the wound won't close until I sleep.
Okay. That's dope. She can heal health levels with Vitae, but the wounds do not close till she goes into sleep.
trying to decide between that and Rat King.
I knew that would be on the table, but I feel like that's just so deeply un-Magni, you know, that it's like
Yeah, well, I feel like that's also just undeva, like
yeah, totally.
repulsing everybody.
Yeah.
There's the sexy rat guy. It doesn't really work.
Hottest dude you've ever seen on a throne made of rats.
That's a bar, bro. That's sick. You need to follow up to that.
Yeah.
No touchdown. And then Bane. Open wounds. I think that's great. Yes.
Sort of thematic too.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, do you want to heal your damage here? Since you are bashed up.
It's 2 bashing damage per 1 vitae.
Yeah, you're looking at 3. 3 vitae's worth is what I'm getting at.
Sure.
Okay. Now I'm like, maybe Magni wanted to eat that guy. Maybe I was stressing the wrong person. But you go to 4, and I'll take care of your track. And at the end of the day, you walked away from that fight with more vitae than you started with, which is good. So you showed up starving, were temporarily sated, and now you're looking kind of hungry again. But come see, come saw. You know what? What I will do is Roy had 1 point of vitae in his system when you guys killed him, and we can say that you sucked it out. I'll give you that because you're an addict.
Okay.
I believe that while she was like, you know, I could have cut his head off or whatever, that you were just like just trying to get every last thing out so you can go to 5. Okay. We're kind of winding down in the session. We got 15. Oh, we got like 20 minutes actually, if you guys are down. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
You know, if we
Another
just
guy's
keep
head off.
murdering people, eventually there will be no one that we want to murder left. So
Very true. We only need
So
one
we
more,
just-
right?
Yeah.
yeah, say we
Easy.
just
We'll
keep
have to ask
letting
Frank.
that
Let's get-
loose.
Let's get. Well, we got to get Magni into another bar. Is all we need to do.
Yeah, get Magni into a bar with other kindred, and something will happen.
Get Magni
Yeah.
into a bar with an asshole, and that asshole will die.
Literally.
Magni is the better asshole.
Yeah, you don't get to beat women. That's my thing.
Magni has not beat any women. Just
No, he's been pretty good about that.
he's biased. He
He's
He's a
only
good
likes
husband,
beating up men.
unless he's cheating on her.
Honestly, that probably is a thing with
Right.
Magni. He likes beating up men because
Yeah,
like
it's
they're more of a
power thing.
challenge. Yeah.
What's up?
Extreme sexism. I don't hit women because they're too weak.
It's not enough of a challenge.
Honestly,
That's awesome.
Actually
I
insane.
think that's Magni's point of view.
Yeah, we need to find a strong woman to fucking show him what's up. Because
I think we just did.
yeah, you know what? She was fucking throwing bodies around. Miss Lizzie.
You should have
Grandma.
known when she went by Miss Name that she was related to
She was
Miss
kicking
Wendy.
ass. Yeah.
Yeah, I did assume that, but
That's funny. Yeah.
I didn't expect it to
Grandma
be like
Lizzie.
direct relation like that.
I promise there's no more, and Carla's not related to you guys. She obviously, because she's not Deva. I think you would at some point have seen her sort of. Oh, also, I'll say that while you guys are like finishing cleaning up, and Dottie and Spencer kind of getting ready to leave, like satisfied that this place is ready to eventually be walked by cops, and that everyone knows their stories, and you guys are going to get out of there. Carlo, the Nosferatu, would take off her shroud that she wears around, And her setup is basically she's bald but usually wears a wig around like J-Bat bros. So she has like a sort of long black wig on. She has bilayered fangs instead of single fangs, and they're more visible when she's like not sticking them out because it's like, oh, she has two sets of canine teeth. She's very wall-eyed. Like, she has a pretty irregular lazy eye, one of them. And the bottom part of her mouth, she basically doesn't really have a bottom lip. It's kind of like shriveled up. Which is why she always has the scarf up, is because it looks like she has some kind of severe deformity of the bottom of her jaw in some ways. And her ears are slightly too pointy, but it's kind of hard to notice if you're not looking at the other stuff, and she's a little bit grayer than normal, but that might be a humanity thing.
Gotcha.
So she mostly has just kind of a fucked up face. And there's other things going on with her that you guys wouldn't necessarily be able to see. And what I was going to say is that at a certain point you would have seen Miss Lizzie go over and kiss Carla on the forehead and thank her for helping because they're partners. That's what's up with them.
Gotcha.
I suspected as much.
Yeah, business
I was actually
partners.
considering doing a politics roll to figure that out.
Yeah, I think at this point they're sort of like, well, everything's fucked. Our stupid bar got fucking owned. Who cares if these guys know kind of everything that's going on here? And
J-Bat logs that that's a thing that can happen now.
yeah,
Not complete secrecy.
yeah.
It's like, huh, that's interesting.
He's like, I thought that only happened with young ladies and their maids when nobody else was around. They weren't supposed to talk about it.
Yeah, it's like, probably notices that no one else really gives a shit, and then just goes, okay, yeah, I woke up in wacky world.
I think the other thing is that whenever kindred do something that you were unused to mortals doing, it's a little bit less fucked up than it would be, because you're like, well, we can kind of do whatever we want.
People doing this.
Yeah. And the idea of like you guys struggle to sort of be truly like racist or sexist against kindred because it's like, well, we become equal in the blood. Like, it's kind of silly to say that you guys have vampire racism to worry about, which is that you're mostly like, ew, she kissed a Nosferatu more than anything else. And then going on... Oh, and what I was going to say is, Magni, you heal your wounds, but because of your bane, your nose is still broken.
Okay.
And you would have sort of the dark, nasty bruises that corpses get on your abdomen, but that's all covered up, so you just look like a guy with a broken nose. But you guys all step out into the night. It's just past midnight, probably. And I'm trying to...
I kind of imagine it as like I heal it, so I don't feel that it's still broken, but it looks broken.
Yeah,
still.
yeah, exactly.
It looks like it healed wrong, and then when I wake up in the morning, it'll be actually healed.
Yeah, it sort of is crooked and like occasionally will like drip a little bit of blood, but it takes a really long time to like build it up because, like I said, you guys don't bleed as much. But yeah, you functionally do not have a broken nose, but aesthetically do. I have a lot of directions that stuff could go right now. Like, a lot of people kind of want to talk to you guys, or are going to want to soon. Like, so many people want to talk to Magni is kind of how this campaign is shaping up. There's a lot of like, can I talk to the big one, please? I want him on my team first. That is starting to go around. Let's have Dent roll a little checky check here once you guys are outside.
That's what happens when you kill 3 people in a week and 2 of which you rip their head off with your bare hands.
Yeah.
People are like, I think I want this guy on my team.
What do you want me to roll?
One sec. This is what Spencer's going to say to you guys once you guys go out, which you're sort of led out a back entrance. You go downstairs to the foyer, but there's like a back door that they show you. And Spencer says to the 4 of you, I appreciate your assistance. There will be a non-negotiable meeting the night after next at 9 p.m. at the gallery. This will mark the end of, well, as it is, this suspension of persecution for murder.
Okay, for murder.
The suspension of the persecution of murder, the 7-day week that you guys are on right now.
Oh my god.
So, day
Is
after
it still
tomorrow.
at 3 people?
Huh?
Is it still at 3 people, or has a 4th died?
He says, to my knowledge, no one else has died.
Okay.
And
We have
then,
1 more day to kill someone.
yeah. Or, until, 9, the next day. And he says, if everything goes well, and you are all welcomed into the fold, the following Thursday, we will have a Thanksgiving feast.
Sounds quite wonderful.
And then he just wordlessly
Thanks.
melts into the shadows and walks away.
And then I don't really have anybody to talk to, so I guess I'll just say out loud, I guess we still celebrate Thanksgiving.
Dottie says, I almost gave her Spencer's voice. Oops.
That would be concerning.
Starts up. Yeah, no, and that's some shit he would do is the problem. She says, the prince enjoys his holidays. He thinks it binds us closer to the kind. Why we would want to be is beyond me, but I've got bigger fish to fry than that at the moment.
All right.
And then she says, no free rides home.
Oh, great. Magni, you got the keys.
I think, doesn't J-Bat have them? Because he went to the car.
Oh, yeah, he did. All right, we do need
Bad
that
idea.
Dent roll. Yeah. Let's have you do...
I think Magni goes, oh, that reminds me. And I go to J-Bat and I go, give me my gun and my keys.
both of them.
Yeah, I'll take out the ludicrously large gun and give it to him.
What is your investigation plus wits, Dent?
5.
All right, I'm going to roll that. You notice... That's funny. Dent, we still celebrate Thanksgiving. Laszlo, we celebrate Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no, nobody fucking knows what Thanksgiving is.
So let's see. You see a Nosferatu woman chilling in the bushes, basically like near the exit that you guys have come out of, and she's sort of staring at you. And you just know she's Nosferatu because her vibe is fucked up, mostly. She actually might be doing some kind of face in the crowding, because you kind of feel like you've seen her before, but you're not really sure where.
Interesting.
And then a little paper airplane comes out of the bushes. She throws a little paper airplane at you guys.
I'll try to I guess it's not very discreet if she threw it, but yeah, I'll step out and grab it from the air.
Okay, Mr. Fancy.
Yeah. Just who I am.
It unfolds to reveal a I was gonna say crudely drawn, but I'm actually gonna say beautifully illustrated.
Oh, okay.
Image of an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. And then beneath that, it says 21st, Shilshola Breakwater, Magni plus others.
What the fuck?
Magni getting invited to shit.
Told you. They want to talk to him,
yeah,
bro.
they want to talk to Magni. I guess I'll turn around and try to like gauge everybody's reactions and be like, "Did you see the lady in that bush over there throw this at us?"
Yeah. What does it say?
It's some sort of invitation. I don't know. And then Magni, it's got your name on it, and I'll hand it over to him.
Oh, okay.
I guess you guys want to go?
It looks like it's the day after your initiations, if you make it.
Yeah.
And I've added it to the inventory as the
thank you.
Shilshol Breakwater note 11/22/67. Will one of you? How about we have Jean-Baptiste roll intelligence plus politics, please?
Yeah, politics. Okay. Doesn't sound like structural analysis, so that'll be 7 dice.
Fuck yeah. Also, that woman is gone.
Gotcha.
Classic.
She's dead.
Okay, 2 successes.
That sign, the Ouroboros, sticks out to you because there was a crudely drawn equivalent to it on the it's actually not on the real map, but on the oh wait, hold on. Am I fucking
Yeah, it is
so
there.
goddamn stupid? It's not supposed to be a fucking Ouroboros because that's the goddamn Ordo symbol. Fucking
Yeah.
A. Hold on. I
Yo, it's
fucked
not
up.
Ordo.
I'm sorry. It's not Ordo. I fucked up. What am I trying to find? It's supposed to be it's this basically.
Mm.
And I'm gonna say it's drawn basically just like that. And it's not on the map, but I'll actually say that you are a real kindred, and the politics and stuff lets you know that that is not the symbol of the Lankea et Sanctum. It is not the symbol of the Invictus. It doesn't seem to be the symbol of the Carthian movement from what you've been able to gather. And it definitely isn't the Ordo symbol, so this must be an invitation from the outer cults, the Circle of the Crone. That's what all of that was supposed to communicate.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Sorry about
Well, it looks like the
mix-up.
crone is after us.
They're curious, bro.
I wonder what they want.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you, nobody is mad that you killed a Draugr. Don't even worry about it. That shit is free.
Oh yeah.
And other than
And
that,
I think
go ahead.
also seeing the symbol, J-Bat would know that this is likely legit. It's like they wouldn't be using their symbol if they just wanted to murder Magni in cold blood or something.
Yeah, I think that the sort of loving detail with which it is rendered makes you feel like this, yeah, is very much an entreaty. Like, look how much we care. We really want to see you. We had someone take a lot of time. This isn't just a fucking you're next, dude type of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good assumption based on your role for sure. Do you guys want to go home? You guys have like 6.5 hours until sunrise on the final day. What are you? Let's take a temperature check of what you guys are thinking you're gonna do about the next fucking guy.
Yeah, that's hard.
And do you guys want to drive home as well?
Yeah, I guess we might as well go home.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good question.
You should also
know.
look through your inventory to see things that might help like
Yeah, are you
leads.
pointing us towards that phone number from a con?
There's other things in there, but that is certainly in there. Everything
Yeah,
I
just
gave you.
whoever that is, that's our next target.
I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're doing. I got your phone number. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
We killed the guy your number was in the pocket of, and you're next, motherfucker.
Write someone's that you don't like phone number in your pocket, because this is a chain letter thing. We're gonna do this forever.
That'd be kind of sick.
Right? I should have made a fucking villain that does that. Yeah, basically what I'm saying is the stage is yours. You guys are sort of pumped from this last one. I want to push us in a direction, because right now I don't really have a closer in mind necessarily. So what do you guys, unless you guys want to say we figure out what we're going to do over the course of the week, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we could turn in those notes to Lord Conrad and get
True. I forgot
some
about all
information from him.
That might be
And
good
that
to
could be
do
like
tonight.
to do our last lark.
that. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to, when you get home, give him a ring?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Who's calling?
I would probably think of it and be like, listen, we need one more. We might as well. And I'll call him.
We should like get our own copies.
Well, like, of the notes. I would say I like took notes of it when we were studying it.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to leave Lord Conrad with nothing. Like when he gets back.
Well, I mean, his house isn't in the best shape, so I don't think he's gonna be happy no matter what.
On the way. Okay. As you guys are mounting the steps to your apartment, you can actually hear the phone ringing right then.
Okay, yeah, I'll pick it up.
Okay. I know there's like 1,000 fucking phone calls a session, but
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
how it just is how it is, especially right now.
That's just how 1960s were.
Dent, let's go off screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You pick up the phone, and
Hey, it's Dent.
a very quiet, hushed voice on the other side of the thing says, well, when you hang this shite up, say it was a wrong number, you got me?
Okay.
Listen, we need to meet with all of you, one of you, not the frog though, not the French cunt.
Alright.
I'm with Calf.
Are you, Oh. Who is this then?
He says,
Also, who did he say he was with?
Karth.
Karth. Okay.
Karth.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Karth. I thought it was Kath.
No, he says, Cow Anderson Park tomorrow. And then he hangs up.
Alright, hold on a sec. No.
Well, what do you want to say?
Okay.
He told you you have to
No.
pretend it's a wrong number, so.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll I'll look suspiciously around the room. Nobody'll know. But we can head back into the general
Yeah,
and I'll
sounds
like
good.
end it off.
Yeah.
Listen, man, don't just call here and just breathe into the mic, okay? You're holding up the line, and then I'm gonna hang up the phone.
All right. And before that, you guys would have heard him basically say, "Who is this? What? What do you? Okay." Type of thing.
What was that, Dent?
It's kind of like a wrong number. There's just silence, you know? I could hear somebody, but No response. Weird.
Why would they not respond if it was the incorrect number?
Probably some kids prank calling us. I did put up our phone number all over the goddamn place.
True.
So I was expecting this. God, thank God they don't charge by the minute. Am I right, guys?
Do they not?
Is this
Or,
all
I guess
I have no
that's a
idea.
cell phone thing.
Did we know that you posted our number all over the place, or are we just now
Yeah, we
finding
did.
out about this?
You weren't at the library, so you didn't know.
I think
we
I just
probably
didn't
talked about it.
notice.
Yeah, J-Bat wasn't clocked in on that.
He doesn't get that shit. He doesn't care.
No, I don't get it, but I do care because we got motherfuckers calling us now.
Don't get it, but I
Just
Not to
breathing.
mention the private investigator that showed up and knew you by full name that I haven't heard about.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody. I'm not telling anybody about that.
Yeah.
And
He's
yeah,
chill. We're chill. We're cool.
I think I'm not even gonna address Dent more about it. I'm just gonna look around this dingy ass apartment where we're getting weird calls and go, we need to find more suitable accommodations.
Well, second you get a job.
Okay, then for our... You know what? I'm gonna have you guys call and set up the meeting with your boy next time.
Okay.
I am going to play a song now. So, wrong number. Dent hangs up the phone. Everybody sort of readies themselves for the second half of the night because
I need a shower.
yeah, it's always with you guys. You go do some bullshit and then reset and then do some more. Like every night is like two major things, it seems. And we watch the coterie clean themselves up. Also, I think Tom is here and he's like hitting you guys up for money. He's like, I need more money to get more drugs. We're out of both. And then this is going on.
The death of a disco dancer. Well, it happens a lot round here. And if you think peace is a common goal, that goes to show how little you know. The death of a disco dancer. Well, I'd rather not get involved. I never talk to my neighbor, I'd rather not get involved.
All right. You guys got home, freshened up. I'll say 5 hours till daylight. Well, 5 hours till you gotta be like home. 4.5 maybe, because it probably took a while to clean up. And one thing that I wanted to add that I forgot to kind of establish last time was that the whole time you guys were in the discotheque going around, Spencer was taking pictures of everything with one of his cameras, which, you know, he tends to do. But I wanted to just make a point that he had been photographing, like, the victims and the scene of the crime and stuff like that. And that had happened. Anything else that anybody needs to do, or did you guys want to try and contact Sir Gordon?
Yeah, maybe we could like call him up and see if it's a good time, and then kind of strategize what we want to ask for.
Yeah, sounds
I still
good.
wanted to like get copies of all the notes to leave with Lord Conrad, just so he isn't like cheap out of everything.
Okay, that would probably push it back a day.
Well, I think I wrote down pretty comprehensive notes beforehand when we were studying it the first time.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I like copied it exactly, but our
We
interpretation
don't have to
of
give
it,
him
at
the
least.
journal, I don't think. Just the schematics, right?
Yeah, so it would be, with the exceptional success that you had, it's totally, I think, fair that you would be able to basically duplicate the schematics of the blood engine. It would probably be best, I think, to keep the copy, to avoid any kind of accusations of wrongdoing. But yeah, you were able to duplicate it, and not the journals, but like you said, that's not what he wants necessarily. Another thing from the exceptional success was that you are pretty sure that he didn't have anything to do with the creation of the schematic. At least, like, essentially, there was no reference to Sir Gordon doing anything or helping or, like, having been an originator of the blood engine in any capacity. Like, everywhere you looked, it seemed to have been invented by Conrad, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised at that fact.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure I had mentioned that.
Thank you.
If it had been a bug engine, then I might be
the bug engine is a different thing.
Runs on bugs.
By
before-
the way, obviously Nick has a bad mic. That's something to note for the recording.
Yes, thank you. I am moving, so I got a good excuse, okay?
Yeah. Alright.
You can hear me.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to take a couple of bashing damage as punishment, that's all.
Yeah, you guys are taking psychic damage.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, what else? Strategizing, calling?
Yeah, I would say I want to, like, kind of address the group and tell them about the blood engine, because I don't think we ever did, and, like, what the schematics are about. And basically just say, like, this is kind of how Laszlo was made, and, like, we don't know what Sir Conrad's going to do with this, but it's it's kind of powerful stuff, it seems.
And we do know
Sir
what
Gordon, thank you.
He's going to sell the schematic to someone.
Well, yeah, like, I guess I'll say the implications of giving him this information and what could possibly happen if this got known to the wider public of Kindred.
Do we know that he's gonna sell it?
Yeah, he told us.
Because you basically,
he at least said he's gonna sell it.
I was gonna say that he does not seem like the most trustworthy guy.
Yeah, you guys called him out on a lie, and that was the thing that he told you, basically.
Yeah.
That was funny.
But he just has a lot of those, like, little freaky creatures. And I feel like he's definitely trying
nothing
to
saying
get some
you
more.
can't read the schematics first before he sells them, just like we did.
Exactly.
Does the
schematic?
Maybe
I don't know.
we should make
You guys think this is a good idea?
Yeah, do you guys not want to give it over? Is that what some people are alleging?
I think we should, because we already got it. It's just...
Yeah. I think the prize is just too worth it at this point. We need information.
I don't think it's a good idea, but if we do it, I'm not, like, gonna be pissed off. I think
we
from
already
Magni's point of view, it's like I don't trust this guy. Yeah, I don't trust this guy with schematics, but I'm also indifferent. I don't care if he gets them or not.
We've already trashed Lord Conrad's house.
True. Gotta get something out of it.
Yeah, Laszlo's like, my dad is already gonna be pissed. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so I guess opinions of this guy, 1 out of 10 from each of you would be good. Because I want to... Essentially, it sounds like you want to give it to him, and I want to know how much you all despise him, but are still going to sell him this thing.
For me, it's like a 2. Like, I straight up don't trust and don't like this guy.
Yeah, fair enough. Laszlo,
This guy is-
this guy knows your secret.
Yeah, that's. I guess I would want to be on his good side, so to speak.
Sure.
I'd
Magni
say I'm
says
probably
one.
the same way.
But that doesn't mean
But I'm
you
still
like
at a
him.
1. Yeah, I'm still at a 1. I
Everyone-
fucking hate this guy. He's got
Yeah.
crazy bugs, dude. Like, from Dent's perspective, him just whipping out, like, wasps, like, 20 times the size of the fucking real-life ones and asking to sting our hands with them is the most, like, fucking sociopathic, like, I'm gonna hunt you for sport type shit. Like, I'm fucking terrified of this guy, so I'm just gonna do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it was psycho enough that J-Bat was kind of disturbed, so that makes sense.
I'm not saying something, yeah.
I think Magni just doesn't like him because he's like, he thinks highly of himself. Like, I'm not scared of him, but I don't want to be around him. So whatever gets me away from him is fine.
I'm just saying, imagine like 1,000 of those wasps throwing at you instead of just 1, you know?
Imagine all
Imagine
the
just
wasps.
5 of them and him with a gun. You're toast.
Yeah, so the question is, can you afford not to give Wasp Guy whatever he wants at this juncture?
And the answer is no, so I definitely want to call him.
Okay, it sounds like nobody's stopping him, but everyone's pretty much in the same boat that Gordon sucks, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, let's
Makes me wonder how Lord Conrad is.
give him a call. Right, yeah, you guys technically have not met him, which is funny.
Conrad is way better, I'll say that.
I don't know how much I trust you, considering he literally created you.
At least he has his
He could have just made you say yes.
I love that.
Yeah, right?
See, that's a funny perspective because I thought you were suggesting that making Laszlo is like a black mark on his record, like that. That
Oh,
proves you're
no,
a bad
no, that's, like,
person. He
cool as
gave
hell.
birth to you.
Certainly,
They're all
he
fucked
made
up.
you.
Yeah.
No, Laszlo's like the nicest weird creature I've ever met. So it's more like he probably just programmed you to say he's awesome. Like, love him.
You know,
That's a good way to describe Laszlo.
yeah,
The nicest weird creature I've ever met.
yeah.
The nicest weird creature.
I
yeah.
gotta say, he does have a history of making freaks that love him, so historically speaking, Dent is fairly spot on there. But with that said, I guess we're gonna give this guy a phone call. So you punch in the number that he established that you could reach him at. If that was never said, then it's being said now. I guess you have some number of his. Andre answers is who this is supposed to be. Hello?
Hey, this is Dent. Me and my friends were doing some stuff for your what is it, your lord, and we got it.
The schematics, the documents.
Yeah, they're right here. We went through a lot of trouble to get them, so.
Describe
to-
them to me.
Well, it's like an engine of sorts, I guess. It looks like it's meant to power something, and it runs on blood.
Just know that I'm choosing to believe you because I think you wouldn't lie to me, not because that description was persuasive.
Yeah, no, we totally have it. We definitely have it right here.
The more you say things in that way to me, the less I believe you. Now, before you say anything else, I'm going to give you a neutral location to take the documents to. Sir Gordon will be there this evening to dispense what boons he sees fit.
Yes, of course. And where is that? I'll
Okay,
get out
let's
my
see.
notebook and pen.
Yeah. Where do I want this to be? Go to that.
I do want to say that if you thought that he was acting weird, it's because Dent is just very uncomfortable with this situation.
If you thought he was acting weird, it's because
He's weird. It's because he's weird.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Let's
If
go.
you thought he was weird, he's weirder than you think.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah, he's not being a weirdo. I'll tell you that.
He wants you to go to what is the Pacific Medical Center, or the Pacific Tower, formerly Pacific Medical Center, at this time named U.S. Marine Hospital. And this is in the Chinatown Demilitarized Zone. So technically you guys are expected to not be armed or like fight in it, but if you just have like concealed weapons, it should be okay. But anyway, Andre explains that he's just going to essentially meet you in the parking lot of the hospital to talk to you there. So it'll just be kind of a little drop. He doesn't want you at his house, and I assume you guys don't want to go there, so I'll spare everyone the trouble.
What time is it gonna be at? Just like right now.
I think he would say, we'll be there in 1 hour for 1 hour. And that is all the information he gives you, and he would just hang up.
Okay, see you then.
Awesome. Do you guys want to just skip the time and head there? Is anyone not going?
Do we want to discuss boons first?
Yeah,
or-
yeah, you guys can chop it up. So pretend we're on the way there, and you guys are deciding what's up, because that's a little, probably 15-minute jaunt of a drive.
So, what's everyone thinking? Just like any initial thoughts on good boons?
Because I have spilled to you guys that you guys get basically one group, like, material boon or favor, and then a piece of information each.
Yeah, I feel like we were just gonna ask him to kill his least favorite vampire that we don't like either.
Certainly, that should be our priority. So somebody's gotta ask him that.
That's the group.
Well,
Yeah.
who doesn't really care?
What?
Well, we get the group boon, so that's gonna be the killing someone, and then we each get to
Yeah.
ask a secret.
A question of him.
Yeah,
I think that sounds like a plan.
yeah. I don't really know enough to know what questions to ask.
Well,
I'm
certainly
thinking-
don't say anything to upset him, please.
I'm thinking just a place to get coffins made would be useful.
Ooh, I like that one.
Something that 3/4 of us need. Maybe Laszlo wants one to fit into.
I do not need a coffin. Because if you're in the coffins, then I get your nice beds.
He's moving on up in the world.
Yeah. I figured.
Brilliant.
Oh, another question I was thinking of is just a straight up list of every vampire he knows of in Seattle.
Ooh.
Because I figure he'll know at least quite a few more than we already do.
Well, could you ask Prince Ed for that? You're like in his organization already.
Maybe. I really want to limit the amount of things I ask Prince Ed for, though.
I
Alright,
don't want to
that's
be more
pretty
his bed.
Maybe something
I'm
that you could harass one of his underlings about.
Yeah, true.
I'm really trying to figure out, honestly, about how to join the order. it's been really interesting to me. I feel like there's a lot of hidden information that I could learn. So I might be just asking him about that.
Yeah, you were like a professor, right? They're basically the vampire group that's
Well,
like that.
I'm just hoping that he knows some people that are a little more, I don't know how to put it, sane, if that makes sense. Because I really do just want to be. I feel like I know nothing now. And while Jean-Baptiste, I'm sure you can't quite relate. I would really like to learn more about this like interesting level of science that the Kindred have attained, because it's kind of insane to look at. I mean, an engine that runs on blood, a person created entirely from dead flesh. That's insanity. I mean, I just feel like I need to know more.
I think it could be useful to have Dent sort of in those circles too.
It's certainly a place.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly do something to help you guys. Of course, of course. I wouldn't want to make this a purely selfish endeavor, because I'm very dependent on each other. I can't kill any kindred, that's for sure. That's not something I've done.
Did you want to talk to them about the phone call? Or no?
I would say not really. I would feel like, honestly, after just like figuring out that we're doing this, he would kind of just forget about it. It's like, oh fuck, this is way cooler.
Yeah.
I want Boons. That's awesome.
Okay.
We went on a quest.
Phone call?
The mysterious phone call to the apartment.
That talked like only to me in a whisper.
Very sus stuff, but
Okay. Then sounds good. Sounds like we are relatively set in what we're going to be doing. So, you guys...
I feel like I still don't have a good question to ask.
Well, maybe him speaking back to you will shake things loose.
I mean, I would say, Laszlo, you could try and learn more about your origin, maybe, or about how you're supposed to progress, I guess.
Maybe I could ask for some of these documents that Conrad was talking about in his own notes.
Yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
Okay.
All right. So you guys pull into the parking lot of this medical center, very impressive Art Deco building, as I've outlined. It's like some grass, and trees around the front of it, and large, big old parking lot. And you guys are kind of up on a hill, a little bit geographically, so you're looking down into Chinatown and the industrial district, and you almost feel like you can kind of see all the way out towards Sir Conrad's lab, but for the most part you haven't really been in this specific area, but it is a good place to be because it is sort of unique and special zone in that, like I said, you've been told you're not supposed to fight here or have weapons here. And that it, kind of separates the three from the two, as it were, the Ordo and the Invictus from the Lance, the Circle, and Carthians. But so you're here, and I feel like at a certain point you would be like driving around, and then you would pass a car that looks particularly vampiric, low to the ground, blacked out windows, a lot like yours in a lot of ways. I'm gonna say that his is like silvery, sort of more of a silver chrome type of vehicle. And it like beeps its horn when it sees you. Do you guys like park and then get out, or how do you want to do this?
Yeah, I think I'll just, like, direct Magni. I'll just park next to them.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're driving, so.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys park next to them, and the back window rolls down, and you can see the bald head of Sir Gordon poking out above the edge of the window. He rolls it down just enough that his mouth is exposed and the rest of his head. And he is looking at you guys. Do you roll down your windows and stay in the car?
Yeah, I would say I have, like, the documents in my hands, too. Like, I would have been fiddling with them the whole time.
Creasing the edges.
And it's... Yeah. And I would definitely, like, roll down the window as we're pulling up and just kind of show them to him and just say we got him.
He would kind of peer at them from across the gap, and reaches out a bony hand with his nice long fingernails, and says, "May I see them?"
I want to kind of glance at Jean-Baptiste and see if I should hand him over and try and look for a look.
Yeah, I'll nod at you. I figure at this point, if he's gonna screw us over, he would have done it already.
Alright.
I feel like
So,
vampires are so long-lived, you can't just screw people over. Like,
yeah, that
everyone
too.
else would know.
yeah, I mean, unless they're way inferior to you.
If he was going to cheat you out of this, he would probably have to exterminate you, and if he was going to do that, like, go through that effort, he would have just gotten the fucking papers himself, is how I would frame it, personally.
Yeah, that's true.
Dent's definitely terrified of him, though.
Yeah, fair enough.
Scary bug guy.
So, Mr. Scary Bug Guy accepts the papers from you as you hold them out, and says, he, like, leafs through, it's like 3 pages of, 3 or 4 pages of documentation and the photo, or not photo, but, like, the sketches of it, and he says, "Excellent, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. You all seem to have upheld your end of the bargain perfectly. Now, I believe it's my turn to give you something." And then he looks down and says, "Shh, stop it. No." And he, like, bats at something, and his head, like, bobs back up above the full tint of his window, and he says, "This will come as a complete surprise. From each of you, one true and honest question that I will answer to the best of my ability, and for your budding coterie, one boon. Any favor that is in my capacity to grant you, it will be granted."
We probably went over it in the car, like how exactly to say it, so I would just go ahead and say to him, like, we would like you to take care of and eliminate your, let's say, least favorite kindred that is not part of our coterie in the city. Just in case I'm your least favorite.
Yeah, so
In
you
case
say,
you
you say it like that.
Yeah, right? Yes.
He says, he, like, smiles, his lip sort of curls back into a nasty sneer, and he says, "Unfortunately, my least favorite kindred, well, if I was able to dispose of them, I would have done so already. I suppose..."
Well, anybody you could easily take care of, fine.
So, is this, does this have something to do with Prince Ed's absenteeism this calendar week?
yes, our presence in this city is heavily dependent on that.
On the death of kindred.
Exactly. I think you're understanding our situation.
Yes, more or less I think I am.
Any help you could provide would be great.
So it's more the easiest kindred that I could destroy.
Yes, or like the least political impact. Even I'm gonna kind of look at Jean-Baptiste and maybe try to throw the conversation to him.
You're like the worst. Yeah. Do you want to switch chairs with him and let him do some negotiating?
Yeah. Well, I'll at least offer it up to him.
Yeah, I think I'll just kind of lean in and say the particular target is not entirely our concern, but we would need this to be carried out rather quickly, and I'll sort of give them the deadline we have. I don't remember exactly when it is.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Within 48 hours, if you don't mind. He thinks for a little bit, and I have to look at my notes and see what he would sort of be thinking in terms of people he could kill.
Yeah. He doesn't really have to tell us.
Right. No, I know. But he says,
Oh, okay.
I presume, given that this is being done in the service of Prince Ed, that you would it would be your preference to not have this person be a member of the Invictus.
Yeah, they've already
Yes,
had.
exactly. Yeah.
I don't think they'd be happy with 2.
I believe it would be in both of our best interest if it was not an Invictus member.
There's a rather large oafish fellow who I believe dances at the club rather frequently. That's
And he's already dead.
oh, do tell.
Yeah.
It was just tonight, in fact.
He was revealed to be a Draugr.
Magni's been spacing out, and he just goes, "Is that the guy I killed?"
Yeah.
He's like, just
I'll
tunes back in.
I'll kind of look at him and say, yes, Magni removed his head.
Well, I can see you've all been busy. Let's see. So that's one circle of the crone down. Do you also have a similar moratorium on the second estate, the church?
I'll kind of look at everyone else, like, you guys...
I'll look at Magni, yeah.
They don't have
Kinda ask him to say.
I'd feel kind of bad.
Wait, what was the question?
Do you care if he kills someone from the church?
Oh, no. I think if anything, Magni will go, I heard they have a pedophile with them.
What about his aunt?
Yeah, making sure that it's not Delilah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want him to kill the pedophile.
Okay, do you want to propose that he takes out Father Powell?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be like, they have a pedophile with him. His name's Father Powell. I'm not a big fan of pedophiles. You want to take that guy out?
He thinks for another second and he says, he is a pillar of their crumbling institution. I am surprised that he's been sloppy enough to allow his alleged proclivities to see the light of day. It would be my pleasure to eliminate Father Powell. That shouldn't be any trouble at all, as long as I can locate him. Hopefully he hasn't been routed anywhere too deep.
I think I would kind of wave my hands to get his attention and be like, just please who's trying to make sure it doesn't come back to us? You see, I mean, we don't want to make more enemies than we already have, if that makes sense.
For a terrifying second, you think he shushes you, but then he looks down again and goes, shush, shush. And you hear a loud buzz.
God.
Out of here.
I definitely fucking jump at that.
Yeah, he says, of course, this is all a part of the boon. So, if I have it right, while the hiatus on Trials of Destruction remains, I am to eliminate for you Father Powell of the Lankea et Sanctum.
Yep.
That
I
sounds
I think
acceptable.
so.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like tomorrow will be a very bad night to be Father Powell. Now, the second part of our arrangement, any questions for me? And he just sort of cheeses again at you, like he likes talking and likes telling people things and being a little weird bitch.
I'll be in
God,
podcast
I
mode
fucking
for
hate
2
this
seconds.
guy.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, do you want to juice him
Okay.
first, Dent?
Yeah, I can go first. I'll definitely like glance around uncomfortably, and I'm like shaking in my boots a little bit right now.
Yeah.
But I'll just kind of ask him. I was looking to join your esteemed order, and I was wondering if you had any insight into the best ways to join.
He looks at you and he says, the Order of the Dragon.
Yes, exactly. It's seems like an esteemed organization of kindred, and I wish to know more about our shared history.
That would be appropriate considering your lineage. The Mekket are often drawn to us and our traditions. And he raises one of his clawed hands and scratches at his bald head a little bit and says, am I to understand that you wish to train under me, receive my tutelage?
You motherfucker. I don't know if I can accept you in your esteemed position. I'm not sure exactly how the order operates, I suppose, but I'm certainly willing to learn somewhat.
You're like, I don't know if
Well,
I
yeah.
would say that, but sure. He says, well, I'm grateful that I don't have to be the one to break your heart when I tell you that the 5 families of the Ordo in Seattle are what is known in our shared history, as you so eloquently put it, as Bostonian leagues, which means typically one master, one student. So I personally would not be able to train you in our ways, even if you were
Oh,
to desire it.
unfortunate.
Oh, whoo! He then says, although one of our 5 master-student pairs is slightly more lax when it comes to not a restriction. I wouldn't describe the Bostonian tradition as a restriction, more that we all collectively believe that the best work can be done when each pupil has the full and undivided attention of each teacher and vice versa. Competition is often a detriment to learning, we've found. Well, two of ours, I will say. There is always the ever-dependable Sir Conrad, who obviously you are acquainted with, but because he doesn't
Oh.
truly have a successor. He has his Beatrice, as it were, who occupies many roles, but the proper mentor-mentee relationship is scarcely observed between the two of them, given her uniqueness and his tendency to do what he's currently doing. Now, the other is Dame On. That's like, instead of
Demon?
Lord, her, yeah, no, I'm not that lame. Her title is Dame, like theirs is Sir.
Okay.
AHN for the person recording that. Dame On, and he says she has an apprentice, but she's been known to enjoy a free exchange of information as much as the next person. And I imagine if you look her up, give her a ring, potentially, well, I feel it would be in the spirit of giving and of our current discussion for me to give you a way to come into contact with her. So I'll arrange for that to occur.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I guess I'll try and reach out to Lord Conrad.
Yeah, or yes, I can. Yeah, dude. No.
Yum yen.
Yes, I can't promise anything specifically other than contact, but as I've said, I've known Dame On, the dear lady, to be similarly an inquisitive type, so hopefully that's a prosperous union for the two of you. Who's next?
Yeah.
So does Magni just not know what he would ask for here? Because if he doesn't, I'll nudge him to ask for coffins.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I will say that Magni probably would like the idea of a coffin, because now that you're Humanity 5 and even a little bit more ashen and a little bit more pale, your beast has that much more influence over you, and you are that much more afraid of the sun. In fact, just for fun, I want to pull up the burning in the sun rules to see how much worse the sun would hurt you now than when you first were in it. At the humanity level you are. Okay, your blood potency 2 and humanity 5. So instead of every 10 minutes taking 1 lethal damage, now, Magni, you would take every 10 minutes 3 lethal damage. And if you gain another blood potency, that increment goes down to every 1 minute you take 3 lethal damage.
Damn.
And
So if I'm in the sun, I die in 30 minutes.
yeah. And or you go into torpor in 30 minutes. But it would be like excruciatingly painful. And additionally,
for being a vampire, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the real problem, honestly, is that at this point, especially if Magni tried to go and like do something in the sun for half an hour, he would just go into frenzy and like be forced to hide, you know, like that is if you were in the desert and couldn't dig in the sand, like how long it would take to kill you, because otherwise you just will find a way out of the sun shorter than that. But a house rule that I'm doing is that you guys basically make a sort of constitution save effectively, whatever stat that is in this game, when you first go into the sun, if it's like full daylight, and if you fail that, you instantly take your rack of damage from like the impact of the sunlight, and then every time period it recurs, you know what I mean? So effectively, because I want the sun to be even scarier, and
Okay.
I like the idea of there being a chance of like a really fucked up vampire like a pretty fucked up vampire basically dying the instant that sunlight hits them if they can't like sort of rouse their blood to protect them. So yeah, you guys have like a potential for an initial hit of damage, unless it's like raining, and then you don't roll that. I have like I want to make a whole video called "Entirely Too Much Burning in the Sun Rules" for Vampire the Requiem, because I have a lot of like thoughts of like
That'd be fun.
weather tables and this and that, and just like a bunch of ways to spice it up. But anyway, that's the gist of it. Okay, we were talking about coffins. So yeah, if you're in the sun for potentially 20 minutes or 30 minutes, you will be fucked. So yeah, you want some coffin. Although feel free to ask whatever, but potentially there's always that.
Yeah, I think regardless of what I'm gonna ask, I think Magni would ask last.
Fair enough.
Just he doesn't
Okay.
like talking to this freak.
Make sure
But
everyone
you
else
ask
goes
first,
over
you
go
well.
last.
Sooner.
I'm trying to think of how I would word this.
Yeah, it's pretty stressful. You got one shot.
I think I'm going to ask him for as complete of a list of the kindred residents of Seattle as he can create. Sort of the... Can't really think of exactly how to word this, but basically I want that list with at least like names and associations for each vampire.
Maybe like throw in a little snippet of information about each beyond that as well.
Yeah, anything else will be highly appreciated, but basically my deal is list of kindred with associations.
Association meaning their who they work for.
I was thinking just like clan and covenant and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I meant by who they work for. I think Covenant. Okay.
Yeah.
What is your... I want to get a stat from you real fast, style. Gotta pull
I
up
should
the
pull
blank.
up my character sheet.
Yeah.
He just leaves 4 paragraphs glazing himself and gives no further details about any of the other vampires.
Yeah.
I'm the only kindred I know
Yeah.
about.
Okay, what's your...
I mean, neither of us one other person, so.
what's your subterfuge?
3.
Okay.
Oh.
He's a good liar. Okay. I was just basically checking on how hard of a read this guy could give you right now, because there was essentially a potential that tipped to him that you didn't want to ask Prince Ed that, but he's not, as far as you could tell, and I'm sort of saying that he's not really thinking that hard about your question, so he instead says, I'll admit that especially the outer cults and some of the scuttling members of the underground go, that my knowledge of our city's denizens is not perfect, but I swear to you to do the best that I can. Is there an address to which I could send the completed list?
Perhaps once it's compiled, you could call us and we can organize a meeting similar to this one.
He says, your caution is admirable. I accept these terms. And he says, since I'll be busy with the primary boon, it may take a few days, but it will be delivered to you.
That is acceptable. The boon is certainly a more pressing matter.
Excellent. And perhaps our friend Laszlo?
Yeah. I guess I was curious, what were some of the other works that Lord Conrad referenced in the process of my creation? Like books and such.
Oh, do you mean what are you aware of that inspired you?
I know, of course, the book Frankenstein, but some of the more esoteric stuff I am curious about.
Well, the gentleman always had a certain fascination with the figures of Geppetto and Pinocchio, the little wooden boy, being a highly sterile, aspiring father as he is. If you intend to get into his headspace, I feel that Pinocchio would be a reasonable place to start. I think he bears more than a few similarities to you, if I could be so bold as to say so. To be honest, I was slightly less familiar with the why and the psychology of his project. I was always more of a student of fluid dynamics than a student of fictional accounts of fictional creatures. And since he genuinely didn't really have a lot of information for you there, he says, oh, go on, ask me another. One I can answer.
Shoot. I thought I was prepared.
I will
All good.
take a quick
Magni.
bathroom sec so we can all stew on it.
All right.
So far, so good.
Yeah, now I need another question.
I feel like there's no shortage of Laszlo-related questions. You can ask
Magni.
about
Yeah, you could ask.
Why are you bald?
No.
why
so
did you not grow
shiny.
hair before you were turned, bro? What's wrong with you?
Why didn't he make me an alpha male?
You're all, this is going great. Magni goes, why are you bald?
I
He
think the answer
instantly
to
goes
why are you
into
bald
frenzy.
is I was turned when I was fucking 80, you asshole.
Yeah. That's fun. No, you could ask him like who the people are that made you, like the parts of you, so you don't have any
I
more
already
weird
got
situations.
I'm back.
Oh, you did? Oh, it was in
Yeah.
it was in the journal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who else then.
Yeah, I think we are
Um,
stumped.
Yeah, we
Just
didn't
ask him
figure it
if
out.
he's gay.
Is I am gay. Just ask him the coffin question. It's fine. Magni will think it's something.
You could ask him the coffin question.
I'm gonna nudge
I
you
do
out.
have a question.
Oh, you do have a question.
I have another question if you want to use the coffin one.
I guess
His
I'll ask a
question
question
is, are
for
you
the-
gay?
for the benefit of my group.
His question
here.
is, why are you gay?
I know for sure you are. Explain yourself. Okay, so yeah, you want to say your coffin piece
Yeah.
then.
Do you know where they could procure some coffins?
He says, it's heartwarming to see you looking out for your companion's health and safety like this. I definitely do know a place where gentlemen like you could procure a few pine boxes for yourselves discreetly, of course. No domain of a kindred, of self-respecting kindred, is complete without a few rank and file coffin boxers that can be counted on for one when the need is there. So it will be an easy thing, and he just scribbles down a phone number and says, call this, the rest will take care of itself.
I'll hand it to Jean-Baptiste.
Cool.
Thank you, Laszlo.
Laszlo's like, this isn't even for me.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's like, it's cute that you care. I guess it's funny that
Yeah.
they're
Alright, this better
making
be
you
the
ask
best
this.
fucking question ever, Magni.
What?
He said it better be the
You
best
better-
question.
Oh, I want him. I want a similar thing to J-Bet, but I want the
Oh,
location of every like headquarters of every clan. So like I want the main meetup place for the Karth, the main meetup place for the Circle of the Crone, like where I could find them, you know?
I don't know, I feel like you already got the invitation to the Crones.
Yeah, but that's the only
that's-
one I have.
make money. We need money, please.
Yeah, I think as to how do we
No, that's. I feel like if it's your decision and you didn't ask us about it, like that'll just be what you ask him. I feel like that's fine.
Magni is not worried about money. So
Yeah,
that would be out
Magni,
of character
Magni
for
cares
him.
about what he cares about.
Okay, so
I'm trying to stay in at least the realm of what Magni would ask about. I think even if you guys told Magni to ask about money, he wouldn't. I don't think
Coffin's
he's
He's
worried
also-
about money at all.
He's way too impatient for like waiting
Magni
for
has
info,
no
too.
plan. Magni has no plan of paying what's his face, the prince.
Just go boxing again. It's fine.
okay, so let's see. You tell him you want the address of every headquarters.
Yeah, I'm sure I word it better than
Yeah.
that, but like just where I can find the like higher ups of all the associations.
He says, well, the problem with this is that I believe you may be fundamentally misunderstanding the purpose of a haven, a secret hideout, as it were, in that they're meant to be secret and not known to you. I will say that if you were to... Well, I take it you've been to the gallery.
Is that the Invictus?
Yes. That is
Yeah.
the Invictus stronghold. The Order is not a true covenant in the sense that the five of us and our five pupils are united in any major political way. We simply have a shared interest in remaining autonomous and independent to some degree, but I don't presume to know the true place where even my own companions lay their heads at night, disparate as we are. The Circle of the Crone, he would say... Look at all my maps and shit. As far north as you can go in Seattle, where it starts to turn into forested land again, you'll begin to see their bonfires. And then he sort of thinks for a second, and continues. The Carthians are largely concentrated at the University of Washington in varying capacities. The Seattle Art Museum and Volunteer Park is also an important place for them. Again, I can't give you the specifics of where you would be able to knock on their door and the most important member of their covenant would answer, but if you bum around the University of Washington for long enough, looking tough and scary like you do, I'm sure one of them would come out and ask you just what the hell you thought you were doing over there. And let me check on... Although it's not located in the district that they technically have quote-unquote ownership over, in the regional map, the St. James Cathedral is one of the best known meeting places of the church. And then he would basically explain also that the cult theoretically operates in town, but typically to get to the Circle of the Crone, you just have to go up past like the Northgate area, and it just becomes like residential housing and fucking pine forest pretty quickly outside of town.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I don't know what they do. And he says, have any of you studied or practiced reading the cacophony?
The what?
It's a physical language unique to the kindred as a species. When you're out and about, sharpen your senses to traces of blood in graffiti, scratching on walls that appears to be made with nails harder than steel rather than a knife. Look for traces of our habitation, and they can often tell you much more about our comings and goings and what is owned by whom than I ever could. And so he basically says, like, if you guys look around, you can kind of tune into the city, and there's a thing that vampires do or participate in called the cacophony, which is basically co-opting of sort of street art, graffiti, flyering, things like that, with these subtle cues that suggest like a vampire did this, and they can be used to tell you about territory and stuff. For example, Dent's flyering could be conceptualized as a cacophonic thing, because the idea is
cool.
that someone would look at that and go like, that's definitely a fucking vampire, for one reason or another.
Oh no. I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, so essentially he's like, the Carthians are kind of here, Magni. We're all over the place. You've been to their thing. The Lance is like at this church, and also like every church they kind of patrol, essentially. That's why like the Carthians hate them so much, is they don't really like respect the lines. And the cults are like up north, and you should do some cacophony rolls to find more stuff out, is what he suggests, which is a thing that you can basically roll for.
Yeah, good information.
And he says, I hope that this was all enlightening. Is there anything else that we need to say to each other before we part ways?
I don't believe so. We greatly appreciate your assistance and forwardness in these matters.
Of course, I love nothing more than to see mutual interests satisfied. Thank you for the trouble that you went through to obtain these documents. I'm glad to have them back in my possession. And then he just sort of gives you guys a little finger wiggle and is going to go roll up his window again.
He just sort of gives you guys the finger.
Beep! Fuck you. No.
Suckers.
Alright.
Okay.
And then his car would roar to life and he would pull off. And you guys have about 3 hours left in the evening or so.
I guess.
I would say-
Rest in peace, Father Powell.
Hey.
Yeah, that ended up being a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
honestly
believe we're actually
don't
staying in
think
It's like
Seattle.
that has got to be a murder some people.
Yeah, I'm honestly
Yeah,
I did not expect that to be one of the ways that you guys got rid of someone.
I didn't even think about it. I'm glad we did it though. That was
Yeah,
way
I wasn't
easier.
thinking of that either, but
I would be
don't
surprised
wanna-
if that wasn't
Yeah.
get rid of someone.
Yeah. Worked so well. We
Alright,
fucking did it, guys. We live here now.
that's the hope.
I thought I was going back to Olympia, not gonna lie.
Going home. My theory was always just that you would like out Laszlo to stay, like as a group. Just be like, he's not a vampire, it doesn't count.
I don't think that would be able to do that, man. I don't think
I'll
he
do it
could.
for you.
At all.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so yeah, how do you guys feel about your information as you presumably drive home?
I thought Magni got a much better deal than I was expecting from his question.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
Magni's question turned out pretty useful, I think.
Yeah, it's hard because
I don't know
technically
exactly.
J-Bats hasn't been delivered on yet, but yeah.
I
I
assume I'll be happy with mine.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you anything. No, I was like struggling to sort of, I felt like I don't know, I was like, oh shit, I don't really know how to do that question justice for Magni, because I was like, well,
No.
what's he going to tell you where they live? I don't know, he doesn't know, but, you know, I think that...
The cacophony was more than a reward in and of itself. Like,
I
just
knew
learning
you would
about
fuck
that.
with that shit, but I didn't know if anyone
That's
else
awesome,
would
dude.
care.
Yeah, that's in like the graffiti. I accidentally set up our own fucking domain just trying to get some cash.
Yeah, exactly.
I really am just tutoring people, okay, guys? It's not like
I'm not
it's
trying to
not like a
claim
weird
this.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just tutoring
I'm
people.
not
I
trying to
swear.
claim this little black boy, I'm trying to tutor.
Yeah. I'm not some kind of Father Powell.
Yeah,
guy.
some kind of fucking dead pedo.
Yeah, so I'm glad it worked out.
Okay.
Pinocchio is
I
on
think-
Laszlo's radar.
Yeah, that's
once
kind of insane
it's
too.
concerned.
Just a regular ass book. You can get that from the library.
Is the movie out yet?
Yes, it
That's a
is.
good question. But dude, let's go see a movie. We need to do that. Get in our suits.
1940.
Cat still doesn't know what a movie is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta go do that. If you were like, I want to go see Pinocchio, I would definitely be like, oh, well, we can go see it in the theater.
It's no,
It's
you
on
can't.
ad
It
for
came out in the 40s, bro.
Oh, okay.
Isn't
We'll
that
see,
shit
I'm
nuts,
fucking.
though?
Wait, when can we even watch it?
The
You could
library.
watch The
Do
Good,
they
the
have-
Bad, and the Ugly in theaters.
Right?
Yeah, they have fucking VHS.
Do they
well
have
before
videotapes yet?
How did
Yeah.
you watch movies before VHS?
Is it streamed on TV?
Yeah, I know. Did they?
Did they have Netflix?
VHS 1976. We're like a decade
There was, like,
off.
They had to have been doing like reruns. They would just send you you couldn't buy a projector reel, right? Like, could you? Could you get a home projector? Is that what they were doing?
If basically like it looks like in the 60s and 70s, like they would show recently released movies on television a while after they had come out in theaters. And they also, I feel like your best, studios would occasionally re-release popular movies, especially if they had a good track record. Disney, for example, was known for re-releasing animated classics like Snow White or Pinocchio.
Oh,
And so
Maybe we can see
it's
it in theaters.
we're going to
possible.
the theater.
I think the summer used to be the shitty time for movies before Jaws came out and invented the summer blockbuster. Which, like, basically they kind of we're just having history time now, but movies used
Yeah,
to
you definitely gotta-
basically be dog shit for like a long time, and then they invented good movies in the early 70s, kind of. And before that, well, it was like movies were really good in the like 30s, and then the Hays Code came in, and it was like, it's fucking illegal for you to like have the bad guys win, for men and women to be seen like sleeping in the same bed. Like, everything is fucking illegal. We hate gay people. If you have a gay guy in your movie, he has to die before credits roll. Everything is a moral lesson. And then, like, in the 70s, people basically were like, fuck that. So movies were shitty, and when they had good ones, they would re-release them fairly frequently. So it's possible you could see some Pinocchio. Because, yeah, there wasn't a lot of other
You
ways.
definitely got to name this YouTube video. 5 Zoomers tried to figure out how they watched movies before Netflix.
Yeah. Well,
That's right.
the real thing is just like, yeah, drive-ins were out there, but other than that,
Oh, yeah. Dude,
you
a
couldn't
drive-in?
you couldn't buy a movie that you wanted to see, you know.
Yeah, you'd have to, like, wait for it to come on the TV, which, I mean, I guess it's up to you.
Yeah. Really, it's fucking...
Let's go to a drive-in. Come on. There's got to be a drive-in.
Movies were so dog shit that they didn't even put them on standard showtimes. They just played the movies like on loop, and you just paid to go in, and you could just watch them like all day. And they like, that's what like a B movie is they would have like A movies which had like movie stars in them and like plots, and then B movies where it was like, this shit idiot actor is fighting this giant fake spider and it has no plot. It's literal B-roll. It just fills time. And
then Star Wars became one of those, or started as one of those.
Yeah, and then they made it good. But yeah, so the idea is like, for Dent or whatever, especially growing up, the movies were just a place you went when it was hot out, and you just like watched idiot garbage on the screen and like ate popcorn and smoked cigarettes until you were bored, and then you left. It's like
awesome. Did you still have to go in like a suit and tie?
I don't think so, because like you would like smoke cigarettes and like jerk off in there, although they like wore like suits and ties constantly in like the 50s, so yeah, I guess
That's true.
like they just did that all the time.
Awesome, man. Well, Dent would definitely be doing that shit. He's a lonely guy, so he's seen a lot of
Out
movies.
of my mind on lead and racism, watching a movie that they made bad on purpose. Like, what the fuck? In a suit. Anyway,
Yeah,
God
that's
bless
sweet.
the
With the
1960s.
steak.
You guys explain to
Chicken
Laszlo
jockey.
how movies work. That's what
And
that
me.
is. Yeah, and you.
Oh,
yeah.
Laszlo and
Yeah.
Jean-Baptiste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Well,
doesn't get the difference between a movie and a TV.
a Pinocchio
Yeah, I haven't seen
re-release
enough of either yet.
is definitely on the table.
Yeah.
I wonder what would fuck you up more, Jean-Baptiste, seeing an animated film or like a live action film, you know what I mean?
Gotta be animated, right?
But like, it's drawings.
It's like if you saw CGI for the first time. Yeah, but it's like moving. I don't know. He's probably seen, like the spinning pictures and stuff like that.
Nah, he didn't see that.
Like shadow figures. He didn't see any of that?
I'm pretty sure that's after the thingy thing.
Yeah, the thingy thing.
The
Thank you.
horse, what spins.
Uh-huh.
Ah, carousels.
The first movie ever made is, or not the first. The first piece of film ever made is a black guy riding a horse. Edward Muybridge. Well, it's the like thing of where they were basically just, photographing it really fast, and then you would like, no, but you really didn't. 1870.
I mean, like,
first film
just
ever.
shining a light through some paper type shit while it spins, you know?
Yeah.
You can understand, like, a moving image. Well, you know what? Who fucking cares? Who knows?
This is
We'll try and
nuts.
explain a movie to him.
Yeah, okay. That'll be fine.
I looked up 1790s art, and it's almost all just ugly people painted.
Hell yeah. Whoa. Man, now I'm just learning about how they made the first photograph of a thingy. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, no, I mean, it's like, I feel like you would get past how animation works if you like just showed him like a little flip book, you know what I mean? And then you can kind of wrap your head around it pretty decently.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like this concept, but just times 10,000 in terms of effort and quality and scale.
Yeah, if he doesn't even know what a picture is, you know.
Bro's gonna be like,
Going from
mortals
that
have
to-
way too much time on their hands.
Yeah, I think that's his main conclusion from all this is, damn, people just have time to make this shit.
and
Like,
to
they don't have a
consume
field
it.
to work and die in.
Yeah, literally.
Don't have noble lords to appease.
Yeah. And it's like, you guys had entertainment, but it was just, it's not the same.
He's gonna be so pissed when he finds out about workers' rights, man.
Yeah.
When he gets his fucking
Gonna be a union
landlord
buster.
business. Yeah, you fucking murderer.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Every worker needs to be constantly terrified of being fired so their bosses can mistreat them in any way. Like, come on, people.
Yeah. Well,
That's just 101.
you're gonna love Amazon, man. It's gonna be great. You'll be there.
You will.
Okay. So what else do we got? You guys go home, and all of that information is rattling around in your heads. Now the pressure is technically off, theoretically, to kill another guy. So
Yeah.
that's exciting. Do you guys feel like you're all kind of breathing easier a little bit now?
Yeah, I've been stressed about that.
Me
Not
too.
quite
I would
yet.
Sure.
say we probably just spend the time talking because I feel like we have a lot to discuss now. What to
Yeah.
do next and everything.
Yeah, we gotta have lives.
Right?
Yeah, what the fuck? You guys go get jobs.
What?
I gotta go meet with the circle.
True. That's
Yeah, I think
I would say
activity.
so.
maybe
I
can
would
do
definitely diverge about the phone call too. I feel like I would kind of remember it as Magni was getting told about all the different factions and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to exactly remember. It was from Karth, right? It was like to meet up with Karth, and it was the guy that we met with before. I think it was Dion.
It wasn't Dion on the phone.
Okay.
Because
It was one of the guys on the stairs, right? At the church.
It was the other man from Karth on the phone.
Okay.
So not the guy I got into a yelling match
No,
with.
that's Dion.
Okay. I'd have to I'd probably be able to put the face and the name together if I did. So
Yeah, I don't know if you ever
Look
got
up
his
that.
name, but anyway, the point
I just
is,
heard his voice.
yeah, he has a pronounced Scottish accent. So let's just, because do you want to sort of explain what was said, or do you want to play that close to the vest still?
I would say at this point I would just kind of divulge it. I would probably try not to look at Magni while saying it. I would say I don't trust him as much, but everybody else, yeah.
That's very funny because he was not the person that you were told not to tell.
Right? And that's the weirdest. I think that's what makes him the most uncomfortable about it, is that it wasn't about him. It was about Magni, right?
Sure. Yeah, I guess I get what you mean. Okay, so do you want to just explain it as you remember it, or do you want me to sort of tell them what happened?
I think I could use you, honestly.
Okay, yeah, it's been 2 weeks. Basically, the phone call that Dent said was breathing was actually a person speaking in a very, very quiet whisper that was difficult to hear, and it was identifiable by the strong Scottish accent as one of the Carthians, the tall, sort of gangly male one, who was Deva, but like the kind of the least sexy Deva you've ever met. Like he's appealing in certain ways, but there's just such a strong, like, strange darkness to him and like his demeanor, and he's not particularly physically alluring. He just has like, he's much more of a magnetic vibe and personality than like sexy. But he's like a tall, skinny white guy with like a shaved head. Fairly tall anyway. And he called and said, like, tomorrow, come, where did I say to go?
It's some park, I think.
Maybe just fucking Cal Anderson. I think it was.
Some
Yeah.
goddamn park.
Go to Cal Anderson, like, basically everyone except for J-Bat, who he called the Frog, come here.
Yeah, he
Second
did.
person using that.
What? Oh, yeah.
Second person.
I'm leaving that out of it.
Oh, but you say that he didn't, he said not to bring J-Bat, though.
Well, I would say that he didn't want us to bring J-Bat, but I would also
No, I know, not
call
say
him
the
the
Frog.
frog.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And that he, said, you know, keep this a secret, come out here, you, Magni, the weird one, just not J-Bat. We have, like, stuff to discuss. And that was his pitch.
I love being the weird one.
Hell yeah.
Did he elaborate as to what reason I can't be there for?
No, it was a pretty short call, where he just basically said that, and Dent was like, huh? And he's like, shut up. I'll see you there, or I will, like, hang up. But...
Well, you're Invictus.
Right. That
Yeah,
is the
I think
sort
that's
of
the reasoning.
implication.
Yeah. You're the only one who's like
Debatable.
set on being Invictus.
True.
And that's why they don't want you there.
Also, if I was doing anything sus, I would ask for the Invictus guy not to be there, so...
Well, exactly. So
yeah, sus in a good or bad way for us, I guess.
how do you
Yeah,
think
it's okay.
J-Bat, like, takes that?
You know, I don't think I really want to meet with the Karth anyways, but I'm definitely still offended by not being allowed to, or not being invited along with the coterie.
I guess it's helpful that he told you about it, you know, that takes the sting off, like, that they're not actually going behind your back.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, sneaking out is a little much.
Well, I should have known better than to give a secret mission to Dent, is what this guy
Nope.
will be saying eventually. Because
Yep. I'm instantly gonna tell Jean-Baptiste about it. Like,
hey,
of course.
Jean-Baptiste, this guy said he did not want you to hear about this shit, bro.
We're bros. We're homies, okay? He's
Hey.
like my fucking boss right
Well,
now.
you know what I actually is a thing that I want to do starting now is basically, like, whenever we discuss someone, or like you see, or whenever you encounter someone that you have a blood bond with that isn't you guys, for every level of the blood bond, I'm gonna tell you something positive about that person,
Okay.
to basically inspire and create, like, a bridge of the same feeling that your vampire would feel seeing them.
Yeah.
Where
That sounds great.
when Jean-Baptiste sees Prince Ed, because he's consumed his blood within this calendar year, he, you know, has a surge of affection, and I would render that by being like, you know, he's clearly like in control of himself and seems to be a capable type of person, and that's like, you know, etc. So, and for instance, if it was Miss Wendy and Magni, I would have to say 3 good things about Miss Wendy, because that's how much he likes her, and I feel like that will sort of artificially create the impression of positive interactions, which is all a long-winded way of saying, yes, you guys like each other. Every time you see each other, you go, oh, that's my buddy. That's nice.
I
even
think
when
it's
you're
funny
like,
the
ew.
difference. I think it's funny though the difference of like how we see each other, as in like Dent is like, oh yeah, I like J-Bat. He's like almost like my boss.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Magni looks at J-Bat and is like, oh yeah, he's just like a little guy that was back in the day. Like, he doesn't know anything. He's just this little guy.
Freak.
Little weirdo.
Amusing that
He's our
like,
little
Yeah.
monster.
yeah.
He's like a little guy that follows us around.
Funny-
Like,
he's got a funny little
French
accent.
guy. Yeah, a funny French guy that doesn't know much.
Hell yeah.
I love this guy.
Oh yeah.
And Laszlo's like, I'm immune to blood bonds, but these guys aren't. They like me.
Yeah.
I
These
feel like
guys don't
Magni.
get insanely freaked out by looking near me.
Yeah, Magni sees J-Bat and Laszlo as similar in the fact of like they're just like little guys that don't know much about the world.
Just little clueless dudes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, so now that secret is out of the bag, and that's to occur tomorrow. So unless you guys have anything specific for tonight, I will roll us into day 7.
Oh, I guess the
Alright.
other question is, are you guys gonna go there? Because I
Hmm.
don't think you should.
Magni's
I mean,
definitely.
listen, we'll-
going.
Crohn's meeting.
I'll tell you.
Thing.
If I'm told about it, I'm going.
What did Laszlo
Yeah, and
say?
I would like.
I'm more excited about the Crohn's meeting. They sound more interesting.
You can stay home, because I'll say I have something for that is going to come up for J-Bat tomorrow, because knowing about that I had an exclusionary mission coming up, I was like, obviously we're going to have other stuff happening, so you will have other things to do if you don't want to go, Laszlo.
Yeah, I think I'd ask Magni if he wants me there, and I'd go if he wants me to be there, but otherwise I'll stay
Secret
home.
You want me to fuck
during
this
the
up?
day.
Yeah.
I think if he says that, I'm just gonna be like, oh, anyone's welcome to come with me, but I'm going.
I'll stay home.
Okay. So sounds like Dent and Magni so far. Oh, J-Bat was saying he didn't want you guys to go. Why is that specifically? Just because you think it could be dangerous?
Yeah, pretty much. It just seems like the ideal place for them to get lied to, manipulated, killed, or otherwise.
Yeah, there is still the moratorium on deaths.
Yeah, they're just kind of terrifying.
Although
really
if they
think about
were
it.
trying to just murder us, they would probably invite everyone but Magni.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like
yeah, or
burn
just
your
not
house
invite
down.
us at all. Yeah.
That too.
Although
It's
so
fine.
far you guys have done a decent job of at least not telling people where you live. Yeah, so
Their phone number
yeah.
and full name.
Human alias, phone number, what you like to do, your skills, what you're capable of.
I
So
feel
swear
like
to me,
if they were
dude.
trying to kill us, they wouldn't have sent us an invite. Like, they wouldn't have called us and told us to go somewhere. They would have just
Yeah, J-Bat
hunted us
is
down when we didn't expect it.
J-Bat's more. He's not gonna say this to you guys, but he's kind of concerned about you guys liking the Carthians.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
maybe
that's the
shouldn't
impression I
go to
got.
the epic. Everyone's
It's okay, I
free
like you
dudes.
more.
All right.
But I
Alright.
feel like the way
Love it.
Magni sees Dent is
Like that.
similar to Laszlo and J-Bat. but just like, oh, this little guy, he's just like afraid of everything. I
Just a
think
scared little guy.
I'm just a scared little
Love
guy. I
edge.
guess I have to protect him.
Yeah, it's so funny that Dent is just a normal ass human, and he gets to see the Lord Conrad's lab.
Yeah.
It's been terrible so far.
It happens.
Get told that werewolves are real, and they'll
So
kill
it's just
you.
getting crazier and crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm so fucking terrified to go to the witches. Like that shit sounds insane. If I would ever see one.
It's like, really, the thing is that the difference between Magni and Dent is that, like, Magni's beast's bread and butter is telling him that he's invincible and nothing can hurt him and he should kill people, and Dent's beast's bread and butter is telling him he needs to be very afraid and sit in the shadows and run away anytime something bad happens. You know, so
Yep.
okay. Let's go to tomorrow. Let's move our timeline here. Eventually you guys find yourselves pulled towards sleep as some early morning birds signal the promise of the rising sun, and we go to day 7 of the 7-day moratorium on trials for murder. And it is a Monday the 20th. And the sun sets at 4:30. Jesus. 4:27.
Hell yeah.
I was thinking a way we could not really retcon, but just explain why J-Bat hasn't been waking up earlier is he just sits in bed quietly and just like stares at the ceiling and thinks.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot
Plus,
of
this
that
is
going
the-
around.
Yeah, that he's in
Yeah,
Insano
yeah.
world still.
I
Definitely.
do have a couple dreams that I might want to do. It's fucking annoying. I was writing this in-universe fiction, basically like something that I wanted to quote, where essentially I've talked about one of the core differences between this world and our world if you were to be like a person occupying the campaign's verse, is that like people having prophetic dreams is kind of a known phenomenon. And I've written a bit of the like in-universe fiction about a guy like writing about prophetic dreams, but I don't feel like I've written enough that I would want to read it and then just say the rest. I'll actually, you know what? I'm gonna read what I have and then read the rest at a later date, because I feel like what I have is reasonably functional. So this is a in-universe piece of factual writing. This is like an academic text that you could read in the verse, but no one is actually reading. As an exercise during the planning stages of this book, I placed telephone calls to 40 of my colleagues, all professors and researchers in the fields of science, technology, and mathematics at different branches of the University of California school system, and asked them if they believe that people can see the future when they dream. All 40 answered in the negative, and 6 openly laughed when they discovered that this was the research question I had been hounding them about answering. In 1958, a study conducted at Yale claimed a staggering 73% of survey participants representing a general United States population reported a strong belief in prophetic dreams, that human beings are, quote, certainly capable of limited precognition while in a state of unconsciousness. A further 26% reported an undeniable personal experience with predictive dreams. So there's like more to it, but that is the understanding of prophetic dreams in this setting is science says no, people say yes. And
Interesting.
the dreams have only gotten, and yeah, there's more I would say about it, but the dreams have only kind of gotten worse since you've become vampires. So I think I'm gonna have you guys roll for this.
My dreams have been consistently the same amount of weird.
Yeah, true. Everybody roll intelligence and occult.
Ooh, I'm good at occult. That's 6 dice for me.
Hell yeah.
It was what, Nicole? Sorry.
Intelligence.
Intelligence. Oh, God. Oh,
Oh, wow.
I'm right. I'm rolling a chance die.
I got 3 successes on 3 dice.
Nice.
2 successes.
Got 5 dice. And I'm rolling.
Dang, you guys are good at this.
A chance die, I roll a 10-sided dice and I have to get a 10.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I got
Okay. Can you remember?
no successes.
I got no successes.
Okay.
I'm having a nightmare.
So the way that this is basically the guys that failed are just sort of experiencing a general blob of sweaty nightmares that you can't really like define anything clear from. Doesn't really feel like you're getting new good information. You guys are, just kind of having chaotic dreams. Magni a lot about rending and tearing and biting and shit. Oh, and also your broken nose is healing. Actually, we need to address all of your healing stuff. You already spent your vitae, it looks like, and then Jean-Baptiste, it is going to remove a single vitae from you and heal you, as well as your wake vitae.
I forgot because I have the
Visible
open
wounds
wounds.
bane. So you wake up with 5 vitae, J-Bat, which I got.
That is not enough vitae.
Laszlo, you go up a pyros.
Ooh.
And Dent, you go down to fucking 5 vitae as well. And Magni, you're back down to 4, bro. You're hungry.
I'm already at 6
Hell
pyros.
yeah.
That was my maximum.
We love starving.
We love it. And so what would Dent's nightmares be about? Definitely bugs. Definitely
I was
wasps.
gonna say, really bugs.
You
His creepy fucking
dream
face in the window.
you dream that you get out of the car and walk over to Sir Gordon and look in through the window at whatever was down there by his feet, and you just wake up screaming. And I have a dream for J-Bat. I low-key can't remember if I had a dream for Laszlo, but I had you all roll anyway. Okay, this is good. You are dreaming, and in the dream, you are sitting in what looks like a long car full of tons of people, kind of like a bus. You would know about buses, like, and know what the inside of one looked like from your flashcards. And sitting next to you in this long bus, it's also loud as shit, and it doesn't like have windows. And sitting next to you is Lord Conrad, and he turns to you and says, "Hello."
Hello.
and then your head sort of swivels, and you can see to the right of you is Baby Nod, also sitting on this bus, same little row of 3 seats as you. And Baby Nod sort of looks over at you, Laszlo, and opens his mouth like he's gonna bark, and then a little gout of vomit comes out of his mouth and lands on your lap.
I make a disapproving expression.
Lord Conrad says, "Do you know why he's doing that?"
Why?
And then Baby Nod looks at you and says, "I'm sick." And then you wake up. Jean-Baptiste, your dream feels like it lasts for hours and hours and hours, even though it encompasses one scene, basically one image. You're disembodied, and you're just sort of in, it looks like the corner of a drawing room of some kind. It's a nondescript sort of type of building you patronized many, many times. And as though it is sitting on like a dressmaker's mannequin is a fine like woman's dress of the period that you existed in, with its sort of is it called a bustier, the sort of hoop thing, you know what I mean? And
Oh, the like hoop type.
yeah,
thing,
and the bodice, and you know, all of the accoutrement, and it's very fine woman's clothing, although it looks like it's like sized for like a young woman, like, you know, someone who is not an adult, definitely. And this clothing is like basically floating in midair, but it looks just like it's on a dressmaker's mannequin, except there's no mannequin. And it's a very beautiful little gown, sort of petite and beautiful craftsmanship. All the little stitching is immaculate and everything, and it's in a nice like dusty like blue pea color with some like lilac notes. And from the ceiling above you, a gout of deep black red blood, like it's being poured from in a large vat, just falls from the ceiling and coats the dress in shining black red blood. And you watch as it sort of flows into every single little crenellation and nook and cranny of the fabric and soaks it completely, and then the dream ends.
Kinda ominous.
Hey, blood's good though, eh? For you guys. It's a positive symbol.
Yes, especially on little dresses.
Yeah. Fucking hamburger meat raining on a dress. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly. It's like chili.
It's like chili. Yeah.
Chili on a dress, my favorite.
Yeah, normal.
Yummy.
Okay, so I've wasted your guys' time enough with dreams, but that's what I have for you. Yeah, I won't give you more than that on a regular success, I don't think. And I'll say you maybe wake up a little more scared than you would have expected to, based on just that imagery alone. Laszlo, you probably just wake up like, damn, Baby Nod threw up on me, bro.
Ew.
Anyway, now it's once again nighttime, and there's stuff to get to.
Woohoo, it's always nighttime.
Yeah, once again. You know what pisses me off is
Yeah,
I
as
expected one
always.
of you to be like, hey, Sir Gordon, what's your story? Like, when were you turned? And so I wrote out like a whole thing for him, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, we don't care about you, old man.
We don't give a fuck, man.
Aspiring storytellers and
Creepy
dungeon
bug guy.
masters, if you don't want your players to do something, prepare for it. So that'll be fine.
Well, I don't even want to see this guy again. Fucking creepy bug guy.
I hate
Yeah.
you. I don't want to see you ever again.
You asked us all what 1 through 10.
No,
and
that
pretty
was.
much all of us had all like fucking 5.
I think I'm like a I'm like a generational talent when it comes to designing unlikable NPCs. Like,
I like having
Oh, I hated
concept
it.
a lot. He's just an awful.
Oh
person.
yeah.
I love
that's my point.
I love Dent. Dent's like,
Yeah,
I hope
Nick-
I never
Nick
see
likes
this
it.
guy again, and Dent almost got himself like
I know.
He
That
is
was fucking
mentor.
terrifying, man.
Yeah.
That was...
I'm glad
I
that's
dare you.
oh, you
because
want me
honestly,
to teach you? You're all,
Honestly-
I would think I would rather fucking leave.
that was a spider instance because he was just as afraid of having to deal with you as you were of him. He's like, oh god.
Thank God for
I'm
that.
glad I have a structural reason to say fuck no. Get the fuck out of my face, nerd. You don't like bugs.
Yeah, right.
So
I didn't even get to fucking watch this thing. I'm a little bitch.
pussy. Now it is time to do some stuff. The Carthians didn't give you a time.
I
Also,
thought you said like 6 p.m. or something. I thought I heard that.
hey, fuck it. You can go there at 6. See what happens, man. See if I don't make it convenient for you, bro. I will.
Your characters wait
I'm
for
not.
fucking 6 hours.
Yeah.
I was
it-
waiting there all day
Blow
for
your
us.
whole damn night. Well, look, you know,
Second you leave, they show up.
yeah, exactly. Fuck you. It's all for J-Bat. It's just to jerk you around. One thing that actually, let's have you do a little roll for this, J-Bat. Intelligence plus politics, because this is a political memory.
We love politics. Okay, so that'll be... Is it structural analysis? Probably not.
Low key, you can have it.
Oh man. Alright, so that'll be 8 dice.
God damn, what's your int, boy?
2.
Yeah, not bad.
I have maxed out politics though.
Yeah.
The thing he's good at. Ooh. Dropped 1. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 successes.
Okay, you would distinctly remember that Prince Ed said to you guys, like, shop around, check out the other covenants, like, I don't, basically that to you with the, like, structural angle, it seems like as long as he can trust you, because you can't lie to him in word or deed, he feels like he's safe, and he's encouraging them to make connections and potentially create double agents for him in the end, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
you would remember that you probably won't get in trouble for letting them just speak to the Carthians at the very least.
Yeah, I didn't think I would get in trouble. It's like, it's good for Ed, but lessens my control on them, but...
Oh, totally. I just think that that's, like, a thing that you would come to mind is essentially that Ed was cool with this, whatever that means to you, you know?
Yeah. And I don't think I'm trying to stop them or anything, because it seems like they definitely want to go, just sort of
Yeah, something to consider.
hoping that they don't fall in love with the Carthian movement.
Yeah, at least not without you. Let's see. So, you guys will rouse and kind of be headed on your way there. I think last time, actually, what we actually left off on, and I completely forgot, which I think is reasonable that you guys would have just said, hey, Tom, shut the fuck up. We're, like, about to go do something important, have a phone call. Is Tom said, I need more money to buy more drugs to sell them. Like, because he had the little bit of heroin that he sold and snorted, and you guys got $40 from that. So he would say something to the effect of, like, to Magni or whoever while you guys are hanging around. I got a plan. I'm gonna go directly to a regional supplier. I think I can leapfrog over some of the middlemen and get us some cheap stuff, or some good stuff for cheap, and start spreading it around. A lot better margins. We just need a little bit of capital up front.
Oh god. I'm gonna kind of look around for anybody else to say something.
I'm wondering if perhaps we could find a way to forego said capital with some level of persuasion from ourselves. I'll kind of give everyone a look like mind control dominate drug dealer to me with drugs.
That's a great idea, boss.
He says, like, isn't that kind of against your guys' whole secret thing?
Thomas, such matters are not for you to be concerned with.
You're right, yeah. Sorry. His eyes glaze over.
Baby.
J-Bat probably doesn't notice and is just like, oh, cool, Thomas is listening.
Yeah.
Finally.
Well, I meant his eyes glaze over as in you're in control, as well. Although it's possible that you wouldn't notice that either.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Just-
I thought you meant, like,
Yeah.
you thought he was, like, he checked out. Okay, so that's something to file away. That's something to get to. Eventually, probably before you guys leave, there would be a knock on your apartment door.
Oh god.
Well,
Dent,
I
you do
learned
it.
in the French Revolution not to answer doors. So
I'll answer it.
If no one gets it, I'll send Thomas.
Oh, you said you'll
Oh,
answer it,
answer.
Magni? Okay.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
walk up.
Good god.
Do you look out the peephole or just open it?
No, I'll just open it.
Okay. Chad. It is Dottie from last night. Wearing
I'll stand up real quick.
a similar outfit. She looks up at Magni and just kind of nods and then looks, like, under your arm at Jean-Baptiste.
I'll give her like a little head nod bow.
I think even with them acknowledging each other, I'm gonna turn around and be like, J-Bat, your girlfriend's here.
Is that the first canonical use of J-Bat? Because I feel like that's not gonna fly.
It's gonna fucking
The
get
fuck
pissed.
did you just say?
I remember in The Expanse, the character Amos was pretty similar to Magni. We call the UN person, Christian Avasarala, Chrissy, and it really pissed her off.
That's funny.
If Magni does say that verbatim, J-Bat will not be happy.
I don't even know if you.
I was gonna say I didn't even think of it until you mentioned it, but I do want Magni to say that.
I feel like
He
that's
came up with this nickname.
almost anachronistic in a way.
Yeah.
But maybe you call him, like, Johnny instead of Jean-Baptiste. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm using a nickname for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like pretty early on I haven't addressed him much, but
Yeah.
I feel like
Mostly just
trying
because
to
the
think of
like
nicknames for most of them.
letter syllable thing is like a hip hop thing that started in like the late 70s and early 80s. So they would be like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about, man? That's not his name. Doesn't even
Bro,
sound
it's
like it."
tweaking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you call him some kind of diminutive version of his name. Jean-Baptiste, do you make a scene?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stand up and say, Magni, I understand that you are unaccustomed to such things, but you simply must treat myself and Miss Dottie here with an appropriate level of respect befitting our ranks.
Maggie's gonna laugh out loud when you say that. I'm like, okay, buddy, and then I'm just gonna walk back to my room. Like,
I'll just look at Dottie and say, please forgive him. He's most clueless and
Clueless and
Rather slow.
yeah.
fear
Right.
that he had no manner of decorum even before he was given his unnatural levels of strength.
She says, that's okay, Jean-Baptiste. I understand. Well, I'm hoping that we can get to something a little bit more productive here, also. And she has like a little kind of briefcase with her that she snaps open, and she has there's a couple little things inside of it, but she mostly just reaches for a manila envelope and pulls it out and snaps it shut. And it's, I imagine Jean-Baptiste is like, oh fuck yeah, we got
A dossier.
we got cases and dossiers and letters. I know what all of this shit is. This is working for me. And she hands it to you and says, go ahead and take a peek.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Okay, you pop open the manila envelope, little metal tab, and inside of it are a half dozen photographs of the guy whose head you blew off fucking a dog.
This is quite unexpected.
It's so you're looking through them and it's like one of him. It's consistently all of the pictures are him with a large male dog, like a black lab that he's sodomizing mostly and sometimes doing hand and mouth stuff too. And I won't go into more detail than that. And you're just sort of flipping through them like, this is interesting. And like in one of them, he's like smiling and you can clearly see it's that guy. Like there's no mistaking it. And it just looks like he's in a room of a house. The photos are taken rather close up. And he's wearing the clothes he was wearing last night in the photos, mostly. Obviously, there's a degree of undress happening. And Dottie says, these were fabricated by Spencer, based on some images he was able to take of the victims at the site. She would go on to explain, they're not real, to be clear, but he was able to whip them up. Also, you're looking at them and they look real as shit for like as many photographs as you've seen.
They are most convincing indeed.
She says,
sort of in the back of my mind, I'm going, how the hell do I make something like this?
yeah, how the hell do I make Magni fuck a dog in a picture? And did you just turn your mic on just to go?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay, that's what it like sounded like. Am I schizophrenic? Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't actually make any sounds, so maybe it was something else.
It did sound like you just.
It sounded like you made a little raspberry. Anyway, basically, she would say Carla, the Nosferatu at the discotheque, used a pretty strong nightmare when the fight broke out to make most of the mortals run away, and the vast majority of the crowd there, all they'll remember is that there was a fight. It would be super hard for them to pinpoint any kind of detail since they were all just soiling themselves in terror. Everyone that died there that night was there alone except for this guy, the guy that you had to put down.
Yes, I recall there was a woman he was conversing with.
As far as we're able to tell, there was 4 other people in his party with them. The man that I handled was there with a partner, but she fled, and we were able to successfully reprogram him. So he's not going to be a problem. And the other people we're able to just chalk it up to missing persons cases and the idea that they were never there in the first place and have gone missing independently. It helps that most of them didn't have anyone waiting for them at home, but there are 4 people out there who know that they went into the club with their friend and know that he didn't come out. So what the plan is for us to show these photographs off in a way that will cause them to want to forget their friend.
I see.
Humans will go to pretty reasonably great lengths to uncover the mystery of a missing friend, but no human being in history has ever dug through police reports and bothered officers of the law to seek justice for a dog fucker.
Yes, that makes sense to me. What role am I meant to play in this?
Well, the prince and the sheriff figured that I've brought you a suit here. We figured you could perhaps pose as a police inspector. The particulars aren't important. Just go up to... It should honestly be sufficient for you to approach the established couple that was there. I believe one of you might have... No, she's not saying this. I got the details wrong. You guys didn't get down with the chick that was in the couple with the other guy, the kind of jerky guy. It was the other 2 girls that you picked up, obviously. So she says, the couple that was there, if you show these photos off and explain that they came up in an investigation, they should honestly do the rest. It will basically shatter their worldview about that guy, and they'll be in a hurry to forget him. So we were hoping that you could just go to this location and give the photographs to them and do any necessary mental tweaking as it comes up.
So, just to clarify, these people were at the same table and, like, we didn't really interact, but we saw each other, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Do you bring that up? I forgot about that. But it's
No,
Dottie.
the funny thing
know.
is, I think I'm not gonna bring that up.
Okay,
because
sure.
it's like, I already didn't mind wipe one dude. I definitely can't say, no, Dottie, I'll fuck that up too. So, he's gonna make it work.
Okay, yeah. No, hey, God bless. Because that is some shit that I think I had considered and then forgot that would be the case. But I think that this is like a natural thing that would happen specifically because the guy you killed was already pre-established as being the guy from that table. So,
Yeah.
okay.
J-Bat's trying to clean up his own mess, so...
Okay, yeah, so you just take the photos then?
I want to put them, like, back in the folder or something. Like, I don't want these in my pocket.
Yeah. She says, that's a good idea. You don't want to get picked up for obscenity charges, sort of half-jokingly. Oh, actually, I would mention that despite the fact that she just sort of looks like a young woman from the American Midwest, she is speaking to you in, like, Franglish right now. Like, 60 to 70% of what she's saying is French.
Epic.
Yeah.
As if I didn't already like Dottie enough.
Yeah, it's kind of, like, sloppy in some instances and a little bit, like, more modern than you're used to, but I imagine the effort is appreciated.
Yeah, in that case, I think I'll just say something like, I find your French skills more adequate than my English, at least at the moment.
She says in full French, that was the idea behind speaking it. I'm glad it's helpful. And she says in English, it's not native to me, but the First Estate, most of us like to try and make an effort to observe some of the old world traditions, regardless of how new we ourselves are. And she kind of looks a little bit, like, tired, but it passes, and she says, well, if I can count on you, then I hope to see you tomorrow night at the big swearing in.
Yes, of course. I shall be seeing you there.
All right. And then
I'll give her a nice bow again.
She nods at you and then nods to the other guys and says, Monsieur Lecomte, and then she closes the door. Yep. Operation...
I think I'll wait until she's out of vampiric earshot and then just start talking about how gross and horrible this is. It's like, bro, why did she show me them? Couldn't she have just said what?
Yeah.
Brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about that.
And then, sort of the second thought he has is, yo, you can make fake pictures?
Which is funny because everyone else would be like, no, you can't. That's not real.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, no, Simon Spencer doing it up like AI about 50 years before AI. So 60.
God.
But yeah, no, you got some disgusting ass photos in your possession now, which is great.
Yeah, certainly not what I was expecting. But...
the silence in the call was deafening. Yeah. I was really glad.
I vote for burning them.
You have to do your job. Well, you don't have to do anything.
That's fucking. That's intense.
Yeah. Poor bastard. Dude got his fucking brains blown out for trying to help. And now all of his friends are going to believe he fucks dogs.
Hey, when someone tries to mind control you, just get mind controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's their go-to, too. I like to do that.
I think that actually Dottie would she would probably just say, kind of to the group, almost, or she would switch to English and say, when she was talking... A masquerade breach is something they can't look away from. Covering it up requires something they can't face. As her explanation for why she's doing that.
Here, go home.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
So now I feel like with what little time, we got 20 minutes or so, give or take. With what time we have remaining, I'm down to get you guys to Cal Anderson and see about bugging some people.
You know what Cal Anderson even looked like back then? I wonder if it's still at the fountain.
I think it straight up didn't exist yet, I'm gonna say. Because Cal Anderson, I think, was a...
1908 it was developed.
But was it
As a
called...
playground.
yeah, it wasn't called Cal Anderson because he was like a
It was a
gay icon.
Broadway playfield.
Yeah.
Oh, you saying gay icon just reminded me of something.
Hell
Send
yeah.
it in a second. Because I was, like a week or two ago, looking up, like, 1967 Seattle fashion and stuff.
Mm.
And I will not send it into scheduling. Essentially, there's like a magazine cover of a dude that's dressed basically exactly how J-Bat's gonna start dressing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
I've
Like
seen,
a
I've
gay
seen that
icon.
before. This is Peter Witchern. He's a local businessman. He's a homosexual. It's awesome.
And he was also voted best dressed man in Seattle that year, so
I wonder why.
I think J-Bat sort of synthesized that that's what he should be dressing like to be a metrosexual twink man.
Hell yeah.
Homophile organizations.
What do you call it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dorian Society is a big deal. Pioneer Square, yep, good place to be. Mocambo, a lot of shit like that. So at this time, this is Lincoln Park then.
Lincoln
Lincoln
Park
Park.
starts playing.
Oh yeah, that's funny. So yeah, on April 10th, 2003, the area was designated Cal Anderson Park after Washington's first openly gay state legislator.
Ooh.
Broadway Playfield.
Yeah, it was Broadway playfield.
Okay, so that's where they want you. It's almost 7.5 acres, green grass. Yeah, it used to be called Lincoln Park, and then they opened a new place called Lincoln Park, and so they couldn't.
That was
call it.
better.
Yeah, and it's mostly a couple little hills, fountain. Even if they didn't have it in this universe because of prophetic dreams, they built a fountain, and some trees, and it's a nice spot. And you guys just sort of go out there at like 6 p.m. Magni's hungry, but I imagine you're even hungrier for political connections.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Laszlo might go now, given what Jean-Baptiste is tasked with.
Yeah, I don't think I want to hang out with you today, man.
He's gotta go do the dog fucker stuff.
Yeah.
God.
I'm not gonna name this episode Dog Fucker, but know that the temptation is there.
Laszlo's like, I'll just hang out with J-Bat. That lady comes over, hands in their picture. She's all, I think I'm gonna go with the other guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hang out very far away from J-Bat.
He just goes, I gotta go.
Okay, so yeah, you want to come with then?
Yes.
Okay.
He's just thinking of nah.
We're
like packing up to leave. Laszlo's like, wait.
I'm gonna throw you one phone call, Dent, tutoring thing, real quick.
Okay.
Phone rings. Like as you guys are getting ready to head out. Hello, is this Harrison Dent?
Yeah, this is Dent. Who is this?
Oh, my name's Samantha. I was hoping to schedule some piano lessons, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, of course that's okay. Let me check my availability. Would you be
looks at a watch that says
Okay.
nighttime.
It says a fucking anytime after the sun goes down. Yeah, no, I could meet you up. We can meet at any location. I don't own a piano. God damn it.
He says
Do you
that over the.
So you don't have a? Do you
No,
tell her you don't
sorry.
have a piano?
That was a side comment.
No, fair enough.
But I would basically say I could meet you anytime after 5, and preferably at like a neutral location. I know some practice rooms we can meet at that have pianos
Oh, sure.
on the university grounds.
That would work for me. I have a piano of my own, but I wouldn't mind going to a practice room. That sounds reasonable. Do you mind if we discuss payment? I could do $1.75 an hour.
Yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable. I appreciate that. What day would you be looking to start our lessons on?
Well, I could go tomorrow. Would you mind calling me back at this number and giving me where you want me to go, and I'll meet you there. If it's
tomorrow
on
our
the bus
meeting with-
lines.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, what is it? Seattle University is the one next to us. I would say I probably already had like a lesson room in mind.
Yeah,
at the
that
campus
works.
Tomorrow
that I
meeting
had like
with
arranged.
Tomorrow's the meeting thing, but that's going to be at like nighttime.
Okay.
Because that's when
Yeah.
vampires do the big politics, is like 3 a.m.
And I would just ask like your experience level and like where you're trying to get with piano.
I have some prior training. I played a lot when I was little, and then I gave it up for a while, and I'm starting back up in college now, and am mostly playing for fun, but I was hoping to get into a music program at some point, but I haven't. I'm rusty, I guess, is what you could call it.
Of course, I could certainly help you with your audition. Just bring some material that you've been working on, and I'll meet you at the university.
Okay, that sounds
Tomorrow.
great. Thank you so much.
Of course. And what was your name again?
Samantha.
Ah, good old Samantha.
All right, and yep, that booked another one. And essentially, the point of that is that now we can start abstracting and say, like, Dent has 5 clients that he sees routinely. The important ones are the Richardses and Samantha. You know what I mean? Because that way
Yeah.
we run the gamut of, like, a young person studying music and, like, a kid that you're teaching math to. And that way, like, we can do tutoring scenes and get blood in ways that, like, reflect the breadth of your experience but aren't, like, hyper specific, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
my
for sure.
idea was to give the tutoring some depth by having 2 characters to it, essentially, that we can visit frequently.
A similar topic, I figure J-Bat's feeding is gonna start being automated soon. Just find bar.
Yeah, pretty basic in a lot of ways. Dent still has to do, like, his feeding scenes because
Yeah,
he
set up
really
that
hasn't. But the money is going to start flowing in for sure. So yeah, I imagine that if J-Bat, if you want to have a basic feeding before this, and like we can do, you set up that you're going to go feed and then go deliver the bad news, or vice versa, whichever you would prefer, and then these guys will be at the park, and then we'll start the park and then call it.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm thinking before it's automated, we might want to do one scene where J-Bat uses Dominate to feed on someone, because essentially I figure if he strikes out for like an hour, he's just gonna be like, okay, I'm mesmerizing someone to get blood.
Yeah, I think that can all basically be played off the dice because we haven't really done them yet. We've been doing like basic like seduction rolls essentially, but there are like whole feed rolls that we can construct.
Oh yeah.
And then like failures mean that, you know, you would push it into like a live anyway. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, I think whenever you guys want, we can do live feeding scenes. It's just now we can, you know, do a little bit of both. But yeah, I like the idea of getting at least one dominate scene under our belt too. Okay, so at Broadway Playfield, which is situated sort of in, or very much in Cap Hill, with little restaurants and clothing stores and different things all scattered around, and some houses like out towards the area that you guys are at. You guys are hanging out under some street lights, watching the last of this sort of picnic crowd pack up, since it's been full dark for a sec now, and start heading home. And some kids and lovebirds like standing on corners smoking and chatting and stuff in the moonlight. Where do you guys post up, and what are you sort of establishing yourselves as? I'm also assuming you kind of drove up here and parked.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I gotta leave pretty soon to go pick up my wife in like 5-ish minutes.
Okay, yeah, just
So this was probably like my last scene.
yeah, sounds good.
But yeah, I think I would let Magni kind of lead the way. I think just look for anybody that's kind of out of place.
Yeah, Magni, are you like waiting for them to come to you?
I think I'm like strolling, like looking like I'm just taking in the scenery, but I'm like looking out for anyone that I recognize.
Okay, yeah, I think it would probably be like mutualistic, roughly, where at a certain point, they just walk up to you kind of off the street where it looked like they were like watching you for a little bit, and step forward, and it's three guys. Dion, large sort of sculpted black guy, Deva, leather jacket, jeans, very tough looking, t-shirt under him. You've seen him, you know him.
Yeah.
Also, there is the guy that I've described, the Scottish, sort of off-putting Deva, that it's hard to put your finger on exactly what. I would say he's darkly alluring. You don't like that you're, like, drawn to him.
Yeah.
And then also there is a Mechit that you've never met before, who looks like a sort of bookish professor. He's wearing a tweed jacket and slacks and like some nice brown brogue, some shoes. And he's got little glasses on and a neat side part, sort of thinning hair. And he's older than you, Dent. He's in his 40s at least, he's probably like 50 years old. And he just looks like an incredibly iconic fucking professor. And he's a Mechit, and he existed before you did in my imagining of this game.
He's taking my fucking shtick.
And I think the lanky one would say, "Oi!"
Yeah, with try and also kind of still take the lead since they did kind of talk to me and just be like, "Hey, you guys told us to meet up here, right?"
I think
you made it.
I'm gonna go hey, and try to go straight for shaking Dion's hand. Like, hey, nice to see you again.
I think he would sort of stiffen up as you like approach him, like what the fuck, and then see the hand coming and go, all right. And he gives your hand 2 quick pumps, like strong, aggressive.
Yeah, I think I want to be like, sorry about the last time we met. I promised things before I should have. Didn't know about that guy.
Look, I get it. It's not easy when you're starting out. It's you know, we're a persuasive species, as it were. I also understand that you have some kind of relationship with the woman that was there.
Yeah, we're roughly related.
Right, well, as it stands, this conversation is not really about Father Powell, fucking degenerate, sicko, pervert, racist that he is. We've got other things on our mind today. All's forgiven.
When he says that about Powell, I'm gonna like nod my head in agreement.
Right, so you're just fully like letting him know that you're on the Father Powell hate train.
Yeah, I mean, once I heard
I guess he
about
is
Father
racist.
Powell and like how it wasn't fake, what happened,
Yeah.
what he did, I don't like him anymore.
Who informed us for sure it was fake?
Nobody. It wasn't fake.
Nobody.
That we had I can't remember who. We had an interaction with someone that said that he does stuff like that. That's not that it wasn't.
Oh, that was
false.
Dion, right?
No, it was someone else. I can't remember who it was.
Was it Sir
Someone
Gordon
mentioned
just
something
now?
about like, oh, he has secret things that he does.
Yeah,
but I
Sir
can't remember
Gordon
who it
sounded
was.
like
Oh, that was
he
Sir
knew
Gordon.
about it,
Sir
and
Gordon
it just
said
came up now.
proclivities.
Yeah.
You did make it sound
I
like
feel
that
like
shit
it was
was
a while
true.
ago. But yeah, from what I've heard from other people about Powell, he's not a very liked person. So
Yeah, not a lot of people vouching
Even if
for
it's
him.
Yeah,
not true, a lot of people hate him.
I think it's more that it
Yeah.
must be just the vibe I've gotten from him is that a lot of
Yeah.
people wouldn't put it past him that he's a pedophile.
Yeah.
If the bug guy thinks he's weird, he's definitely
Literally.
fucking crazy.
And he says, what we're here to talk to you about tonight is the possibility that you all might be able to use your reputation to achieve a little favor for us. Of course, reciprocation being expected. We want you to... And he like is choosing his words, and then the skinny guy in the middle says, we want you to say you've gone and killed one of us and tell the Vickies that you gashed one of our cunts.
Well,
That's
I've
so
got news for you.
Really?
I have already done that.
No, but
No.
those guys are Circle. You're thinking of Circle. These are Carthians.
No, we killed a con.
No, we killed a con.
Oh no, but they know that.
Yeah, I know. I was just joking.
Oh sure, yeah. This is another thing
Yeah.
though.
They want me to kill another.
They want you to
Pretend
pretend
like I killed another
yes,
card.
Exactly. And that is the proposition, and I honestly think, unless you have something specific to say to them, that I'm just going to call it there and play a song.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
I'm gonna go
I think Magni will be like, sure.
Whatever, dude.
I probably will have some questions.
Yeah, fair enough.
We
alright.
Magni's like, I don't mind telling people I killed another person.
And this isn't like extremely relevant, but I was listening to this album and I just like this song and I think it's good for this whole thing. And we can also picture J-Bat carrying in his jacket pictures of a man fucking a dog and looking for a quick easy blood while you guys are sort of talking about conspiracies and stuff.
The gift that Alex sent goes along perfectly with this song. So about chess.
So we were talking about chess, I think. No, we left off with Jean-Baptiste going out to try and feed, and the other guys meeting with a group of Carthians, sort of to Jean-Baptiste's chagrin, a little bit there. And you guys had gone to the Broadway playfield, eventually to become Cal Anderson Park, and met up just, I think it's 6 o'clock, I think was the time that they decided on. So really early in the evening.
So it's all three of us?
Yeah, everyone except Jean-Baptiste made it out.
Okay.
Because
for some reason I thought it was just Magni and Laszlo.
Oh, that's funny. No, Dent is definitely there. A couple things were Jean-Baptiste has to deliver the fabricated photos of bestiality sex to the grieving friends of that one guy. And that's why Laszlo decided to come on this excursion instead, because that was too weird.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And now you guys had been talking to a couple of guys for a minute now. They are Dion, Professor Roth. Did he introduce himself? Fuck, I don't know. Anyway, that's what the mech.
I think they all said their names, but they didn't. We didn't get any information about them other than their names.
Yeah, I kind of think that the middle guy didn't say his name yet.
Okay.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. The reason that all the names are very much on my mind is because, IRL, obviously I sent Wade the list of kindred as they are known to Sir Gordon. So the names are kind of floating around in here a little bit right now. In real game time, I think we could even make it that you get those tonight at a sort of hand-waved mutual drop location, J-Bat, because that way you can start acting on that knowledge if you want, if that's going to be a significant sort of thing that you want to interact with, it would be fine to do so. But for now, I'll say that after he proposes that you guys lie to Prince Ed and say that you killed another Carthian, the tall, skinny, shaved head Scottish guy says that his name is Geordie, which is spelled Geordie. So now you do have all of their names: Dion, Geordie, and Professor Roth. And yeah, you guys were there, and they had sort of said I think they talked a little bit about Father Powell, because then Magni has in his notes very big that he wanted to tell them that you guys were going to kill Father Powell, or already had.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I think I wanted to mention to them, Powell is no longer a threat. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Okay.
So for failing exactly the context for how that sort of ramped up, I think it was that they were sort of we want to get rid of that guy, but in the meantime, we have this other plan going on, and you were sort of are you going to just say, he's not a threat, or are you going to...
I think I'm going to be oh, we don't have to worry about him anymore.
Okay, then...
or he won't be around anymore, is what I'm going to say.
Okay,
And then I'm going to, if you know what I mean, hinting at the fact that he's going to die.
Dion sort of narrows his eyes a little bit and says, "Are you saying what I'm thinking you're saying?"
Yep. As of tomorrow, he won't be an issue.
My God, there's a plane outside my house too. It's going hard. And he says, he looks at you to see if you're serious and not like lying to him. And I think he doesn't detect any, lies here because you're not, you don't seem to be anyway. And he's just gonna reach his hand out to try and give you a handshake.
That's funny. I was about to say I would reach my hand out after like hinting at the fact that we're gonna be the ones that take care of that.
Yeah.
Like kind of a
olive branch.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you receive his handshake?
Yeah.
He would sort of finish it out, very strong, tough guy handshake. And you, literally this,
Yeah.
you son of a bitch thing. Anyway, and he says, "Why the sudden change of heart?"
I mean, hey, I told you that night. I never really liked the guy. I just had promised before I knew the things about him. So, and I'm a man of my word, so.
And Jordy says, "A man of his word who looks before he leaps." And he just sort of like wiggles his eyebrows like, fucking freak show. But there you have it, and Dion sort of smooths himself out, got pretty excited at that news, and says, kind of seriously again, "Well, how can you be so sure? Is this gonna be you hands-on kind of thing?"
We have there's a man that's in debt to us, so and he's very capable. So I trust he can take care of things. And according to him, tomorrow is going to be his last day around.
He says, "Well, right on." And then Professor Roth is going to look at Dent and say, "Do you know if you were followed by any chance?"
I wouldn't say we were particularly checking, but I don't see why we would be.
Well,
And I want to like look around, try and like look behind me, see if anybody's there.
nobody's standing directly behind you in this open field,
Thank goodness.
wiggling their fingers.
You turn around and there's a man staring at you.
Listen,
Everyone goes, "Ah!"
they got invisibility and shit, okay?
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, he says, well, that's understandable that you wouldn't be checking, but it's entirely possible, although I would say it's unlikely that they would come this deep into our territory, as it were, even someone like Spencer, if he were keeping tabs on all of you, but I would assume, I would go, actually I need to look this up. When were phone wiretaps invented? Had to be the 60s. Anybody want to hazard a guess of the fucking first time that wiretapping was utilized?
1958.
See, you guys gotta remember that as soon as technology occurs, fascists will use it to spy on you. 1895.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, the first known
What
instance
were
of
people
phone...
even fucking talking about
We're
on the
tapping
phone?
the fucking telegram, bro.
Literally, dog. The first known instance of phone wiretapping occurred in New York in 1985 when a former telephone worker who had joined the city police suggested listening in on telephone lines to investigate crime.
That
You fed.
piece of shit.
You actual fucking fed, dude. That's nuts.
As long as there's been a state.
Yeah, man. Hey, they want to know what you got cooking. They're just curious critters up there.
For crime, I swear. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, so effectively, Roth is saying, who I'll describe again. I would say, based on what your guys' kind of knowledge of how a vampire's appearance relates to their proximity to their beast, which is how you guys would in game terms say humanity level, you know what I mean? Because if you like talk to a kindred in the game and say, oh, what humanity level are you, they don't know. That it's like, how close is this guy to the beast, to like letting go.
It's like asking someone their HP.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know, I'm pretty healthy, I guess. Take a punch. But so for this guy, what I was getting at is that he is definitely more on the Dent side of the spectrum, potentially even higher than 7 humanity or around there, where he looks like a person, you know, not kind of like how Magni is becoming, where it's like a very kind of hollowed out looking, well, you know, you're not that bad, but a sort of grayer, more angular type of guy. The Roth looks very healthy and very human in a lot of ways, and the picture perfect mid-century professor down to the tweed elbow patches and little reading glasses and mousy thin hair, probably pushing 50 or so when he was turned. And he says, anyway, I would say you should assume that your phones are tapped. I would consider that a given with our current leadership and your novelty in the circuit here.
Oh God, I knew that the Invictus and the Carthians were opposed, but I didn't see how deep. Okay, I'll make sure to check that when we get back to our place. What does a wiretap look like exactly? I don't think I've
let me use Google.
Never seen one before.
It's probably going to look like trailing wire on the outside of your home, like something hooked up to the actual exterior phone line. Unless it was some kind of concealed bug, but then it would be...
We were gifted this apartment directly from them, so...
That's...
You might just be right.
I surmised as much, and that was why I sort of suggested that possibility. Is it seems like if you all had come upon a property so quickly in your time here, it was probably a gift from our benevolent ruler.
All right, now Laszlo was worried.
Oh yeah, talking too much shit about Frankenstein on the phone. He says, all of this to say, for appearance's sake, it's important that you be seen with the subject of tonight's discussion before we head to a second location. And then I'm going to say Jordy actually just puts 2 fingers in his mouth and whistles loudly. And then out of the bushes where he was hiding and doing some method of concealment, emerges the Nosferatu that was talking to Akan before you guys killed him. And so
the one that gave Magni that like vision.
Yes.
Yeah, the one that like almost put me into a frenzy.
Yeah, you leaned into that.
Okay.
But yes, this guy comes out of the bushes. And I want to look real quick and make sure I have a good description. Yeah, so he has slightly pointy ears and very like white skin, which I'll just say doesn't have anything to do with his proximity to the beast. He's just disfigured. And he's got kind of like slightly bigger than they should be, like very watery dark eyes. And he has his hand shoved in like a ski jacket that he's wearing, with jeans and tennis shoes. And overall, now that you guys are getting a better look at him, you can see he was probably a pretty young man, like around Tom's age, so early 20s. And he kind of ambles across the playfield to you guys from where he was a dozen yards away. And as you get closer, do you guys avoid looking in his eyes, or would you like to look in his eyes?
I'm definitely avoiding his eyes. He's freaking me out.
I almost feel like I want to look in his eyes because I think in the back of my brain I'm like, was looking in his eyes what caused it, or was it on purpose?
Sure.
Like, I'm trying to see if it was intentional or if it's just passively, like, he's terrifying.
You look into his eyes, his sort of big watery peepers, and he looks up at you, very sans expression, and you feel a pang of extreme guilt for and again, I have to guess at the thing Magni would feel most recently guilty about. You feel a pang of guilt for using Roy Castor like a straw instead of getting him off of that woman and potentially saving her life.
Yeah.
And I think that probably doesn't strike as extreme of a chord as killing Jason at the fight did when you were in the bar, and that's the thing that you felt guilty about. Like, this is sort of the last thing that you were like, oh shit, this is my bad half totally winning and causing an innocent person to like die when they were potentially going to survive.
Yeah.
Or, I could have saved them or something. And so that's what you feel when you look into his eyes, is this sort of like the pit of your stomach drops out and you get a little tingle in the back of your neck, and you almost feel like you could be blushing if it wasn't for the fact that your body doesn't really do that anymore. Laszlo, would you like to look in his eyes?
Yeah, Magni didn't explain shit about what this guy's eyes do.
Yeah. So you look at him, maybe feel a little camaraderie with his disfigurement, given that you are at least posing as a Nosferatu. And in his eyes, you see Eric Taylor's friend in the supermarket dropping the pickles, and you see him sort of tearing up, like pleading with you, please, Eric, like, what's going on? You can tell me what's happened to you. It's gonna be okay. And you saying, I'm not him, you have the wrong person. And then watching him lose Eric all over again in real time plays out sort of in your mind.
Yeah, I guess it's like the truth can be awful is my takeaway from that.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna have you do a composure check because this is the first time you've probably experienced guilt in this way. Would you like to auto-fail it to resolve that condition, or would you like to take the composure ping on the roll?
Yeah, we may as well auto-fail it.
Okay. So you look into his eyes and you just go, ah! You just scream. And you just sort of and it's like a cathartic, like, scream into your pillow, like, get this fucking feeling out of my chest, and you feel your knees almost buckle. Is anyone gonna help this guy not fall
Yeah,
down?
I would say I would like rush over and ask him what's wrong. Like, oh my god.
I looked into his eyes and I guess I just saw something I regretted.
And you know what? I would probably like kind of put two and two together a bit, and I'd probably look into his face before he says that. I'm freaking out, dude.
So Laszlo, even though your borrowed heart is circulating blood like wacky fast now, and your breathing is kind of shallow, once you're pulled up to your feet, you're able to like regain your composure and are just kind of left with like shaky hands. And Dent, you are staring in the face of this guy, and I'm gonna say for you, it is probably just moving those bodies, burning them. You know, the guy with his head blown off, unless you can think of something else, like maybe your sister, and sort of...
No, I think the bodies would have been really disturbing,
Yeah.
even though it's like, I mean, it's
necessary.
like a fucking massacre in there, you know.
Yeah, right. And
That's like scene war, but
right.
not like that kind of
It's just a
fucking
different
crazy
setup
shit.
where it's like everyone is sort of like treating it like another day at the
War.
office or whatever. There's no, although hey, you know, war gets
Yeah,
pretty
there's
Or even
more
like a
than that.
PTSD kind of thing.
Yeah, totally. So for a second, you look in his eyes and you are back on that dance floor, slick with blood, you know, scrubbing some fucking poor party goer off the floor. And, you know, rubbing shoulders with the people that did it or are complicit in the system that causes those kind of things to happen to people and continually sort of draws them closer and closer into their orbit so that they might be the one drinking the blood instead of scrubbing it off the floor next time. And you also, get a little shiver. And this guy just shuts his eyes and says, all right already. Can we go? Are we doing this?
We're gonna scream, what the actual fuck?
You are?
Or I would maybe not scream, but I would definitely like,
What the fuck is going on?
what the actual fuck? Yeah, I mean, this shit's crazy.
I think Dion would say, it can be a little intense the first couple times, but most of us can look at old Snow here and, you know, we're over it, right? And then...
Why did you do that? What was?
He says, I can't help it, okay? Still eyes shut. It's part of my thing, man. Your guy should know, and he sort of kicks his toe towards where he remembers Laszlo being and is saying, like, you know, Nosferatu are they just suck, man. It's what we are.
I can agree with just sucking.
Yeah, you commiserate with him a little.
I didn't know it was like a mental thing. It was like I was in a different place for a second there.
I think Jordy would say, well, it's not meant to be that bad. You must have a guilty conscience.
Whatever. Now, who is this guy?
He pulls out a cigarette and says, me? I don't feel a thing. Care for nothing. And he's just smoking. And then Professor Roth says, well, now that we're all acquainted, would you gentlemen mind following us somewhere else? Do you go to a second location with the Carthians?
Sure.
Where are we going?
I was just thinking, second location is bad news.
I don't like second location. Where are we going?
The professor says, basement apartment, 2 blocks over, 1 block up.
Why? What's wrong with right here?
Well,
I think I've already walked over to their side and been like, yeah, sure, let's go.
Dion would say, well, assuming that we all go along with the plan and you pretend that you've killed Snow, then we can't just stand around in the field all night pretending, you know, there's got to be a place where you, he does air quotes, killed him.
Do they know how much we've arranged with Prince Ed? Yeah, I think they do, right?
Remains to be seen.
Because they did talk about, like, us getting handed the apartment.
They knew we had the apartment and assumed we got it from them.
Yeah.
But I mean, they know about Jean-Baptiste. Kind of like all living.
Yeah, I guess I'll say this aloud then. I guess my concern with this is I remember Prince Ed saying that he didn't want too many vampires dying in this whole ordeal. I know you guys don't care for him much, but
On his side, I'm sure.
probably.
But, like I said, nobody's killing Snow tonight. It's not happening. He's just gonna go away. He's going underground. So the point stands. We got to get off this street.
So I know this is a little crazy. I think we should just go. Let's just. We're in this deep already. Let's just go follow through.
All right. Laszlo
Hold
does
my
not
hand.
listen, anywho.
All right, and you guys decide to go with them mostly because Magni is like, where'd you say it was again? Like walking there.
I love you guys.
Yeah,
I've like already walked past everyone. I'm like, what?
My homies.
Wait, where are we going?
And you guys wander through the park for a little ways before getting. You would have to kind of go. Yeah, basically what I said would be okay depending on what direction it was, and they're taking you up towards an apartment block, and we will switch to Jean-Baptiste.
Give me just like 2 seconds.
Okay, we'll stay on this side. You guys are, I'll just say, we're walking towards a door that's kind of set against a wall where there's a few steps down from the sidewalk to get to the door in the wall of the apartment. You know what I mean? Like you step down to get into it. And Professor Roth would eventually, it is just as short of a walk as he promised, produce a little ring of keys. Actually a fairly large ring of keys, and select one and put it in and turn the lock and open it into basement apartment as promised. Ready to go?
Yes, now I'm ready.
Okay, cool. What are you up to?
I think first order of business is wake up Thomas.
Okay.
Just gonna kind of go find him and Thomas, arise. Sort of clap my hands at him.
I think he would sit up off of the, he was like laying or sitting on the floor, like leaning against the foot of the couch, and would just say, I wasn't sleeping.
We have urgent matters to attend to. You shall be accompanying me. Prepare
okay.
yourself.
Okay. I think he would look at you and say, am I going in anywhere or just driving today?
That remains to be seen. Prepare yourself for all eventualities.
Okay, then he would go to the room where the pile of clothes has slowly being sorted into, like, these clothes fit Dent, these clothes fit Laszlo, these clothes fit Tom, etc. And pick a couple of things from the Tom pile and eventually set himself up with a pretty fire fit, actually, of the normal kind of faux leather shoes that he normally wears that are pretty convincing, flare cut pants, white shirt, and like a denim vest over the shirt. And he's in his cool guy going out for the evening 60s fit, because this is what it looks like when he's ready for anything. And I think
that should be acceptable.
he goes for a pill bottle that's stashed in with his clothes and goes to pop something.
Hey, what is that?
Ibuprofen. Painkiller.
What?
It's it just, I have a headache. It helps the headache.
Trying to remember what a headache. Okay, whatever.
Fine. And he pops one into his mouth and dry swallows it, and then tosses the pills back on the ground, and they rattle a little.
Okay, I think I'll just start heading out, and sort of as I'm getting out the door, turn around and give him the like document folder. Say, These are most important. You must keep them very safe and do not view them.
You turn back to see guy, the guy that is Tom, eating a banana and like pouring the last of a carton of yogurt into his. Actually, I don't think they ate yogurt in the 60s. He's got a banana and like a sleeve of like little peanut butter crackers, and he's eating those. And he like sort of sheepishly tucks the crackers in his pocket and wipes his hands off on his pants and receives the manila envelope.
Yogurt did not become popular until the 1980s.
Yeah, they still...
Huh.
They're like, this is for like gay people, like hippies.
Greeks.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Milk like a real man.
Yeah. No, that's what I was gonna say, is like the food culture stuff is so wild. Like, they were just fucking eating microwave dinners.
Or didn't even have fucking M&Ms.
Just eating M&Ms. Yeah. Dead ass. But we've had bananas since the 1800s, so he's definitely eating a banana. Anyway, and he says, I think in kind of a quiet voice, like he's not sure if he's breaking some kind of rule by asking this, and says, what is it? Is it like stuff, like your stuff?
Not precisely.
The seaplanes are fucking me off today. I think Tom says that as you guys leave the apartment, and there's a loud seaplane that goes over.
Yes, they are most distressing.
he like is rubbing his temples, like, you said a mouthful, bro. This shit is distressing me.
Thomas, can you explain to me what you understand of police detectives? Or I'm gonna use whatever word Dottie used exactly, but I don't remember precisely what she said
I feel
pretending to be.
Yeah, I feel like that's close enough, basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking either way I'm gonna get to Thomas's understanding of a detective for this.
Yeah. He says, well, it's like cops, are we going to the car?
Yes, and I'm gonna start leading him to the car I stole a little while ago.
Oh, okay. I'll do a luck roll for seeing if that's still there.
Yeah, if it's not, no big deal, I'm just hoping.
Yeah. And you guys drove it like across town, so honestly I think it's like, I'll give you a decent chance, I'll tell you what it is. But anyway, he says, the car's back there, but then just keeps talking and assumes you know what you're doing, and says, a little bit more smoothly than Tom otherwise might, because he's hypnotized, typically, says, police detectives are like a special kind of cop where they have to like go to police school for longer than a normal police officer, or like serve for a longer time, I think, and then they're like a higher rank, they get paid more, and they do more like investigative work, like going to people's houses and asking them questions, where like a lot of normal cops just kind of write tickets and stuff and like catch people for speeding in their cars.
I see. And I think I'll just sort of keep questioning him for info about cops that I already have out of character, and heading for that car. Just sort of getting an idea for, okay, who am I pretending to be?
I'm gonna give you straight up, I'm gonna give you 60-40 odds that it's there, because you guys have done a lot of murders, and like the police are variously involved in either covering up the massacre at La Discotheque Elysium or investigating it despite the other officers' fucking obfuscations. So call it, do you want the top 6 or the bottom 6?
Top.
Okay, so that's 5 through 10. Yeah. It's a 1. I'm sorry.
Thomas.
Yeah. It looks like 2 days was too long. And I think if Thomas was sort of caught up on it, he would say, "Oh, next time you might not leave the keys in the car when you get out of it, because somebody might have re-stole it." You know what I mean?
Yes, but you need the keys to start it, Thomas.
Yes, but you could potentially take them with you.
Next time you shall carry them.
Like this, and he like pulls his keyring out and starts heading back towards the house.
Wait, didn't the other guys take the car, or am I tripping?
This is the other car.
Well, yeah, but that's the car he needs.
Yeah, we took it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
well,
we
then he says, "Oh, the car key's missing."
Yes, the others have it. We shall walk for now.
I think he would, after like walking for 10 minutes, say, "Mr. Jean-Baptiste, where are we going?"
I'll recite whatever address it is, because I've forgotten over the week.
Oh, so you're going to that house rather than out to feed?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot to say I've swapped the priorities around so I don't have to carry the images with me.
BTW, we are almost at 1 week. Would you like your free Vitae?
So if I take it now, could I take the next one, like, tomorrow when the week restarts?
Yes.
Then I will, yeah.
Okay. You go up to 6 Vitae.
Very nice.
I'm just going to stick to my guns and say that even if the rulebook says every 7 days, I'm treating it like it's every calendar week, because honestly, that makes more sense to me as like a Ventru, like Invictus restriction, you know, and then now you're going to be without it for however many days. Like, you know, you had to do 7 days on the front and 7 days on the back. So yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, because otherwise I would just always save it for when I really need it.
Yeah, right.
Just like the healing potion dilemma.
Well, and they definitely don't roll over. So what happens then is you sort of go, okay, well, I need to get this task done, and it's potentially going to take a while because we're walking. Maybe I should call on that blood. And you do, and it basically feels like when you reach out for the contract in your mind that's sort of wrapped around your soul, you feel like you've done this before, I'm just going to say, and that could even be like deja vu, but something in your brain explains to you how to do this, maybe even the contract itself, and you... Normally, your breathing is very shallow or non-existent, but here you draw in a big breath and you feel a little bit of Vitae just kind of circulate through your body from nowhere, and it almost feels like you can feel a ghost, an imprint of the prince's hand on your shoulder, like just sort of touching you on the shoulder, and then the Vitae kind of circulates through your stomach and into your veins, and you feel a little bit less hungry.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right. The sensation passes, and the blood from nowhere is a part of you now. And just one of the funny little tricks that vampires can do there. And now, after you explain to Thomas where you're going, he says, can we please call a taxi cab? Do you know what that is?
make the arrangements.
Uh,
I don't think he quite knows what it is, but
he gets the gist.
it'll get us from here to there. Sure, Thomas, figure it out.
Yeah. He's just gonna consider himself lucky if what do you call it? A teleporter doesn't appear. It's okay. Fucking. I guess they have this. Speaking of which, I think a thing that Thomas just says, we need to go up a street. They're not going to run here. And he, like, takes you to, like, a main road and sort of stands at a spot on the curb and is just looking. And then as you guys are standing there under the street light, Tom lights a cigarette, and then this is a scene I had an idea for at work. A massive, the largest vehicle you've yet seen, I would say, drives by, and it is like louder than every other car you've ever seen. It goes like vroom when it accelerates, and it has like this huge fucked up like hump on it, and also it smells like shit. And it's huge and like white and gray. And when you look into the sort of back of its hump when it drives past you, you can see all manner of refuse sort of compressed and pushed into a sort of compartment at the back of it. And you see a garbage truck. And I just thought it would be interesting for Jean-Baptiste to see, like, where all the waste is going, or the fact that, like, oh, that's why everything's so clean.
Yeah, that's why there's not shit on the streets.
Yeah.
They move it.
Yeah, everyone.
Man, these
Really have
vehicle
trash back in the
things.
Yeah,
These vehicles sure are nifty.
Well, they did, but you would just like burn it in a bonfire, you know, if you had.
Or
like, a lot
have
of
some
refuse.
dudes in a
It was a lot
wagon that are
less.
social outcasts pick it up.
Yeah. But that's my point, is that it's like these guys are producing a lot of trash, like fucking, you know, Laszlo and Tom, the way they eat is producing waste, and then like occasionally you guys will come home and the trash can is gone from inside the house because Tom's taken it out, and so yeah, you
Plastic everywhere.
yeah, but
That shit's probably freaking him out.
I think it wouldn't get him quite as bad as it would most vampires from the time, because he's not used to dealing with his own waste even.
yeah, true.
It's like, oh yeah, those are the people that take waste away now. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But either way, I thought it would be good to sort of see the proles keeping up the tradition.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, like clockwork, another working class icon pulls up to you guys since Tom begins waving rapidly at a yellow car that drives up, and you guys hop in the back of this stranger's vehicle, which Tom seems to think is perfectly normal, and recites the address that you've given.
I think I'll say to the driver, take us near there, but not directly.
The driver is kind of like a pudgy white guy, and he says, like 2 blocks?
Something like that, yes.
All right, you got it. And he kicks the car into gear and heads on over. And then when you guys get there, you travel north a little ways, kind of in the direction that the other guys went. It's actually relatively far away, and you get to a sort of really residential stretch, because you guys are headed like up towards Ballard. And eventually he says, this is good enough. You go up that road and it should be on the next one. That row of houses up there.
Yes, this shall be acceptable. I'm just gonna start getting out of the car.
All right. Thomas like takes I think he would probably have to pay him like 75 cents or something like that. 50. Well, I guess they had like precise change back then, so he gives him like a fucking 2 quarters and a dime, and then the guy's like, all right, and gets out and follows you. And then how do you sort of approach the house here?
Hmm.
I can give you more context as well.
I think I'm gonna have Thomas stay like a few houses down the street.
Sure.
Like, I don't want them to see him lingering outside.
Okay.
Yeah, then I think I'll just sort of collect myself and do the whole venture I'm actually super duper important walk as I head up to the door.
All right, and we'll swap back to the other people.
Ooh, door swapping.
Second location.
Yep. At first, the room inside the basement apartment is dark, but with a couple of quick strides, the professor walks through the door and pulls on a little string pull light bulb on the ceiling fan and illuminates the interior. And you're looking at a pretty serious flop house. It's like a kind of dirty couch, a mattress on the floor with a sheet on it. There's like a little pipe in the corner. It smells like tobacco and marijuana. Dent would be able to identify. And like in general, it just looks like a place where some dirty hippies have been crashing and hanging out. There's weird stains on the like weird shag carpet on the floor. And there's like a little beaded curtain that goes into the next room. So it very much looks like a place where ghouls are housed and do hippie ghoul things and have been kicked out for the evening to make way for you guys. Do you all pile in?
Yeah, I'm gonna like post up next to the door and smoke a cigarette.
Okay, like with
like the one we came in through. Yeah, like the interior. No, I'm going inside, but
okay,
I just want to keep my escape fucking rabbit.
Hey, fair enough.
In check.
He closes the door behind you, or Dion does, and it clicks shut, and then he locks it, but it's not like... I think he would actually just pull the deadbolt to make it easy. But he kind of like shows you his hands as he comes away from the door, like, not here to hurt you, you know, it's all chill. And yeah, this place is dingy, but there's sort of a homey quality to it. There's a window with some bars in front of it on the outside that's like, you know, street level across the room that's has little curtains pulled across it. And there's a The Doors poster on the wall. Little fucking record player on the ground. And yeah, it is as I've described it. Do you guys grab a seat or stay standing? For reference,
I'm a stay standing.
Yeah, fair enough, man. For reference, Dion stands, Jordy sits on the couch, and the professor sort of kind of posts up, like leaning on the arm of the couch opposite Jordy, and then there's also a beanbag and a lot of floor to sit on.
I'll investigate.
I'm gonna just stand next to Dion.
He's gonna talk
so
to you,
hoping.
man.
I was really hoping Laszlo would jump into the fucking beanbag. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'll say you stand in a way that next to Dion in a way that makes sense to allow you to speak to everyone.
Yeah, I'm at, like in a friendly way.
No,
like
yeah, not like you're also gonna lecture the group with him.
No, yeah, like,
Laszlo,
yeah, I'm like waiting for him to say something, kind of.
Laszlo, do you sit back in the beanbag then, or just look at it?
Yeah, I'll look at it and then sit back in it.
There's like a beer bottle in one of the folds with a little bit of beer in it that you just can sort of pick up and toss away. And then when you sink into it, it is actually pretty comfy. You can feel little, I guess they would be styrofoam beads at the time, probably. Or, I don't know.
Asbestos.
Yeah, there's little asbestos beads in there. And
Circling their back.
they sort of, you can feel there's like dead spots in the chair, but you're able to find a comfortable way to sit in it and look up at everyone. And yep, the council has convened. Does anyone want to like start with questions?
I'm just gonna wait for them to say something.
Okay. Same for Magni.
Yeah, I think I just have like my arms crossed, waiting for like the rundown.
Okay. I think Professor Roth would say, here's the issue as it stands. Danny here, indicating the guy that up until now has been called Snow, was turned last year by an unknown assailant, a kindred, who fed on him roughly and imperfectly, caused him to die, and he was reborn as what we call a revenant. This is their unintentional embraces that happen through the most aggressive feedings of the most depraved of our kind. This is not a common phenomena. What occurred was Danny died and was revived spontaneously by the presence of Vitae in his system, shared presumably during the attack through open wounds or some other kind of cross-contamination, and rose as a revenant, a kind of half-kindred, a cursed vampire who... Well, perhaps you would like to explain it, Danny? And he just shakes his head no. And the professor continues. He would sweat out the majority of his stored blood in his sleep. He had difficulty controlling, especially his fear urges, and in general was in for an unpleasant short life until he was uplifted by a fringe character known by his nickname Handsome Devil.
I think Laszlo perks up at that. Like, I know that guy.
What the Handsome Devil did is something that not a lot of kindred willingly choose to do. He adopted Snow, as he was eventually renamed, into our family by means of giving him a full embrace, working the dark trick on him to completion where once it had only been a half measure. As a side effect, he was made a Nosferatu rather than what he had been, which was... Well, it's difficult with Revenants, but we know he wasn't a Nosferatu before. This transformation, after everything else he had been through, I don't think it would be wrong to say Danny left a considerable... and Snow says, it fucking sucked. It still sucks. And then he says, I didn't want to live with the fucking thing that did this to me, and the Carthians were the only choice I had at the time that made any kind of sense. They were trying to help me initially. He, like, holds his sort of voice steady and then just continues and says, anyway, the long story short is, I don't want to play any of these games anymore. I need out. I don't I don't want to be a part of all of this in the way that I am now. I've heard that I can go underground and maybe be with other people like me and learn how to do this right. He kind of like looks around at the Carthians present and says, I mean, it's nothing against my friends here, but I'm tired of being a matter of contention. I don't want to fight this war. This is your guys' thing. I like you. I mean, they know all this. This is for the benefit of these ones, I guess. But it's hard to do what my friends are trying to do, and I want out, and I want to help them. And the best way I can do that is by pretending to die, so that maybe they can get their numbers up, and I won't have to be center stage anymore.
And you can't just leave to another city without all this subterfuge?
Can you just leave to another city? Just pack up, abandon everything you've ever known, the place where you lived and died, and just go make new friends?
Oh, no.
I mean, that's what I did.
Do you say that?
I think so.
He would say, I'm not gonna fucking... And then, and he looks at you with his big wet eyes.
I think I'm gonna say it in like an understanding way.
Oh,
where
like
it's
as
like,
in that was hard.
Yeah, like you can do it, but I would definitely prefer the way that he's trying to do it.
I think he then instead would say, look, it's not like I haven't asked myself that question, but I've talked to some of the other Nosferatu in the city, and I'm just ready to drop out and see what they're doing. It's hard for me to explain, but I'm still so new to this, and it feels like I was not supposed to be this, and I'm gonna need more help getting through this next part, and I don't think I can do this alone, and nobody else is gonna leave with me. And then Jordy says, doesn't it matter why Danny wants to leave, it's that we want another spot, really. And Danny says, and there's that, I'm just not useful in the way that another kindred could be if we were able to give my spot up to them. And obviously I don't want to die. I have the same instincts as everyone else here. And as established, I don't want to leave. But as it stands, I'm a waste in the roster, more or less.
Don't you think that the Invictus, as your rivals, might see this as too much of a power play? Who are you planning to have fill this spot?
I'm trying to think of who would respond to that. I think Dion would say, as it stands, especially without any kind of seal of your cooperation, we're not at liberty to discuss the particulars of his replacement.
I guess we'll find out soon enough if this all goes down.
I just kind of grunt and reply and wait for the rest of the plan.
Basically, I think Dion would take over and say, the core idea we had was leveraging the current understanding of you as a kind of loose cannon, you know, there was well, we've surmised that. Are we correct in saying that you all dispatched a con?
You all puts it a bit much emphasis on the rest of
I'll
it.
kind of motion at Maggie.
I think I'll like clear my throat and be like, yeah.
He says, Danny saw you there before you did it. It was hard for us to make exactly sure, but at the end of the day, a con was nobody's favorite of our number, so it ended up.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, I was having a rough day. I think I'm gonna be like, the first couple days, hinting at like I hadn't been a vampire for long. I'll be like, first couple days are kind of rough, as you guys probably know.
I think Snow would kind of perk up at that and take his hands out of his pockets, and you can see that all of his fingers are in the wrong place on his hands. Like, the worst of it is on his left hand, his index finger and thumb are switched. That his thumb is at least in the right place on the other hand. But then in general, his long fingers are sort of mixed up. And he kind of interlaces his hands and says, wait, how long have you been doing this? How long have you been?
How long has it been?
A week.
Okay, I think
Magni checks his watch.
Yeah.
I think I will. I'll check like my watch or like a calendar or something and be like,
Yeah, you look at a calendar on the wall.
I'll be like, oh, it's been about a week now.
I think, like, everyone in the room goes, whoa! Like, universally.
Bro's a baby.
Yeah, universally, everyone
Bro's a
sort of
baby.
trips balls at that.
Yeah. Bro's a baby and has already killed 3 vampires.
Yeah. Well, 3's generous, but yes. And I think Danny would kind of like rub his head and go, holy shit. Well, maybe you do get it more than I thought you did. Well, I don't know. Now I feel stupid. He's out here doing this and I'm just fucking useless just because I'm me. I don't know. What? He's like kind of crashing out and the professor is like, relax. It's okay, Danny. It's fine.
I would kind of try to interrupt and be like, I don't think Magni is a good point of comparison for what a normal kindred is.
I'm gonna like straighten my jacket at that. Like I'm proud of that. Like, yeah, I'm not a normal vampire.
Yeah.
Of course
And then I'm gonna look
yeah.
at Snow and be like, sorry man, I didn't mean anything by it.
He's just sort of like, you know, like nods and kind of like shakes his head at you like, yeah, it's whatever. Like, this is just fucked up. And then the professor says to Dent, I mean, I've been trying to explain that to him, Mr. Dent, that many of us attempt to lead somewhat conventional lives, even in undeath. I myself teach at the university several different courses. I recently picked up a music teaching position.
No!
And
Ooh.
it's these things are it's often completely viable to do many things that you would have done in life. It's not all killing and dismembering.
Kill this guy.
So
Yeah.
now Snow hates Magni and Dent hates that guy.
Yeah, Dent, is it just static when he drops that, or?
No, I guess I would try and take a second to collect myself after this fucking bomb that just got dropped
Yeah.
and just let out like a deep sigh and just be like, yes, most of us try to, but I don't think Magni lived much of a normal life even before he was turned. And as for the rest of us, well, I'm just gonna pretend that I find a place to put out my cigarette.
Yeah.
I think him saying that,
Just like-
Magni's gonna be like, "Yeah, I live a pretty similar life to what I did before," and I'm gonna be like, "I just, with this strength I have now, it's a lot harder to be normal about it."
I'm just trying to direct the conversation his way because I feel too fucking embarrassed.
I think then
No,
basically
it's a fucking date, man. Fuck you, Matt.
Dion would say, yeah, you're big and tough and you kill people, whatever. Look, the point is, Snowy wants out. We want him to get out in the way that is most beneficial to us. Do you think you're on board? Do you like us enough? Are you down? What's up?
Alright, I'll help you.
Now, as long as we can get him to vouch, that's one thing. Are the other two gonna at least keep your mouth shut? Do you understand, by the way, why we couldn't have your Vent Victus along for this? The French one?
I'll nod.
Listen, I get it, but
Why,
Let's
Laszlo?
just say-
Why couldn't he come along?
this is a quiz.
Niche.
What, you snitch?
I
He
thought he
says-
said because he's a bitch.
Yeah, that's also. I thought he just said bitch.
I think that would be legendary.
Yeah.
The beanbags got him acting different, man.
Yeah, literally.
Beanbag got me feeling like a villain.
Yeah. No, he says you're half right because he couldn't not snitch. If I know the Invictus and what they've typically been cooking up in the time I've spent here, he's probably bound to him in a way that makes it almost impossible to lie to his master there. So
I think I'm gonna interject and mention the blood bond to them,
right.
and I'm gonna be like, because I'm gonna be like, yeah, we are all, and then like air quotes, bound to him, and then I'm gonna be like, but I don't have any intentions on seeing him again. Like I do not want to interact with that man.
I think
Oh, shit.
I think this would give them all a little bit of pause, and Roth would say, "Do you mean to say that he caught you all in Vinculum, not just the Frenchman? The blood bond. You all drank his blood."
I was gonna say, I think Magni goes, I don't know what the hell vinculum is, but he taught me a couple days old.
He thinks for a second and says, "But no one signed any pacts, any oaths besides the Frenchman."
And I'm gonna kind of
I'm
interject.
gonna go, I don't remember
yes,
signing
that's
no
true.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna like, I'm gonna step up next to Magni and try and kind of take control of the conversation. And listen, we don't. None of us here want this to get out, and we don't want to make enemies of either side. I for one, am trying to just remain a neutral party in all this.
Then I think he actually has like a pocket knife out and is like digging around in his fingernails, Jordy, and he says, "Then why are you doing it at all? Want to be neutral, like taking a side here, ain't you?"
I think I'm gonna be like, well, I never said anything about being neutral.
Well, I never asked you nothing about being neutral.
Well, we're just trying to figure out the situation between you and the Invictus in this city. If we're going to be living here for, well, the rest of our immortal lives, I'd at least like to know who I'm next to. And when I say neutral, I would say less of a not taking any sides, as in as in more of trying to appease all sides. I'm not saying I'll actively work against the Carthians, but I try not to work actively against the Invictus either.
I think they're all kind of bemused by this response. Just like, yeah, no, I like want to do favors for everybody. Like, okay,
Yeah. I'm just trying to get in here. I'm like a week old, okay, but I'm not gonna tell.
I think Magni's gonna go, I just don't want to live under no damn prince.
They're just looking at you guys like, man, you guys are fucking funny. Like, this shit is wild.
My newborns introducing themselves.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even know what a Carthian was a week ago. I'm just trying to figure this shit out.
So, okay, he says, so the two of you, he being Dion, so the two of you, disinterested parties, we can count on your silence when Magni says that old Danny here caught him walking home from a feed. Danny's starving. He's got a wild look in his eyes. He was never suited to be kindred. He fell to his beast. We had been hiding how close he was, riding the wave for a time. But he snapped. He lashed out at the first predatory aura to cross his territory, and Magni put him down. Didn't want to, had to.
Absolutely. I am bonded to Magni here, and I can say that I respect that bond, but I also feel for Danny and his situation, so I'm supporting this plan, and Jean-Baptiste will not hear a word.
I think at him saying, like, explaining the situation, like what we're gonna tell everyone, I'm gonna go over and shake Danny's hand, be like, I'd be happy to help you out.
Your
no, not making contact though.
Yeah, your hands, even despite not making eye contact, lock with his deformed, fucked up fingered hands, and still cause your skin to writhe a little bit, but you mean what you say. And he just sort of mumbles out kind of shyly, thanks, man.
I am worried that story's a little too close to the other vampire that Magni took out recently.
I think Roth would say, I'm not trying to suggest that you wouldn't be under any scrutiny whatsoever. If you want, you could say that you killed him in a fit of cold-blooded passion, but that's also rather similar to what you did with Akan, it seems. Also, how is Father Powell going to be killed? We, never really touched on that.
I'm stepping back again, and look.
I think
this meeting is over.
I'm gonna.
Look. Okay. I'm gonna hold up my hands. I'll hold up my hands in like an appeasement kind of gesture, and just be like,
what else is new?
Listen.
Listening.
Listen. Father Powell is going to be taken care of this night. Magni is going to take care of Danny over here. That's what's happening. I think we've come to an agreement. Let's just finish this plan so we can all do what we would like with the rest of our night.
Yeah, I think Powell checks his watch and says,
Powell?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What did he
Professor Roth. Yeah.
Powell checks his watch and immediately gets stung.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Powell, fuck, I did it again, you fuckers. The professor checks his watch and says, you're right, I should probably at least show face at lecture this week. It's It's been, what, 2 weeks of sick time? I'm sure their oboe skills are getting rusty or whatever it is this quarter.
I'm glaring daggers at this fucking guy.
And then, yeah. Oh, does anyone want to, anyone, wink wink, want to do any auspecs while we're at this location?
You know what?
Or dream visions?
How did you know? How did you know?
Because we're about to
I think
leave
I'm gonna
the
do.
scene.
I'm gonna do auspecs on my hated fucking rival.
Yeah.
I
Let's
like
do
You
it.
would
We're
have
getting
said
some
kill
enemies.
this guy if we knew about him.
Well, that's what's funny is it's like I was glad that this dynamic played out this way on the like let's go be friends with the Carthians session, because it's like motherfucker is getting a little bit steamed at the making friends meeting is funny. Which one are you gonna do, auspecs or dream visions?
I'm gonna do auspecs because I get 6 dice.
Okay, is it
Jeez,
contested
dream
at all?
visions. No.
After this, we'll swap back to JBAT, I promise.
And actually, you should roll it because it's the number of successes.
True.
I just remembered I had a question.
Sure.
My aspirations are find a way to write things with the Karth. But I also have take a significant step to joining the Karth. And I don't know if what we were doing here, or even mentioning that Powell is going to be killed, would be writing things with the Karth.
It definitely, you have definitely righted things in your relationship with them. They no longer see you as like the straight up antagonist that they understood you as after that meeting. Where like basically like, you know, the behind the scenes would be like Jordy being like, oh, that guy's got a fucking stick up his ass, huh? And Dion being like, no, he actually like told me he wanted to meet, weirdly enough. Like, I think he's like kind of lost. So in doing this favor, yes, you take a beat, and I feel like the other thing should not be significant step towards joining the Carthian movement. It should just be toward joining a faction.
I was just thinking I might change that one.
Yeah, I think that should
I'm not
get
sure I want
changed.
to join them.
And you have a beat to take here for writing things with the movement, and then beyond that, like, we'll come up with a new aspiration for you. So,
Okay.
got a beat.
So now I'm at 2 XP.
Nice. Okay, 6 dice. Here we go. Right, 6?
Yeah. And I am okay with a dramatic failure.
Okay, let's run it.
Ooh.
Okay, so... Ooh, okay. So successes equals questions.
Yeah.
4 questions, please.
Oh, thank God. I was okay with the dramatic failure, but I was really hoping it wasn't gonna be one
Plot
at the same
twist,
time.
this is a dramatic failure. They're all
It's
lies.
4
Just
dramatic
fucking with you.
failures. It's 4 fucking failures.
Well, okay, and here's what it was, just for fun. It was a 9 and a 10, and the 10 re-rolled twice into successes.
Oh,
It was
Hero 10.
8, yeah.
thank you so
That
much.
mechanic fucking
I
rocks. It's so sick.
did not have 4 fucking questions ready.
Oh, you prick. Alright, think of them and we'll flash back.
Well, we can start.
Oh, sure.
I was just gonna ask, what is... This one is just actually straight up from the book. What is one of this person's psychological vulnerabilities?
Um,
I'm trying to fucking weave my way into his mind.
He's trying to fuck this guy up.
I'm
Dent
gonna
just instantly becomes evil near this guy.
yeah. I'm gonna say, you can feel that this guy. It's hard because I have to think of like an imagery thing to do it. Psychological vulnerability. Psychological vulnerability.
Yeah, just like
So that's not Bane, right?
not a bane. didn't really want to like fucking kill this guy, so.
Okay, yeah.
And I figured he only
that's
had
good.
1 or 2 potency. I guess like what in his life affects him negatively the most could also be it.
I think you see a couple of withering looks toward, like your eyes zone in on a couple of sort of cold stares that he affords Geordie throughout the proceedings, and you are thinking, this guy might be Carthian, but he doesn't like all Carthians, and he, like, chafes against the sort of poor manners of a lot of his fellows here. Like, the more you look at him, the more you're like, Professor Roth is kind of an oddball in this crew. Like, it doesn't mean that he's completely out of place, but it's like, you got 3 punks, basically. You know, you got a Black Panther, and 2 street punks, basically, and then this guy. And you can see that psychologically a vulnerability is that he doesn't feel like he can rely on his companions, and he mistrusts them.
Okay, gotcha. And then another question, because I'm just trying to fucking get in this guy's head, is what does he value most in the people he meets?
This is all entities that count as people. You want to, like, are you saying mortals or,
Yeah,
or everyone?
Both, yeah.
Just the individuals. So what qualities does he value in them?
Yes.
I think...
I know this is so hard. I don't know how much you fleshed out these fucking characters,
I mean,
man.
to be honest, this helps flesh them out really significantly.
Yeah.
Because
it's like literally character making questions.
Yeah.
Kinda epic.
Yeah, right.
I understand their dynamics with each other on a more subconscious level, and so having to, which sounds fucking dorky, but I mean to say that it's like,
I fully understand that.
I haven't said out loud, this guy doesn't trust the other Carthians, but I know how to play his character so I can, like, act like that or whatever. But, I think he most values, honestly, like, he values people that are impressed by intelligence. He likes when he can impress someone, and he likes people who value... Did I already say he likes people who value intelligence? That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
It's, you know, when you met him and your body relaxed at seeing, like, a guy who acted like a normal human being, he liked that reaction. You can now feel it in his change in demeanor towards you, where he's actively being really nice to you, Dent, in this situation, because he likes that you think he's smart and trustworthy up until that one point, basically. Which is, you would probably guess, why he teaches, because it's nice to be the smartest guy in the room. So he values people that can understand how much smarter he is than them.
And then...
So I guess, like, respect for his intelligence is the trait he values, period.
Yeah, he likes when people stroke off his fucking ego.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him he's smart. Well, I guess the third question... Oh, fuck, I just had it. Oh, what does he desire the most as a kindred?
What does he desire the most?
Besides... Oh, man. Besides fucking Vitae. God damn it.
No, hey, I mean, I honestly don't think he's that blood motivated.
Okay.
What he wants is, you get the feeling that this guy feels secure in his position of power, whatever that means, the way he's sitting in the chair, or sitting lightly on the edge of the couch, you feel like this guy is perched and poised in a position of unshakable self-security, essentially, and he wants to stay that way. He already thinks he's kind of right where he needs to be, weirdly. But that's the vibe you're getting.
Gotcha. He just wants to stay where he is and, like, be secure.
Yeah, he feels like he's in a maintenance phase.
Gotcha.
So, honestly, you kind of get a weird read where you look at him and he's so comfortable that you're like, he wants nothing. He wants nothing to change.
Opposite of Danny.
Yeah. Who wants out?
And then the last one, I couldn't think of any more, so what is his bane? If he has one, or
his, honestly, he does not have a bane.
okay.
That's also good to know.
Yeah, I think if anything, you're maybe getting a strong read of the Mech-It light aversion off of him. Like, maybe sunlight is a little stronger than you might expect against this guy, but he doesn't seem to have a bane uncommon to the universals, you know?
Okay.
Alright.
Cool.
And so, yeah,
Well, then-
you just fucking look at this guy and lock in and zone in on him insanely hard, and then it passes.
Yeah, after that happens, I would look at him and just ask, like, so, Professor Roth, I'm actually sort of a musicologist as well.
Something of a
What is your...
musician myself.
Could I just ask what your primary instrument is?
Oh, well, I play the piano, but I mostly picked up the class as one of my sort of write-offs. I don't typically attend, and I was going to eventually recirculate the position. I think, I'm chairing 2 boards and teaching 6 classes this semester,
All
and then
in the middle of the night.
yeah, it's the night classes are often I'll fall ill for entire quarters if they cannot have a night class for me, but I was probably going to recirculate the music position. I'm not terribly attached to it. Why do you ask?
Because I want to fucking kill you!
I got my
Ghost friend.
PhD actually in Korean ethnomusicology, so it's certainly a field that I have a lot of interest in. Since you're going back to teaching, I would love to sit in on a lecture sometime if you have the chance.
Well, my goodness, I should simply give you the position if all things being equal. I'm sure with enough time I could grease the wheels and have you teaching that class in no time.
Kendrick have it so easy, dude.
Flashback to
man.
you burning your denial letter and sitting on the porch that effectively, yeah, you know.
Crying into my fucking beer.
It's like nepotism plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
And
Well-
if Dent wasn't sitting on that porch that night, you wouldn't have seen the car drive by dragging cab.
Yeah, that fucking guy. Hell yeah. Well, I would be like in silence for a couple seconds because obviously this isn't how the fucking real world works. You know, this is like some fucking. I didn't know Kindred were fucking built like this, but
He's the professor,
I would
bro.
happily. I know, but like he's just handing that shit out like candy. I would happily accept that position. I mean, if that's okay with you, I can give you my phone number.
Oh, we actually already have that. And
Oh,
there's
makes sense.
yes, you did post it around.
I guess
Every vampire in the city has our phone number.
And additionally, there's something we've been holding back just in case. He's like sidestepping the, yes, sir, I'd love to teach that class. And he says, there's something we've been holding back actually for a time. And now that you've agreed to work with us on this issue, well, Jordy, would you like to do the honors? And Jordy...
No, don't make me join card.
No. Jordy pulls out a what looks like a little bit of a rain-weathered flyer, much like the one that Dent put up, except it has a picture of Magni on it, and says, "Wanted, armed, and dangerous." And then I really want to cut to J-Bat.
Oh, this is the Wild West.
Dramatic.
$10 million fucking dollar bounty.
Well, look, it's a real thing that happened. If a fucking crazy lunatic is loose in your city, you start putting up legitimate. It would probably be less like wanted and more like do not fucking
dangerous
approach this
psycho.
guy. Yeah, run away. Here's the tip line. But anyway, we'll get to that. Jean-Baptiste, you've got a handful of interspecies pornography and a dream. What's cooking?
Yeah, I think I'll just walk right up to the address and knock.
Are
See
you
what I got
just
cooking
wearing
here.
your sort of typical slick night clothes, your basic getup?
Yeah, I think just dressed up very slightly nicer than usual.
Like maybe a tie and the ensemble for a change.
Oh yeah, maybe find a tie in there somewhere.
Cool. So yeah, you approach the door and knock, and you have to wait a moment. I'm just gonna decide on names. Did we get names for any of... I know Chandra was...
That's the only one I remember.
Yeah, Chandra was the one that you fed on.
Yes.
Okay, so she's not here because this is the house of the other two, basically.
Yeah.
So then it would be... It's definitely gotta be Lisa and Mark. It's gotta be Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh fuck, that's literally the room. You're tearing me apart,
Yeah.
Lisa. That's awesome. Okay, perfect.
That's why I thought of that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna picture those two actors too.
dude, I do this.
He is a vampire.
I do this too often. Between the fact that a lot of these names are references to things intentionally and then the unintentional references, it's quite bad. Anyway, the man from the club answers the door. Hi, Mark. He peeks through the window and then like undoes the deadbolt and like opens the door. Or he would leave the deadbolt on and open the door a crack and say, "Can I help you?"
I'm just gonna try to look real like serious and solemn and
Sad.
sort of see if he recognizes me. Give him a second, and then sort of whether or not he does start going into. You were at the Discotheque Elysium recently, yes?
Let me roll to see if he recognizes you.
Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He does not, and he just looks at you like, and he said, like, you know, confused, and says, "Yeah, why? Are you with the police?"
Yes, I'm leading an investigation into the events that transpired there. There's some things I believe you should be informed of. Can I come inside?
He is hesitant to say no to a cop. Do we have a name for the other guy? Steven?
Oh, the guy that died?
Yeah.
I don't remember it right now.
Let's do Steven.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say it's with regards to Steven, I believe you were at least acquainted with him at some point.
Yeah, I think when you drop his name, he's like, he was going to basically ask, is this about Steve? If not, I don't care. You know what I mean? Type of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because, yeah, you cut across his remark about, like, I already gave my testimony. Oh, all right. Should I get my wife?
Yes, that would be best.
Lisa!
No,
Lisa, come down here.
if I'm being let in, I think I'll just sort of take the nicest chair I can find.
Yeah. That is all well and good.
You were invited in?
Indeed. And you sit in Mark's armchair, and him and Lisa sort of sit down on the couch in front of you expectantly, and just kind of, he says about Steve. He's a cop or something.
Yes, I have not been informed of the details of any relationship you two may have had with this Steve man. No,
You
sort
you
of
were
really.
at the club.
Well, they don't remember that.
No, Lisa does. That she says
okay.
that. You
Well-
went with Chandra. I'm so.
Yes, I was there investigating this man that I'm quite confident that you two don't know the entirety of his issues and what transpired there. That's what I'm here to explain exactly.
You were investigating that massive psycho?
Yes. This Steven man.
No! the one on the dance floor that knocked everyone on their ass. And there was also, I swear it was him, that meathead in the papers.
That man was indeed in cahoots with the man I'm investigating, but
Both of the big guys were with Steven?
the big men do not matter. They've been dealt with accordingly.
Just whip it out, dude. Just whip it out.
Yeah, and I think basically at this point I'm just gonna lead him into this Steven fellow. We've confirmed that you two are, or at least were, unaware of his proclivities, and I'm just gonna sort of dramatically take out the folder and set it on the table.
I think...
He's
Okay, go ahead.
a man that our department has been seeking for some time now. They'll just sort of let that hang in the air.
I think, jeez, I want you to do, a roll to determine if they believe you're a police officer, for starters.
Ooh.
Because you're French as fuck. You're wearing casual
Little
clothes.
French dude that wasn't acting like a cop and still isn't dressed like one. Yeah.
And it was at the club necking with her girlfriend on duty.
I got a little distracted on duty. Listen.
Look, it's
He's an
60s.
international dog fucker investigator, okay?
That's
Listen.
literally what I'm going for.
Interpol really wanted this fucker. So they sent me on the
Interpol
We've
best
been
They're
there.
searching
dog
for
fuckers,
him.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, how about... Oh, I need to get a character sheet up so I can see the stats. Oh, I just had a friggin' heart attack. Okay, my track is recording. I was so scared. We went through that last episode, but it works out. Okay. Stats. How about manipulation plus expression? I think here. Is your expression or your persuasion better?
Expression or persuasion? Persuasion by quite a bit.
Do you have dots in expression?
Yeah, 1.
Okay. I think the way that I'm thinking about it, you are like acting here. Like the whole thing is, this isn't like a lie where you're saying I, Jean-Baptiste, don't know what's going on here. You're saying I am this fictional character who's living this made-up story, and you have to believe these facts about me, and so I feel like I have to use expression here. But I do... Or which one is the bullshit on... Oh, subterfuge exists. I'm sorry. I forgot that subterfuge existed.
Well, I'll certainly take a subterfuge roll.
Yeah, I think I want manipulation plus subterfuge, and then I'm...
Is it bullshit?
It's definitely bullshit, but they're gonna take 2 dice from your pool for being credulous here.
Okay.
So what's
Then
that pool?
that'll leave me with 5 dice.
Okay, yeah. I was
Still
about
quite
to
good.
make you have to act when just lying exists as a skill. I was like, it's not persuasion. What the fuck are we doing? Where
What
is
am
the
I doing
skill?
here? It's like some sort of subterfuge. No! No successes.
Okay, would you like it to be dramatic?
Oh, these people are so good.
Think hard. This changes the tenor of the scene a lot.
Yeah, gosh.
Here's what I'll say. Here's how it starts. And then you can decide how the coin lands metaphysically from this start point.
That'll help.
You see something cross the man's eyes. And then he, like, touches his wife's leg. And you see an expression kind of darkening his face. He knows you're lying, but he hasn't, or you can't tell what he's deciding to do about it yet. And he knows you're not a police officer, but that doesn't mean that what's happening here doesn't have weight for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gosh, what a tough choice.
We aim for that. We aim for that. Yeah,
You gotta do the hard role play.
So, you know, I think I won't dramatic fail it, because I think I can still salvage this with the reveal.
That is exactly how you got into this situation also. Like, you wouldn't have been in this house without the dramatic failure of having him, like, push past the room, out of the room, right?
No, yeah.
The failure to hypnotize.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
this could continue spiraling out of control. Okay. You decide to stay your hand and wait for his reaction, even as he sees your character sort of falter and goes, no, I don't believe it. You're not a fucking American cop. You fucking frog. This is a lie. But what he does is he just sits there and decides to let this play out. And he says, it's in there, some kind of phony suicide note, his pinky toe.
No, nothing like that. I suppose I've taken long enough. Such things must happen. Oh, I forgot to mention, but I would have done this beforehand, sort of like made sure that they're set up so I can spread them all across the table very dramatically
Yeah.
without looking at them myself.
Sure, just sort of dump them out almost.
Yeah, just like spread them out like cards or something.
Okay, so you go ahead and pull them out of the thing and flourish them across the table, and twin gasps ring out from across the table. I think it takes a second for them to sort of look and go like, oh my god, it's Steven, and then, oh my god, like, and I think immediately...
What the dog doing?
Yeah, immediately Lisa bursts into tears and sort of clings to her husband's neck, and he starts like patting her on the back, and it like can't tear his eyes away from the photos. And I think what happens is this: he sits there and he tries not to vomit. He holds it in. He looks at the photos one last time and then sort of like sweeps them all up and flips them over. And then he steadies himself and says, "Where the fuck do you get off showing those pictures, showing something like that, some fucking thing like that to my wife?"
Do you think I could simply explain such things?
You could have, fuck! Lisa, you
Would
should
you
go
have
upstairs.
believed me?
Lisa, you should go upstairs.
I'll kind of wait for her to fuck off.
She does.
Then I'll just kind of sit there, trying not to look smug.
Okay. He says, "Well, what do you want? Money? From me, his friend? Well, you know, I thought."
No. The only thing I would like of you is to not speak of this man and the things that he's done.
He says, he sits there gray as a vampire for a minute, and then he says, "I just gotta know, which way is it? He owes money to you. You're mafia. You're some kind of fucking French goddamn grape juice wine mafia, and he owes you money. Sure, he was a gambler, sure. And he won't pay, and you make him fuck the dog, or you catch him. I gotta know."
I did not make him do any such thing.
Jesus Christ.
This and other such proclivities I will not elaborate on have made him a great many enemies, as I'm sure you understand, and I'm simply trying to bring closure to his reign of debauchery.
At the club that night, we just went out. There was no... And the fight broke out. How is the fight connected with this? Where is he? Is he dead?
He has been apprehended.
My God.
The
The
fight, I believe he managed to get the two large men to fight in some manner. Such things aren't very important.
He just starts like laughing at this point and like puts his head in his hands, and says, "I think I wish he fucking was dead."
Well, if you could simply, as I've said, try to forget about him, I would also very much recommend not mentioning him, as I'm sure there are others looking for him and others who are aware of his proclivities.
And at this point, this guy's just
I'm sort of trying to, if it wasn't clear, imply, hey, if you talk about this guy being your friend, people will think you're a dog fucker.
Yeah, I think what he's hearing is if you start like shouting this guy out and trying to get justice for him, other mobsters are going to be like, well, do you want to pay me the money he owed me?
That works just about as well.
This guy has basically, he says, I swear to God, I'll never think about the man. Well, that's not quite true. I'm sure I'll think about him forever after what you've shown me, but I'll never speak his name again as long as I live, as long as you can promise me you and your organization, your people, whoever, will stay away from me and my family. Please.
I think I'll kind of see that he's sort of thinking mob stuff. You know, I obviously don't know what the mob is, but can tell he's more scared for his physical safety than anything.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna kind of lean in real close to him and not quite whisper to him, but say, so long as you remain very, very quiet about that man, I'm sure no harm will come to you or your wife.
He picks up the papers and stuffs them in the envelope and hands it over to you with a trembling hand and says, please, sir, just please get out of my house.
Very well. I think I'll just get up and start heading out.
The second you shut the door behind you, you hear him say, Lisa, we are never going to that club again! Up the stairs. It's all because we have to go fucking dancing. It's always dancing with you. The disco. Just a fucking evil piece of shit.
We are never getting a fucking dog.
Yeah.
We are cat people now. Dude, Reign of Debauchery was pretty sick.
That was tight. That might have to be the fucking title of the app.
Yeah, that was good.
I had to dig deep for that one.
It's like reminiscent of Reign of Terror too.
Yeah, I said rain, and I'm like, oh wait, I'm going somewhere with this one.
Yeah, there's actually kind of a lot of good stuff because there's also like all the Dent hating that guy quotes to pull. But yeah.
And then instantly flipping around. He did a good job.
I cut out all of this and I come back in saying, and you leave the house and Tom is there waiting for you a little closer than you probably would have liked, but you straighten your tie and are prepared to get back to business. And for now, we're going to switch over to the other guys in the basement apartment still, but probably not for very long, because I imagine you guys are roughly headed for the door.
Yeah.
Oh no, shit! We were literally in the middle of something.
Yeah,
the
did I get a job opportunity?
Wanted
It's not all about you. There was a wanted poster.
Oh, the one. Yes.
It's so he holds out a piece of paper to you, and he says, I think Dion would say, these started popping up around town a few days ago. We heard through the grapevine, they first got plastered all over this gun shop's windows. Some about you harassing, pressuring a gun shop owner into some cut rate deal, and he didn't like that, so he went to the cops. And, they come back saying you're wanted for some such murder, manslaughter type beef in Olympia, matches your description, and from then the posters have been going up, mostly around the downtown area, and after y'all's collective little stunt in the disco, well, they've been putting them up everywhere. Sounds like you were involved in some kind of major showdown out there.
Out of character, I cannot believe that Laszlo's gun purchasing scene went better than Magni's.
By orders of magnitude. And the thing is, like, essentially this is a lesson for, you rolled well to get the guy to give you the gun. nothing else is guaranteed. You know what I mean? And so essentially, he says, you know, it sounds like you're a pretty hot commodity with the law right now. I mean, it says armed and dangerous. They're hate to tell you, but they're looking for you, man.
Laszlo laughs at the armed part.
Yeah. Magni.
In
probably
Magni's head, he's
doesn't.
thinking, God, I want to fucking kill that gun shop owner.
Hey, you know what? You can. It's entirely possible.
I think, honestly, I'll vocalize that. I'll be like, God, I knew I should have killed that guy.
I think the professor would say, it seems that temper of yours might be precisely why you're in the situation that you are. Regardless, all of that notwithstanding, we wanted to bring it to your attention now that you've made it clear that you're at least sympathetic to our cause, since, well, you know, going from Danny to a wanted murderer is not exactly a step forward. We thought it would be best for you to know that you might want to take some time away from the feeding circuit, stick to more surreptitious meals.
Yeah.
And then I think Jordy would say, that's one thing though, isn't it? Just wait long enough, it all goes away. You wait a year, slows down, they assume you moved on. You wait 5 years, case has gone cold, mostly forgot about you. You wait 50 years, nobody ever knew your name, is alive no more. Whole new guy, and all we got's time.
Well said.
I'm full of wisdoms.
Yeah, I think Mouse was a little shaken by that, given his checks notes 2 weeks of living.
Hey, at peak condition, bro. It's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to understand.
Yeah, so what do you think in and out of character about the fact that they know you're in Seattle? Or assume? I, don't mean to completely screw you, but you are a fugitive from the law who was doing illegal things in public. So I was like, yeah, you're wanted, man. I don't know, you got a bounty out.
Can't be that hard to avoid.
Hey, it's like
I
Jordy
haven't seen a
just said.
single damn cop.
True. Y'all have been staying mostly out of their way.
I wonder what Nelly makes of that, if they...
Yeah, I think all I really have to think about is keeping an eye out for cops. A little more cautious.
I think...
After I kill that shop owner.
Nothing suspicious about the guy that you threatened going missing after he files the police report.
Many such cases. I think that Roth would say that does become a bit of a sticking point for many when they consider moving out of unalignment or the shadow of the First Estate and towards our position, as it were, less reliable control over the local constable's office. To put it simply, it probably the only reason that they're not knocking doors looking for you anyway at the moment is because you're still in His Highness's good graces. But a deal's a deal. Not to complicate things any further for you, of course.
The little Jean-Baptiste in your head just says, grovel! Grovel all you want. All your problems go away.
That might be the little Dent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little Dent on the ground groveling.
The little Dent groveling next to him.
Mike, woohoo!
Yeah.
You have a
Yeah.
you have a little Dent and a little Jean-Baptiste on your shoulder, like an angel and devil, and one is
Except they both want you to grovel for
Yeah,
different
it's-
reasons.
one is
devils.
grovel, say you'll do anything. The other is gently self-efface yourself, but still, at the end of the day, we're gonna need to do some scraping and kneeling. Always make sure you come out of it looking somehow well put together, though.
That's the most important part.
Okay. What else do we have? I think
Well,
Danny
I'm a little
says.
taken aback that Magni, his first reaction is to just fucking go kill this guy.
Well,
He's
he's
becoming
made it
more of a
clear he's kind
sociopath
of
day by
joking.
day. Yeah, I don't know if Dent believes that.
Not
Fair
gonna
enough.
kill him soon if I'm gonna kill him.
We'll work. on
Definitely in the
that.
back of my mind.
Yeah.
It's appeared on the
Comes up
plot book
missing.
collection page.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually add kill the gun store owner and get the heat off.
Oh my
of
God. New aspiration.
you. Yeah, you gotta take something, I guess. Okay. But so effectively, they're not really offering a salve. They're just like, hey, bud, we thought you should know these posters went up. Maybe keep your head down, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a somber note to leave the meeting off on. I think right now there's probably a weird vibe in the room. Like, oh, a second ago we were all feeling good, and now Dent is like looking at the professor way too hard, and like Magni's like pissed and like having trouble hiding it, and Laszlo's like, when do I get to go home? I'm tired of this place. It's probably your least favorite apartment you've ever been in, Laszlo.
I do imagine Magni's making it very clear that he's pissed at the gun owner and
No,
only
I
the
know,
gun
but
owner.
it's just like, even when just being around
cramping
people
our
that are
style.
really mad is sometimes hard.
Especially when
Yeah.
they're Magni.
Yeah, it's just like actually seething. It's bad. They're like, well, because
I'll
with
just let out a big
vampires,
old.
with Kindred, it's like, is this guy about to fly off the handle? Like, what if he
Yeah,
just
true.
goes into a rage and like tries to kill Danny? Like, what if, it could happen?
Oh, you want to see me pretending to kill Danny? I'll show you
Yeah.
pretending.
Yeah. I've got your way out right here, Danny boy. Here I come.
It's called a 357.
Yeah, that's called my big fist.
I was gonna say it's called ripping your head off. That's Magni's signature move.
That's his classic, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, do you guys want to leave?
Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna let
Ralph
out
would
a
say,
whelp.
I really should be getting to that class, and yeah, you drop a whelp in the chat.
Welp.
Uh,
I'll try to make eye contact with at least like Laszlo
yeah,
and motion towards the door.
I think I'm gonna hold up the wanted flyer
Bag.
that says I'm wanted for murder and be like, well, what's one more? Talking about like
yeah.
pretending to kill Danny.
You just put up that wanted poster in your bedroom.
Looks at Danny with killing intent.
That would rock. Now I want to Photoshop like a Magni wanted poster using that guy that we use as the visual model.
Yeah.
You better remember to
Fucking
put it
value.
in the video right now.
You're gonna give me too much work. Okay, it's
No,
okay.
it's-
It's gonna be like
Not-
2 months before this gets edited. I don't care.
Yeah, screw you 2 months from now.
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess we disperse from there. I think honestly the Carthians wouldn't really do too much like of a bye now, like thanks for coming. I think the best you get is Dion sort of nods at you and says, well, sounds like we'll see you at the big show tomorrow.
I'm gonna put my hand up and nod, like, yeah, I'll be there.
And then everyone leaves the apartment except for Danny, who closes the door behind him, like, or behind you guys, like he lives there.
Well, he's better to live in like fucking sewer, right?
Yeah, but it's
Couldn't
he's
be
gonna
worse.
live there with his kind.
Could be worse.
It could be.
Yeah.
He wants it to be.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
it's
point.
not easy being checks notes.
Backwards hands, motherfucker.
Checks notes, the only of his kind in... Yeah, absolutely, he is the only nasty motherfucker in the Carthian movement.
Yes.
The only Nosferatu
Yes.
in that whole section?
Yeah. And that's why he's like, I'm sick of it. Like, what is it?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking Deva in Karth.
I have 4, but something like that.
Well, it's looking like 5 after today.
Jordy is Deva.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay. Well,
Maybe I'm missing someone.
I think I'm double counting, basically. Anyway, never mind. Still, too many beautiful people for a recently turned Nosferatu. It would be difficult to stomach.
Oh, I won't spoil it, but I think I know why they're all Deva.
Alright, well, how do we want to do the rest of this? I think I'll throw one more offer out for this scene, and then if not, we can sort of move things along and then check out what a reduced impact Jean-Baptiste feeding scene might look like. But for the other guys, I think Jordy is going to sort of sidle up alongside you three and say, not to prolong the conversation, but I was probably going to go get a bite to eat if any of you wanted to tag along. Just going to bash a bum or something.
How
I
noble.
say I would definitely feel a strong urge to follow him. But then I would kind of remember how the professor felt about him and say no thank you.
But remember how you felt about the professor, your beast urges.
I don't know these guys that well, okay? I'll go do it on my own.
Something within you grumbles, remember, we eat blood at the end of the day. But yeah, so you blow him off. Does anyone else want to eat with Jordy? It's only one.
I will.
guy.
I still
Roll if you
follow
want.
against lead and blow him off.
Magni, what?
I said I will.
Okay, sounds good.
This
And
is
I
the
have the
second time
keys.
Magni's done this.
Yeah, do you guys want to ask him for the keys?
Yeah, I would just say, like, give me the keys.
All right. Do you turn him over?
Yeah.
Please.
Considers it
I'm
for
gonna
a
go-
moment.
He considers it for a second.
when I
and
hand him
speak out,
over-
please.
I was gonna say I hand him over and I go, "You're welcome," because you didn't say please.
He says, oh, Mags, we don't need a car. We don't need their fucking square car, you fucking square cunts. This is gonna be class. Let's go.
We're
And
gonna go smash a bomb.
and yeah, you guys head off. I want to follow Dent and Laszlo for just a sec, and then we can do some J-Bat. You guys, where are you headed? What do you two do to decompress after that? Now that you two are the secret keepers that aren't directly involved in this, because there's got to be like a little bit of commiseration between the two of you on account of like, well, Magni seems to be really sinking himself into this whole thing, and we were also there.
I would definitely try to
got
stir up a conversation.
I guess you would have to explain the whole thing about him poaching the job.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll kind of like give Laszlo
Yeah.
a bit more of my backstory about like how this is kind of the job I've always wanted, and I just never expected to get it in quite such a peculiar way.
And do you drop the
So
particulars of being rejected?
yeah, definitely. I would
Oh.
probably even like confess about it being right around the time I got turned, because I just like trust Laszlo.
So this vampire just offhandedly takes the job you wanted more than anything. That's
Yeah,
just
but I mean,
ugh.
I got it in the end, I guess. I mean, it's a doggy. I know you don't know much about professors, but it's a dog eat dog world out there. You know, we take it as it comes, but
Dent used to eat dogs.
can't.
It's
Yeah,
a
right.
professor eat dog
It's
out
an I eat
world out
dog
there.
world out here.
It's a Dent eat dog world.
It's a Steven
dog
fuck
world.
dog world out here. You know, you gotta do what you can.
The
This is a
poor dogs of
dog-centric
this
campaign.
setting.
Look,
Yeah.
I wrote a whole book about fucking up a dog and getting fucked up by a dog in return. So it's like,
It's your thing.
look, the only sidebar I'll do here is it's like, that is a big animal that we just have so goddamn many of. It's like,
In people's houses.
I know,
no less.
it's fucking crazy. And so
Yeah,
like when you
my
look
dog
at a
is
cat
100 fucking pounds.
and you go like, well, that's a weird little lemur, it's funny that I have that little guy, and then you remember that people like this psychopath, have great white hounds that you know, like, what are you talking about?
Great white hound.
They have weird little inbred to be submissive wolves in their house for some damn reason.
Yeah, and so it sticks in my craw. They're crazy. The whole situation's bizarre. Anyway,
But listen, we're still talking.
yeah,
Jean-Baptiste, I think he's gonna be pissed at us. This is gonna be quite awkward, I imagine.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to tell him.
Yeah, depends on what
yeah,
I
we're just gonna be
actually
pissed
know.
we don't tell him. He knows that we went to meet with the Guardians, and we're just gonna be like, yeah, no, we just like talked. It was just chill. We hung out and smoked.
Okay. We can tell him that Magni wanted to get in with them, that they, in exchange, told him that he had that wanted poster on him.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I was just
I
get worried about what this means for us, you know, and what this means for
Yeah,
us as
we
a,
could tell him
I don't know,
that
group.
we told them about Powell, and it, like, we mended the relationship with them.
Which isn't a lie.
Yeah.
Where do you think out of 10 Dent and Laszlo are on the front of liking Karth type of thing, you know? Like, not necessarily...
Maybe like...
Go ahead.
Maybe like a 6.
Okay.
Oh,
I'd probably like the
I would
professor more.
I would say that I'm probably like, all things considered, in like our very first experience with Invictus and that all crazy shit, I'm probably also sitting around a 6. I was like much lower before I got the job, though. I'll say that.
Hey, man, that was he yada yada the whole rest of that. You got to get back in contact with him.
Yeah, but even like the opportunity is just like Dent's like, it kind of blew his mind, and all that other shit that happened. He's very confused. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's in kindred nepotism zone now.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, where do you guys think you're headed? Want to go eat at a diner, Laszlo?
I would turn to Laszlo and be like, listen, so I didn't really want to go with those guys, you know? It's a little... I felt a little awkward, especially with Magni there. But I still do need to, you know...
Yeah, just drop me off at the apartment.
Oh, thanks, Laszlo. You're such a bro. And if Jean-Baptiste is there, then, you know, just run him through it and tell me how it goes if we see each other first, okay?
Just run him through, bro.
Just run him fucking through with a fucking rapier.
Take his own knife.
Just
Take
do
the
it.
gun.
Okay, so Yeah, are you just gonna drive him back then?
Hey, I'll drive him back and I'll drop him off. I'll wish him a good day at school.
On your way back, Laszlo, something is coming.
Something's coming? I sort of say, questioning.
Somebody's coming,
Always
bro.
a good sign.
Wait, what? And I'm like checking
Somebody's
all the mirrors and
coming?
shit. I'll slow down the car and like check all the mirrors and be like, what do you mean?
Laszlo, somebody's coming. Somebody's on their way. Something's coming.
Oh God.
Dude, I'm freaking out.
Yeah. What?
Roll.
I'm looking around all the mirrors.
Laszlo, roll.
The rug.
Roll resolve plus occult.
It's 5 dice. Okay, 1 success.
A burning sun on the horizon. Something echoes in your chest out into the world and back into yourself. Not now, but something is coming. And vision and sort of extra sensory perception.
Okay, I
I
think
like see it.
it was a vision.
You just see when that part happens, he just locks in for a second. And then
Are you okay?
and then it's back to normal. That gif is actually really perfect for it. Talking about goofing off, talking about running through
I'm
Jean-Baptiste
gonna
with a sword.
pull the car over to this side of the road.
Oh, Laszlo, you were gonna say like not now or something?
Yeah, I think that was a vision. Nothing's happening now.
Alright. I mean, I guess I've had a few of those, so.
Dent looks at you
Yeah,
like,
What was it about?
Like, the sun is coming? Very vague.
Wait, what?
That's
we
called
don't like that.
time.
We don't like that.
I look at the time.
No, you've got hours. You got hours.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, in a couple of hours, I guess it's coming, but what
gotta be
how did you
metaphor.
like feel?
Like the weird magic stuff in me is sort of fire in a way.
Okay.
Maybe related to
When
that.
it's, are you about to blow up?
No?
Question mark. All right. Well, let me know if you feel anything else. Okay.
Let me know
We
if you
can
feel
figure
like you're
this
gonna
out.
blow up, so I can get out of the car. Okay?
Well, we'll keep driving, I guess.
Let's go to Jean-Baptiste now that Laszlo has been safely dropped off at home with his vision still ringing in his chest.
Alright.
Yeah, where are you headed?
Gonna give Tom those horrible pictures. I think he's much more suited to carrying those.
He says, "Can I burn these?"
Yes.
He finds like a relatively empty looking trash can and just starts a fire in it and throws them in. It's just a metal
I'll
trash can.
give the fire some distance and
Yeah.
let him do that.
He says, and where are we headed again?
Yes, there's one more urgent matter I must attend to at the Discotheque Elysium.
Oh God. No, he would just say, yeah, whatever you say, right? Yeah. Should we get another taxi?
Oh, very well.
All right. You're there. What's the gambit here? It's closed as fuck on account of the violence.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Well, we can revise it like to where you get into it. That
I'll just tell the taxi driver to take me to the next nearest bar.
another one somewhere else. He looks at you, and
I don't like this guy looking at me.
he's going to drop you off at well, I need to make sure where this would be so it's not ridiculous. Do you just tell him like we want to go to another bar, like take us to a good bar?
Yeah, I think so.
Cuz okay, I was like, how do I get you guys like up 10 blocks from where you are? You know what I mean? Like this guy has to drive you a little ways if I want to use this setting. But I think that he's like, look, this'll be good. I want a little extra fare money. So he's like, I know the perfect spot for you, and drives you to the Crescent Lounge, and parks and is ready to collect his fare of $1.
I'll see if Thomas pays again.
He looks at you, looking at him, and shells out $1.
Perfect. Okay.
It's still our money, though.
Well, yes, but only because you've co-opted his entire existence.
Exactly.
It's our money because he has no money anymore.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
They can be vampires.
What was that?
Parasitic. That's
Yeah.
what vampires do.
They are.
That is my whole character, is being a parasite.
For parasite. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll head right on in. You said it's called the Crescent Moon?
Crescent Lounge.
Crescent Lounge, okay.
Speaking of like parasites and Jean-Baptiste, I saw this fucking thing that was like, Belle, oh, my husband, you've transformed from being a hideous beast into a beautiful man. This is wonderful. The very next year, Robespierre, Citizen Bell, your weak aristocratic husband has been dispatched. If only he was some kind of strong beast, but alas, he was not. He was nothing but a parasite. It's like those motherfuckers are gonna get killed in the French Revolution.
Good.
Yeah, well, not for you. Historically.
Yeah.
Destruction, okay.
Barely. No, he lived through it. He was just hiding. Anyway,
Yeah, right?
all that being said, you are dropped off at the Crescent Lounge. It's got like a maroon burgundy painted exterior with some like awnings outside, and there's only like windows that are out of the way. Like otherwise it's just a completely flat wall of wooden slats on brick, and the window, so like you can't really see into the bar, and outside there are a couple of men smoking a cigarette together, and a woman like sitting in a deck chair outside, with kind of a funny haircut, and yeah, that's what you see outside.
Yeah, I think I'll just head right on into this establishment.
One of the guys that's smoking outside kind of whistles at you as you walk by, like just
I'll look at him, see if he wants something.
he just kind of smiles at you and blows cigarette smoke like up in the air, just like out, not at your face.
I'll look at him funny for like a good 3 seconds and then head in.
Okay, sounds good. Inside, there's a lot of people sitting around at tables, It's got a pretty low ceiling, dim lights. It's very much like a lot of the other bars that you've been to. And let me have a wits plus... do you have any dots in investigation?
Let me see. 1.
Let's do wits plus investigation.
Okay, that'll give me 4 dice.
Okay. Do you want me to roll it?
Sure.
Okay. It seems like this bar could be a little bit of a hazard in the event of a fire. It's like very crowded and it's kind of hard to see. There's like some weird steps. Like you have to like step up to the bar and it's like kind of hard to navigate. It's pretty packed. And so you're just like, I had better be watching my back. This would be a good place to get ambushed, unfortunately, but you're already pretty deep and, there's a lot of people kind of pressing around you. And this is definitely if you're one of the kindred that likes to really feel the heat, this is a place to, really get in the crowd. And that's what's up. Do you go look for a drink or are you looking for people?
Yeah, I think I'll look for a person to drink my drinks for me and then become a receptacle for said alcohol.
You looking for a woman?
I think he generally always is, but if some dude shows up, he's also gonna notice them.
Okay. There's a young woman sitting alone. And she's sort of relatively shabbily dressed, compared to a lot of the people in the like bars you've been going to, but it almost seems kind of artful. I need to look something up and see if you would have been around for it.
Just a heads up, I gotta go at 6:30.
Okay. I think
But I'm not really doing anything particularly important, so
Okay.
you guys could continue for a little bit without me.
You are like, oh, she's like a bohemian. You would know what that was, bohem.
Okay.
And so you're like, this seems to be some kind of alternative bar. She's sort of got a funny look to her, and her clothes are different from a lot of the ones I've seen. Almost like the woman on the stoop where you were like, oh, everyone goes around naked now. And do you like sit down and try to strike up a conversation?
Yeah, I think I'll sort of go, that's weird. I'm sure she's still got blood.
Yeah. Do you just, oh, hello?
Yeah, some sort of, hello, madam, and just essentially the goal is to very quickly go into, oh yes, I'm a real estate agent, yada yada, I'm very rich and important.
She says, oh, is that so? Are you here with anyone?
No, I've just arrived to enjoy my leisure time tonight.
Well, you came to the right place. I mean, if you were looking for someone to set you up with some action, my girlfriend comes here all the time. She's in the can, I think, but she'd be able to find you a fella, I'm sure.
Processing.
Let's go back to Magni real quick. For just a second, then we'll end it. You guys are walking down the street, and finally you see a homeless person, as sort of established that you were going to be looking for. A young man, he has one leg. His other leg seems to have been blown off in some kind of armed conflict, some kind of war. Sitting on the stoop. He's got like an overgrown beard. And he's got a little cup in front of him, a little tin cup, just very classic homeless man thing. And he looks like fairly clean for a homeless person. Like he's been in a shelter and he's just kind of hanging out over here trying to panhandle. Magni, Jordy looks at you and says, what do you think of this one?
Looks good to me.
Good enough to eat, right? Well, I'm doing a Cockney accent. Well, gotta say, we could hit him, but I tend to like something a little different. And he walks up to the guy and says, hey, cunt, how you doing? And he says, what? And he says, I got a secret to tell you. You should kill yourself. And then he just says it very seriously, like it's something he really needs to do. And then that's where we're going to end it.
Nice guy.
He'd be great on 2014 internet.
Yeah. And here's the song.
Magni making good friends.
It'd be like, you should kill yourself. I lost the accent at the last second.
Of the things to be, the pains that are withheld for me, I realize and I can see that suicide is painless. It brings on many changes, and I can take or leave.